Welcome, everyone, into day number 3 of ACS3, brought to you by Hunt Premier in collaboration with Battle State Games. We've got 4 banger matchups for you all here today. But before we get into all that action, I've got to introduce the legend to my digital left, my boy Blue. How we doing, baby?
Let's go, Hot Sauce. Super pumped for that third day of the ACS 3, baby. Some monsters that we get to watch and enjoy with the lovely chat.
Yeah, man, I'm excited for this one. I got to catch most of day 1. Had a little family day yesterday, so I didn't get to quite to see all the action yesterday. I plan on rewatching that to get caught up. But, man, in day 1, I saw so many banger matches. I was chomping at the bit to get in the casting desk. Couldn't think of a better way to cap off the weekend with my boy Blue in some Arena Cup series.
Oof. I mean, what a day we're going to have to cap off. And before we get to capping off, though, if we could get a glance over what's gone on so far in the tournament, Mr. Hot Sauce, because there's been quite a few battles between these EU and CIS absolute monsters over here. And, man, look at how these groups are shaking up, baby. Group A looking pretty close, but Group B, holy cow, the Polar Bears are looking kind of scary right now, Hot.
I mean, they were dominant last year as well in ACS2. They were kind of who I've got my eye on to win it all. Although there are some very close teams that are very competitive there as well. But Virtus.pro was the team that knocked off Sicario last year as well. And we've seen Sicario win these HPLs pretty flawlessly. So I've got my eye on the Polar Bears. They've been making wakes, not just in the Tarkov scene. They recently won some Marvel Rivals. They're everywhere right now. Virtus.pro, a very dominant team with a very dominant program.
I mean, that's so wild to even wrap your head around. Like you said, like this organization is just such a dominant face in so many different games. But focusing in here on this beautiful Tarkov list of teams, I mean, over there on the left, Sicario representing the EU crew in first place just by 4 rounds here, Hot. Followed by Tarkov Help, Ancient Fighters. You know, you see a little bit of that drop off down, and then, 8 Sins having some really challenging matchups. Going to be sitting at the bottom and fourth with -23. And, for them to really come back today, it's going to really need some kind of miracle in their matchup and a ton of rounds. Looking over at that B side, though, Hot, I think things are pretty spicy over there.
Yeah, and it feels weird to say 8 Sins at the bottom, but it just goes to show you how stacked this competition is over here in Group B. Virtus.pro up on top, dominating here 2-0, 26 rounds and 6 points. Really just kind of shows what kind of show or clinic they've been putting on. XP Academy, though, not too far behind at 1 and with 1 draw. So 15 rounds, 4 points for them. Pandaric Apex, honestly, within striking distance as well. You look at Ancestral, and even though they're -31, they're only down a point. So it's tough to say. Obviously, we have teams that we favor a little bit just because of how they performed last year and how they've performed here in these first couple days. But I know that as far as Group Stage A goes, for our first matchup at least, Tarkov Help taking on Ancient Fighters. So, I mean, here's a good opportunity for Ancient Fighters to look to work their way back up into Group Stage A a little bit, but I don't know how you topple the Tarkov Help juggernauts. They were looking very good here through these first couple days, and I imagine they want to finish the weekend off on a high here.
I'm sure they do, and like you said, these teams are all excellent. I mean, how lucky are we, Hot? These teams are the best of the best, and you still see such a gap sometimes in the levels from, Tarkov Help versus Ancient Fighters. I think Tarkov Help is really, as you said, wanting to close out the week with another big dub. And on the flip side, Ancient Fighters still got a lot of fight in them. They did manage to win one of their games and also take a loss on one of them, but they still got to be feeling pretty good in that third place because with 8 Sins, 8 Sins got a big challenging matchup today here with Sicario and 8 Sins. Going to be having that EU battle, and if tradition is going to continue tradition as tradition does with traditions, then Sicario is going to be giving 8 Sins a big handful later today. And 8 Sins, I want to see them really put their best foot forward, but it's just such a tough ask right now with how this group is played out, Hot, and then their matchup doesn't get any easier today with Sicario later in the day.
Yeah, I mean, Group B, I think those top 2 teams beginning to separate themselves from the other 2 and an opportunity to further do that. But you take a look at Group Stage A, and I mean, those first three teams are only separated by a single point, with the top two being tied there, just a slight round differential. So there's a good opportunity for some big mix-ups here in Group Stage A as we get ready to get that day rolling. But I know, honestly, I'm excited for it. I know for our first one, Tarkov Help versus Ancient Fighters, we get to start out on Fort, excuse me, and then later head to Bowl, which Fort, I know we got to talk briefly before we got going here today, Blue. Fort, my favorite map. Bowl, probably my second favorite map. So I'm ecstatic to get the day started and the action popping off.
Yeah, and the action popping off, and Ford is such a banger to start out, Hawk, because it's got that nice close quarter scrappy vibe. It's got that middle of the map lane, and it really can be played out so many different ways. And this is something I talked about with Bepic on the first day, and I know the map's been out for a while, but I don't think there's a real meta for Fort. I mean, you see that consistent A push out of teams, but I think that's more just comfort, where Ford has just so much latitude. I mean, there's so many different ways you can approach it. You could push up middle and then cut to B or A. You could go around cannons, collapse onto that B site, go through spawn on the defender side. I mean, there's just so many different ways to pivot. And then you get your more traditional bowl. You got your A lane, you got your B lane. And for me, bowl is one of those special maps because it can be played only so many ways, or so it would seem on the surface, but with good utility, good position, good reads, and good rotations, you really can shift the entire defense and cuts off line of scrimmage everywhere with the utility. So really, really awesome two maps to start us off on today.
Yeah, and I think now that we've had Fort for a while, we've seen some pretty cut and dry strategies, but I think now we're starting to see some more of those, kind of not so cut and dry strategies from some of these teams where they are working through mid, trying to find an early pick and then making a decision on what site to go to. So I think as teams have gotten more comfortable, had the ability to kind of scrim and play a little bit more in the competitive scene, we're starting to see a little bit more of those cheeky strategies come into play, whereas before even, we wouldn't see a lot of teams rotate. Once they picked a side to go to a site, they often just tried to stick it out at that site. We're seeing a lot more rotations off of picks and really looking to work with those audio cues. So I'm excited to see just how far these teams have come since that last ACS.
And far they have come. And man, oh man, Hot, I'm excited for all these matches, but I'm looking at that third match today. VP going off against XBA. I mean, that is going to be such a gosh darn banger. And funny enough, it's going to be a big switch up on that one. Going to be going to Skybridge and then followed by VP actually picking Skybridge, which is very interesting to me because I don't really see, with how scrappy of a team they are and how slow and methodical and just dangerous everyone in this lineup is. I'm really excited to see how they play out Skybridge because it's one of those maps where, again, like Bowl, the utility kind of drives it, but there's a lot of timing-based strategies, and I think VP on attack has looked terrifying in this tournament. But we'll save that matchup for later, because right here, baby hot, we got Tarkov Help going up against Ancient Fighters right now.
That's right. Starting off with Tarkov Help versus Ancient Fighters. Starting out on Fort, then heading to Bowl. But as you see, a quick look at the rosters here. Natrig, Resist, Unknown, so Yara, and Iwi or IWI there for Tarkov Help. And so a very strong roster as they look to take on the Ancient Fighters here and separate themselves just a little bit from that number 2 and number 3 spot.
Yeah, and on the other side, we see some demons, Communica, Dashjet, Vivarin, Gummy, and Ashbiel. And man, on day one, the power of the TGR in Communica's hands was just absolutely terrifying. And we saw Furlex with that same weapon go crazy in day one as well. And I didn't really have a chance to watch yesterday as much, so I wasn't sure. I'm not sure if Furlex was again going crazy, but that weapon is so terrifying, Hot. Mm-hmm. And when you have a player with like Communica who was missing maybe 1 or 2 shots of 20 or 30. I mean, I'm pretty sure he picked up 20 kills with that weapon, and just it's so difficult to hold the line of scrimmage. And everywhere you peek, you can't play Tarkov normally. So just putting so much pressure with that high-end sniper, I really, it's scary stuff to me.
Yeah, well, for me, I feel like it's one of the best combatants against this enforcer class that kind of has been
Ooh,
running around looking to terrorize the competition. You can
right.
often find those one taps even with that TRG. So I think it's something to really help combat that enforcer class, even on some of these smaller maps where you could just stick a red dot on it and really still dominate with that TRG. So that's something I look out for. I know that Gummy had one hell of a day in day one as well, and so
Right.
that's a player I'm looking to see in action out here today for Ancient Fighters as they look to topple Tarkov Help. I feel like Tarkov Help has that slight upper hand on paper, but again, only a single point separates these two teams. Now there is about 11 rounds that separate them as far as that differential goes, but still only 1 point on that board as far as Group Stage A is.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many. That's what's awesome about this hot sauce, and I hope, Chad, I hope you guys understand the level of talent on these two teams is quite scary to go up against. But like you said, I believe in this matchup. Tarkov helps going to be feeling a little bit. Uh, they should be feeling a little bit confident going in. But I mean, like you said, Gummy, Communica, and the rest of Ancient Fighters all having their moments on day one, and I'm sure yesterday on day two as well. So just there's not going to be an easy road, I think, for either of these teams. And I think Fort's a great way to start this off because it's really going to force both these teams to kind of vet how their teammate or their opponents are playing. And really, there's so much gunplay that goes into Fort. And that's why I think it's such a good scrappy map to start with is these two CIS teams are going to be battling to show who in this group is going to end up with just another dub. Are they going to catch a draw? One of them maybe catch a loss. I'm not too sure, but I think in this matchup, Tarkov Help is going to be feeling really confident because Ancient Fighters had some players popping off where Tarkov Help, I feel like, was very, very consistent across the board. And they've just looked, I haven't really seen any weaknesses in the armor. So I'm a little excited. I'm a little concerned, but I think this should be an absolute banger. I mean, I don't think anyone really has a big edge. As you said on paper, I think Tarkov Help is feeling good here, Hop. But I think Ancient Fighters could pull out a win if they play correctly today.
Yeah, 100%. Ancient Fighter is completely capable of taking at least one, if not two
Right.
games away from Tarkov Help. But that's the great thing about these two teams is whoever shows up, whoever came to play today could be the one that takes that win because they are pretty evenly matched across the board. And I love seeing some of these new names like Gummy come in here and have a field day on day one, but consistency is key. And so some days you hit all your shots, some days you struggle a little bit. It's just about, how you deal with those moments and,
Right.
how you're kind of able to navigate those rough waters, so to speak. So both of these teams certainly going to be put to the test. Starting out on Fort there, as you see Ancient Fighters picking the bowl here as well. And again, the bowl, another one of my favorite maps. I like the changes that they made when Blast Gang came out, so that it's not as easy to just cut from site to site there. And so there are a lot of really good smoke and utility lines. I feel like utility plays a little bit more of an important factor on a map like Bowl. And I know I'm not the biggest Skybridge enjoyer, but smokes again, you see having a lot of success on that A site on Skybridge. There's a lot of lanes that can be blocked off, like on Bowl. So a little bit maybe more utility driven. Whereas Fort and some of these other maps, we see just that, run it right down the throat there and just run and gun and see what we can do. Who's hitting the shots just a little bit better today?
And who's hitting the shots indeed. And that was really interesting when VP went up against XPA on that first day. Excuse me, when I'm getting my matchups confused. When VP went up against, I'm drawing a blank, but the way VP played out its offense compared to how its opponent, excuse me, it was Pandaric Apex they played. Sorry, a little tired here, folks, but Pandaric Apex had like this brutal, hyper aggressive takes of sites where we saw them on that B side on Fort on site hot, probably 15 seconds or less into the round. I mean, just an absolute blitzkrieg blast onto that B site. And then when we flipped, we saw VP with this slow, methodical, dangerous take of both sites, setting up lines of scrimmage, getting picks, taking more and more space, then taking those utility that they have and smoking off different lines of sight where they were just feeling so darn good. And I think that's where Fard is awesome, Hot, is we literally saw the both different play styles work out on attack. So I want to see what Tarkov helps really cooked, considering this is their map pick, and they got to be feeling pretty good going into this. Now, it's going to be the Ancient Fighters attacking, and actually, funny enough, Ancient Fighters choosing to attack when it's not their map pick. So I wonder what they've cooked up, considering, it's always risky, I think, Hot, picking attack when it's not your map pick. You could just take that defensive side, play it slow, let your opponent reveal their hand, and let them make the move. So, I like the confidence, but again, we saw it not work out the first day when teams picked attack, so I wonder what they've got cooked up in preparation for this.
I feel like 9 times out of 10, I prefer starting out on that defensive side. It's a little bit easier
Right.
to hold those angles, allow your enemy to kind of step into your crosshair and find that pick. But at the same time, a lot of these maps have some crazy nade lineups where you can find those nade kills off rip as they look to push in. Bull, Bay 5, things like that. It's not as common on Fort. So I feel like, when you start out on that attacking side, if you can get some good initial rushes, find a couple early rounds, and then begin to work the ebb and flow of Tarkov, switch up those strategies, keep the opponents guessing, and then you can certainly have a lot of success. But that's why we love seeing two great teams go head to head. It's a little bit about that chess action and who's just a little bit better on the day.
A little bit better on the day, indeed. And I like the way you said that. Let your opponent come to you when you're on defense. We're on attack. I mean, that's where there's got to be some kind of secret sauce strategies that the Ancient Fighters have prepared for today. Yeah, we see you out there, my boy. But, Fort just, again, we've seen how both play styles could work. So I'm hoping that Ancient Fighters kind of tempers their aggression a little bit, plays for them early picks, because I think Fort really does well where, like you said, you get an early pick or two, you take some space, and then the utility comes out. Maybe put some pressure with some of those, higher line of sight nades that we see. Sometimes the defensive or offensive players are throwing those, real sky arky nades that go through the buildings. There's a lot of weird windows on Fort too that kind of open up the tops of the kitchen area, marked room, and there's long range ones actually from like the CT side to the attacking side. So there's just so many different ways you could play it out. But I have a feeling, as I'm talking out, I think this is just going to be a brutal CIS battle, man. I think these two teams are just going to whoop each other's butts. Just lots of battling, lots of blood, lots of space taken, and I don't know if we're going to see that VP slow style. I think we might see a little bit more run it down, run and gun action. A little bit more akin to the EU style, I think.
Yeah, and at times I honestly like when teams almost reverse the role where they get a little bit over aggressive on defense, but remain a little bit more patient on the offensive side and see if you can lure that defense out into kind of peeking for a flank or a rotation. Find that early pick, give yourself that player advantage, and look to work off of it. But there's many great strategies to utilize out here in Tarkov Arena. That's one of my favorite things about Tarkov is there's no one way to play the game. And man, my style, me and Bartholomew right there, my favorite rat, we like to just kind of just hang out and collect our kills and eat our cheese. So, I think that's one of my favorite things about Tarkov is there's many different play styles. Obviously, these teams have been working out in scrims and
Right.
perfecting these strategies. So I'm sure they all have a game plan here today. It's about who's going to execute that game plan a little bit better. And then once you get punched in the mouth, everything goes out the window. So how do these teams adapt, react, and overcome when they're seeing something where maybe their strategy isn't working? So all things that I look for here today in day number 3 of ACS number 3.
Day 3 of ACS 3, indeed. And, the TRG that you talked about, Hot, that's kind of one of my major, I don't want to say concerns, but that weapon seems to have such control right now, and we've seen it successful on multiple maps so far. So I'm interested to see if one of these teams is going to bust it out and really find success, because we did see a lot of use during day 1. But some games, Hot, it was incredibly effective. And other games, the players just felt to really have an impact. And then when it came to some of the simpler shots, you miss a shot or two, and you got this run and gun in 6.8 by 5.1 spear chasing you down and swinging you. And it's like, you really need to be a methodical sniper. But But in the games that it did work, and one of the players we're going to see today, Communica, in our first game, he was going ballistic with it. And I think it just puts so much pressure. So I'm wondering if we're going to see that kind of methodology coming out today where you just let that sniper take angles, slowly sweep, and almost like negate the defense in some sense, Hot Sauce, where sure, they get to sit and hold an angle, but if you're clean with that left-hand peek sometimes, or even the right-hand peek, and just pixel peeking with that variable zoom, it's so difficult to react and to prevent yourself from dying against a player that we saw like Communica or Furlux just going ballistic with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a one-hitter quitter. We talked about how it's something that can nullify those enforcer classes as well. So I think big things for that are, making sure you hit your shots, number one. Number two is changing up where you are. You don't want to sit in the same spot all the time. We talk about how strong the snipers is, but there's ways to combat it. If you have an idea, oh, maybe they're sitting in that same spot, you can smoke them off. You can hit them with a nade. And then double swinging. We often, hear people complaining that it is the one hitter quitter, but if you double swing, you work off that buddy system, even if they find that first initial kill. There's an animation there, there's a reload. Chase them down with that spear, like you were talking about. Find those trades at a minimum. So at times, especially for certain teams more than others, it's a weapon that can be difficult to deal with, especially in the hands of a really good sniper. But there are ways to combat it. And I think one of my favorite things about that weapon, much like the Enforcer class, is not only is it good, but it's good at frustrating your opponents as well.
Right.
And the mental aspect of Tarkov Arena is just as important as that physical aspect. So if you can begin to creep into your opponent's head and maybe live there rent-free for a little while, it's something else that can certainly benefit your squad.
And it really is like that terrifying presence, Hot. Even if you're swinging and you're playing that buddy system, just the pressure of like, wow, everywhere I hold and everywhere I peek, there could be a guy there with a one-tap weapon. And, I can't remember exactly Communica's plays. I mean, he was entering sometimes. There was a situation on Alley on Bay 5 where he actually pushed into the opponent with the weapon and won the 50-50. And when I see the confidence like that coming out, Hot, that was a situation where the second player, like you said, that buddy system coming in, he did manage to get traded, but he shot the opponent in the belly. Like the opponent jumped around the corner and got hit. So I do agree that you can counter, but man, when it's just lurking in random spots and they're shifting, if the defensive players are aware that it's coming and they're trying to hold different angles, that sniper's also shifting too. So it's just like, as you said, that looming presence, it really puts pressure on your opponents. And honestly, if I was competing, I'd be pretty scared of it, Hot Sauce, because it's really just one of those things that your fundamental movement in Tarkov, that jiggle peek, getting info, it punishes it so hard because all you need is a pixel, just a little bit of an arm, and you blow the whole body up. So it really kind of shifts the way you have to approach the game. And I never thought I would see a sniper in Tarkov Arena being so darn terrifying, but man, like the pressure and the presence of just that one player really shifts how a team must feel. Maybe and on Fort, we didn't see, I don't think we saw as many TRGs, but on Bowl, baby, that thing could be anywhere lurking.
Well, as a fan of sniping in almost every single game I play, I gotta say I love it. So I'm certainly here for it. And but yeah, it's just an extra little twist for teams to figure out how to navigate around and kind of deploy different strategies. So I like that we find that the game is continuously evolving and meta's shifting here and there. So that's something that kind of keeps the game fresh for me and something that
Right.
I do enjoy. So I look forward to getting this first one underway. As we said, if you're just joining us, we got Tarkov Help taking on the Ancient Fighters here to kick things off. And only a single point separates these two teams currently in Group Stage A. So an opportunity for one of these two teams to maybe extend that gap just a bit.
And it's a really great point because if, folks, when we're talking about the leaderboard, Tarkov Help going to be in second place right now. 1 win, 1 draw, 10-round differential. Ancient Fighters going to have 1 win, 1 loss, and going to be -1 on the round differential with 3 points. But Hot, if they draw, it's not going to benefit them as much. But if they could catch a dub and a miracle happens, I mean, they could swing where they are on this board very, very quickly and move up. I don't know if they'll be able to edge out Sicario on that top end, who's got 14 rounds with the 1 win, 1 draw right now, but they have a lot of movement. And, I think as Group A stands right now, Hot Sauce, these two teams are kind of battling for confidence and for really for how we say, like a feather in the cap, because right now I think mathematically Group A's playoff determination is kind of already over, where 8sins is just so far behind right now that unfortunately I don't know if they can even if they win the game and get 3 points, I don't think they could get enough rounds to push themselves above. But, before I get ahead of myself, actually, if Tarkov Help really punishes Ancient Fighters, wait, hold on. Yeah, if they punish Ancient Fighters really bad, Hot, 8sins might be able to actually turn things around if they win against Sicario later. So, and I got it too ahead of myself. There's a lot of movement and a lot of important gaming to go on because wow, I can't believe it didn't dawn on me. Like 8sins could actually come out of this group stage alive somehow, but I don't know if Ancient Fighters are going to let that happen.
I don't know if Sicario is going to let that happen either. The fact that they've got to take on that number one seed or number one team currently in that Group A stage. So maybe a bit of an uphill battle, but hey, we love a great underdog story. So got to wait just a little bit longer to get into that game because we are starting out here with Tarkov Health versus the Ancient Fighters on Fort as well. And I think, if the Ancient Fighters can find a way to take Fort, all of a sudden you feel some of that momentum in their favor. It could spill over into Bowl where they could potentially win 2 in a row. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a 1-1 draw here, respectively, on each team's map picks. I feel like, we look at the record over there, and again, it's only 1 point separating these two teams. So on paper, they look pretty evenly matched. But as we said, once that action starts popping off, all that paper just gets tossed right out the window.
Yep. And that's why the beauty of Tarkov Help versus Ancient Fighters is soon to be joining us. But while we're getting ready for that match, folks, just wanted to mention a quick mention about the Battle Pass and Arena, folks. There are so many awesome free rewards, and I mean free rewards, Hot, inside that Battle Pass. We're talking about, I believe, 90 plus rewards. You got weapon skins, unlockables. I think there's 150 levels, Hot, if I'm not mistaken, and it's free. I mean, who doesn't love free weapon skins in Tarkov? I mean, come on. Come on over here. Free weapon skins in Tarkov over here.
If it's free, it's me. Count me in. But I think we got a nice little video here as well to kind of showcase some of that because we're out on the Epic Store now as well. We're hoping to see that influx in players, guys. Get out there, get involved, have some fun with us, and please enjoy this video because there's a lot of awesome rewards here in this Battle Pass. Man, that goes hard. That's an absolute cinema there. I don't know who made that, but they deserve a big pat on the back and maybe an ice cream cone. That video is phenomenal. You topple in the gunfire and the music, and I don't know how you're not pumped up because that got me pumped up, more specifically for this first match of Tarkov Help taking on Ancient Fighters. But man, there's a lot of killer skins. I've seen a lot of people sporting these throughout the tournament here as well, and I gotta say, I've been stuck on the base game. The Labyrinth event is amazing. I need to kick myself on the butt and get over there and start working on that Battle Pass.
Yeah, I mean, it's a free Battle Pass, Hot Sauce, and it, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but I believe those weapon skins also will work in the base game, won't they?
Yeah, eventually it's not quite there just
Not in
yet, but
yet?
it is,
Okay.
yeah, it is going to be a thing that will eventually come to fruition, and we can all enjoy over there in the base game as well. So you need to get out there, lock down that battle pass while it's free, you know. So again, get yourself a little five-finger discount, get yourself some free skins, and get flashy out there in the battlefield. We always call Blue Mr. Automatic Drip because he's always got the style over there, baby. Well, now you too have a chance to showcase some of that style in Tarkov Arena. We love to see all these wonderful changes and growths coming in from Battle State Games. So huge shout out to Hunt Premier for putting on the Arena Cup series here today, of course, in partnership with Battle State Games. So a lot of fun to be had here today.
Yeah, lots to be had, and it's just so awesome to see, like the development of this arena scene, Hot. We went from this team fight kind of, weird flow of the game where, team fight was kind of a coin flip in the sense of you didn't know which site was going to be active, you didn't know where you were going to go. And it was always interesting and always fun to watch, but it's so awesome to see how the dynamic we've shifted from that, kind of coin flip, capture the flag style to a real, attack defense competitive shooter mode and attack shooter mode where there's just so many different ways to play it out. There's so many cool guns. There's so many different ammo types. You could build your kit. You could put it together. You can make yourself look cool. And now we get free stuff, free skins, and we're going into our first game, baby. Tarkov helped taking on Ancient Fighters, and right away, Communica said, Blue, I heard you, baby. I got the TRG. Resist, though, opening up with the first kill of this series. Natrig, another kill followed up.
Yeah, rare miss there from Komunica as well, but he knows exactly where Resist is. But Tarkov Help has that player advantage here to work with. Shots continue to ring out as he tries to inch forward here. A bit of cat and mouse as Soyara on the other side will find Vivorn. And with that, Tarkov Help off to a good and early start here in round number one.
3 members already down. 4 members already down. Resist taking out another one. Gummy picking up the first kill for Ancient Fighters. They know he's going to be on these heaven hell stairs, and really tough position to get out of here. He's pretty much trapped based on the player who's already pushed out of A here, Hot. Really tough decisions that he's got to make, but I do like him getting aggressive, getting active. We see that real fast, beautiful Tarkov playstyle we're used to. Sees the player down mid from downtown. Gummy chewing up his opponent, but man, he's bloody, he's battered. He's gonna try and fix the boo-boos, stims himself up real quick, but man, he's gonna need a lot of help. Someone send a doctor, and it's not for Tarkov Help just quite yet. Gummy dropping down though. Shots ringing out back and forth here, Hot, and he's doing a good job of playing it, but I think with the time and the positioning, I just don't see how Gummy takes this one home.
Yeah, I mean, he's done a great job of baiting out some of these pre-fires. We saw him lock down that long-distance kill as well, and now beginning to shift toward the B site. So in a very good position here to at least get that plant down as well. We know it. Pros don't fake. He's going to drop that plant on here. Pressure coming in very quickly. Has an opportunity to isolate some of these 1v1s, but with help coming in, he's got to be careful. Shots bringing out on the backside here. So Yara will find the final kill. Great effort here from Gummy and the Ancient Fighters in round one, but it'll be Tarkov Help to start out on the right foot.
Yeah, and the fact that he got 2 kills and got the bomb down, pretty impressive stuff from Gummy. Gummy's been popping off during this tournament, Hot, and we see even when it's 1v5, he still played confident, was clearing his angles, won 2 good gunfights, and he was pretty sauced up by that point, but overall a good recovery. But on the flip side, Tarkov Help's defense looking really, really good, and something we talked about before the game, Hot, is the risk with this TRG. If you miss the shot, it's so deadly when you're hitting the shots, but when you miss a shot or two, and it can be very challenging to be consistent with it, it feels just so tough to let that kill go by. Communica might have been able to pick up that kill on Resist and save a few of his teammates, but only the first round, so I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, and we're seeing a nice set of smokes starting to plume over on B side.
Yeah, although the TRG is very good, it's also very punishable if you're not able to hit those shots. Love the ACS arena graffiti the BSG has added here as well. We talk about the patience of some of these teams, and on board here with Iwi, we can see locked and loaded. My man is focused in not giving an inch here. Unknown, the Enforcer class, the big guns coming out as well, and you can hear that baby sing from anywhere on the map. As we see the nades dropping in, they look to pressure on toward the B site here. Sprays come out. It's Huntsboy, Iwi, and Resist, who all combine for kills. Plat Stripes in the kill feed. Vivborn up here with that spear, trying to make something happen, but it's Iwi to find Gummy. Resist to find Vivborn, and Com does get at least a trade back here, but again, now in a 1v3, just not the ideal situation.
Man, Communica trying, but you might have read between the lines so darn well before this game, because you mentioned how the weakness is if you play around it properly, and that cheeky little prone peek, he's such a hard shot to react to and just gets flattened as soon as he peeks. And maybe they saw after the first day that Communica was just going ballistic with this weapon, and man, it's just it's getting punished right now. And man, such a good read by you, Hot. Hats off to the Hot Sauce chat, because he called before this game. There is a way to counter it, and I think we're seeing it right here. And a great start so far. 2 big rounds for Tarkov Help.
Careful with the compliments. My head doesn't need to get any bigger than it already is. As Iwi talking about heads, he's going to take that one clean off Vivorian, left from the shoulders, rolling across the floor like a boulder here. Iwi locked in, loaded. They've got the player advantage once more, and surprisingly, Ancient Fighters have been making a lot of presses toward B. We talk about how A has kind of been that more favorable site. Not the case here today so far.
Man, shots ringing out back and forth. We do see some space getting taken by the Ancient Fighters, but, Ashpiel pushed up pretty deep, doesn't manage to kill anybody. The first member, Vivarin, really getting hyper-aggressive, jumping through that smoke. Bomb's going to be going down, and Dashjet picking up a huge kill so his buddy can plant the bomb, but doesn't really matter because Resist going crazy with this spear so far, picking up his 5th kill in 3 rounds, and he's not done yet. Oh, no, this player is just trapped. The bedroom player getting put to sleep. Nap time. There's a bed in the room for you, bud. Gummy takes out Natrig. Shots back and forth. He manages to push back towards this cannon area, but the bomb's already getting defused. They actually get off the bomb here, Hot. They're giving him a little bit too much time, a little bit too much space, but not going to make a difference. And resist the attack with 6 kills, 0 deaths so far. And man, that spear, such a good, consistent weapon here, Hot. And this is one of the things that I was concerned about before this game. You're picking attack against a team on their map pick. It's really such a risky coin flip, Hot Sauce, and I think Tarkov Help are feeling really good that, man, they get to start out on the strong side, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I love the spear, and I feel like it was one of those weapons that might have been slept on for a little bit when it first came out, including myself. I didn't even really give it a strong standing shot, but after seeing a lot of the pros use it and then even hear them in some of these podcasts talk about it, it's certainly, I've given it a shot, and I love it. It's phenomenal at dropping bodies. So putting in good work here in the hands of Resist, but Ancient Fighters one more heading toward the B side, and unfortunately Resist has been taken out by a teammate. Vivorian will find Iwi, and now an opportunity here for Ancient Fighters to take their first round.
Oh, Communica puts down 1. 3 members on the defense have fallen. Gonna be up to Natrig and Solyara to clutch things out. Natrig, though, the spear, baby, the spear. Ashpiel also answering with the spear on the other side. The 1v3 situation for Natrig, and once again walks into another spear, Hot Sauce. Spears everywhere, spearhead in the kills, and the first round picked up by Ancient Fighters, showing some fight in the ancientness that they are, but got a lot of work to do here. And unfortunately for them, pushing into the way that Tarkov Help's been playing, their defense is looking really good. They did get the opening picks this round here, but they're going to need to keep pressing their advantages. A little bit of balance of that fast and slow play there really working out, though, for them. They're Hot.
Yeah, I think that team kill was kind of a big difference maker as well. We saw Resist first and only death coming by way of teammates. So sometimes those things happen. Resist already back in the action, though, and collecting ahead of Dashjet. Tries to 180, but it's Vivorian to find that trade back. And with that, it should open up the A site a little bit. Ancient Fighters has been pressing that the other site nonstop, but now switching it up just a little bit. We take a look at that mini map, though, and the rotation beginning to come in now for Tarkov Help.
Man, Tarkov Help so set up already. They do see the player jump into that Team 1 position, and Solyara, based on the contact of his teammate, just cleans up an easy kill. Those smokes plume so well here, Hot, for the defense, cutting off so many lines of scrimmage. Shots going back and forth. This MCX been definitely a big favorite so far. such a consistent weapon. Now, they did remove that 300 blackout AP not too long ago. I believe it was the 17th Hot. So we did see a nice shift away from some of this more powerful, high-end ammo. But CPJ is no schlump of a bullet. I mean, as you see, it's schlumping enemies left and right. The Spear, having that 6.8 by 5.1 FMJ still sitting and hitting so darn hard. And you know, I would say this SR3M we're seeing is probably the third most consistent weapon across the tournament so far. But all these weapons, Hot, so much power packed in the little packages.
Yeah, we even see the SP6 getting away from that as Vivoran finds that one with a spear, but everybody rocking the PAB-9 now, and Vivoran with a quick scope into Natrig will find a beautiful pick there to give him that player advantage to work with. We take a look at the minimap, and one of these Tarkov help players beginning to shift toward that B site, but a real opportunity here for Ancient Fighters to close this gap and bring it within one.
Wow. Time is ticking. Unknown picking up his looks like picking up his teammate's weapon, not choosing not to use that enforcer weapon. Getting active though, running around with that mask super fast. Solyara picking up the first kill, but unfortunately Gummy sitting in that dangerous spiral position. Oh, look at how clean Gummy's been playing Ring Around the Rosie while fragging friends. I mean, geez, Gummy is on an absolute tear. Unfortunately, Communica not able to hit that tight angle shot, but Gummy there to clean it up and close it out, picking up the second round. And such a beautiful display of running and gunning there by Gummy to close out that round.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Gummy, but he is quickly becoming one of my favorite players to watch. Really great situational awareness, really good at baiting out these pre-fires, and then just from the sound and the shots alone, able to kind of re-peek and know just where that enemy is. So some really good skills being displayed here by Ancient Fighters and Gummy, but still down by one at the moment. Looking to tie it up here as we get ready for round number 6.
Yeah, and round number 6 kind of playing out interesting. They've been a little consistent on this B side, so I wonder if Tarkov Help's going to be holding a little bit more people. Communica with a big opening pick onto Unknown, though. Smoke going to be pluming on the defensive side, blocking off that box that a lot of players sit in mid. Players running around from both teams. Looks like Ancient Fighters going to have control of cannons. One player now pushing up towards that spiral position. Natrig holding down tight. They haven't really seen bomb yet here, Hot, so still plenty of time left for Ancient Fighters to move around the map, keep playing the checkers game, or keep playing the chess game, moving the pawns, moving the pieces, but 3 members for the defense ready for this attack on B.
They are prepped and ready. We'll see if anybody can find some early picks to maybe shift that momentum. DasJet beginning to linger their way in here, and Natrig, again, we talked about some of the patience that these teams display, and Kamunaka finding the shot here as Natrig, DasJet trade back, Plaid Stripes in the kill feed once more, and it's all down to Solyara. So after stumbling a little bit in these opening rounds, Ancient Fighters has seemed to found their stride. Ashpio will find the final one, and with that, we'll find ourselves tied up.
Tied up just like that, baby, from a 3-0 to a 3-3, and I really like this attack coming out of Ancient Fighters in the last 3 rounds. They're not doing this real blitzy push. They're taking forward space. They're using the positioning and timings to play around that cannon side. They know that no one from Tarkov Help's really been holding cannons. They've been taking a lot of space and then just playing for picks. Once they get that pick or two, the smokes are coming out, the bomb's going down, and just very slow, methodical play. I really like this coming out of Ancient Fighters right now. And being able to tie it up from being down 3-0 pretty convincingly. Really great stuff. We see why they've been around for so long. The Ancient Fighters shots ringing out back and forth. Gummy takes a drop of damage. Resist somewhere on the map really hurt, but no one dropping just quite yet here, Hot.
No one down yet. Resist 7 and 3 for Solyara, as well. And so a couple members putting up some big kills. Unknown still looking to get on the board for the time being as Resist looking to beat out a pre-fire of their own. Has been devastating with a spear in hand. That device up top is Ancient Fighters beginning to slowly but methodically make their way toward that B site.
Low and steady and playing for picks, and this play style really is effective on Fort. I think Fort, because you could play so many different angles, move so many different positions. Oh, Ashbiel not ready, a little bit too aggressive, and just like that, 3 different members from Tarkov help picking up 3 different members of Ancient Fighters. Bombs down, time is ticking, only 40 seconds left. Communica getting taken out in the middle of his jump from downtown. Unknown says, your position is known and I'm sending you home. No bone for the dog. And Viverin in the 1v5. Gonna need some big bark in this dog to clutch this out, but such a tough position. 20 seconds hot. I think unless somehow he learns to shoot through walls, he's not going to be able to close that one out. And Tarkov Help finally answering back after 3 rounds going over at Ancient Fighters, pushing themselves 1 round into lead, looking to close out this half 5-3.
Yeah, I mean, I love the back and forth here from both of these squads. I mean, you talk about the competition throughout day 3 here from the first 2 days, and we've had a lot of banger matches. Certainly not disappointing here on the opening match of day 3. Already kicking off with a nail biter, and Unknown will jump from that donut to a breadstick. 1 kill could be that single spark to ignite the spectral fires. They look to get rolling here as well. The attack heading toward the A site this time, and it's a nade from Natrig to drop down Vivor, and Aspiel finds a pick of their own on the way back to a 4v4.
Or before, and Ancient Fighters, they're doing a really good job here of getting a kill. When something happens, they just kind of pause. Hot. They play for picks, but Natrig on that defense, taking out Dashjet. 4v3 situation now for the defense. We do hear someone stimming up, maybe a little damage, but still alive. Nice pixel peek coming out of Ashbiel and Solyara, both answering each other. No one quite dropping, nor taking damage. Man, 2 players from Tarkov Help playing such a cheeky angle, looking into kitchen. Unknown trying to put pressure with that LMG. And man, Ashbiel really, really hurt after the shots from, I believe, both the players. Now Gummy answers with a nade of his own, though. Evening out the scoreline. Time is ticking. Another nade. Don't quite get anybody. Solyara playing this pixel game. A dangerous game here, Hot, but I think it's working out so far. They haven't seen the bomb yet, though, so we'll see how quickly Tarkov Help can react once they try to plan here.
All about that reaction time. Gummy should be able to get the plant down. Amunaka waiting patiently in the distance here with a snipe as Gummy finds the first one here. That PAB-9 still almost equally as a devastating round as that SP6. So not too much of a change there coming in. Iwi in the background jumping back and forth trying to bait out some action of their own. But Aspiel will be able to wrap it up. And with that, Ancient Fighters not allowing Tarkov Help to extend that lead or have a winning half as we get set to swap sides.
And how it started, Hot, Ancient Fighters have to be feeling pretty darn good. They chose to attack when they had the choice to pick either side, and it looked really scary at first, but they answered super, super well. I mean, from 3-0 to 4-4 going into the half, really good comeback, and maybe they just needed to, wake up a little bit. Maybe the coffee wasn't quite flowing there, but now the juices are going, and I want to see some real deadly stuff coming out of Communica. If Communica can put a ton of pressure on the offensive attack with this sniper, and I think it is much stronger on defense than attack because, they're peeking into you, and you could just be holding these off angles. We saw Furlex and Communica having a lot of success holding far off weird angles with that one-tap Lapao bullet. Interesting smokes coming out here, Hot, though. Blocking off, I believe these are defensive smokes, blocking off that B ramp and B bedroom.
We'll see a nade come flying out there. See if he can find a home for anyone as Iwi begins to shift through this smoke, waiting for it to dissipate, resist up top, Natrig on the other side as we can see through that wall. So really playing around this crossfire here as they're looking to see if maybe Ancient Fighters will get a little overzealous. They can find that early pick. It's not the case yet, though. Ancient Fighters doing a great job of displaying some patience of their own.
Slow and steady, and I don't pretend to know the play styles of CIS in and out here, Hop, but I really love this tempered aggression. They take space. They set up lines of scrimmage. Gummy says enough yappage, takes out Evie. Bomb going down and a big opening kill. Sure, Unknown does have space, but doesn't really matter when you can't plant for free here. Bomb is picked up, but they're gonna know it's on B side. Time is running out. Viverin, big kill. Oh man, and that Enforcer kit, the Piranha chewing through Dashjet and gonna be all but securing the bomb blend for his teammate. And what went from a scary round, Hot Sauce, there's that one tap onto the Enforcer. Resist answers with a kill of his own. Communica gonna have to answer quite well. Gummy takes out Natrig, immediately answering for taking out Vivarin, but 2v1 situation here, and Ancient Fighters' time is ticking. The round's coming down. Tarkov help. Gonna need this spear from Resist to go absolutely crazy. He's gonna peek out into this sniper though. Communica holding it down or trying to. And he goes for the jump shot, but Resist having the advantage because he's got the time. Only 10 seconds left, 4 seconds to start this defuse. Gummy might just not be able to win the round anymore. And Resist playing this flawlessly, Hot. So darn well played, doesn't even care, and then closes it out with the kill. Says, challenge me, baby. You cannot resist the irresistible.
Yeah, I mean, just great, again, great game awareness here from Resist. That final rotation around to where you can't plant that device behind the box. So honestly, that was a beautiful 1v1 battle. We had, 9 and 6 at the time, Gummy, versus 10 and 4 at the time, Resist. So very close on those kill marks, but Resist has been a juggernaut, basically the raid boss out here today. And unfortunately for Gummy, not able to find that final kill. Did a great job of looking to chase him down there, but unfortunately didn't go their way. So Tarkov help, able to regain the lead at the start here of the second half.
I love the back and forth from between these two teams. I mean, really such an even matchup, and they both have pretty similar attacking styles, but the defensive line of scrimmage from Ancient Fighters is quite interesting. They're a little bit more backed up. Gummy now taking a little bit more space as I'm talking about this, pushing into that D1, D2 position, trying to figure out where his opponents are. 4 members on this attacking side. Gonna be by that kitchen marked room area. Shots ringing out back and forth. Communica with a beautiful snipe. Evie managed to pick up one. Gummy takes out another Tarkov help member, and that's the jiggle peek. That was actually a really great read by, I believe that was Solyara with the bomb there to understand just exactly how to jiggle. Vivarin taking out Natrig, and we got a 2v4 situation here, Hot. Time is ticking, though, for Tarkov help.
I mean, Ancient Fighters has done a good job of not allowing Tarkov help to extend that lead to find those 2 and 3 point cushions other than the opening play there. And Communica again with a snipe, putting them down as it's all down to Solyara, 7 and 5 at the moment. Health not the best, and in a 4v1, not an ideal situation, is running around, maybe looking to bait out some of these pre-fires here, but 25 seconds left on the clock here to make something happen. It's going to be Vivorn to find the kill. And with that, the Ancient Fighters will tie it up once more.
Such a back and forth game. And, hats off to both teams for how they're playing this. Gummy holding that line, but this was disgusting snipe by Communica. The flick reaction, and Hot, this is what scares me with this weapon. Communica playing super confident, super close up, and kills 2 or 3 members in that last round. I believe it was 2, with such good snipes. And man, you can't jiggle, you can't get info, and everywhere you're peeking into, that Lapao just patiently waiting to punish the players. And so far, so good. Both teams, though, I mean, such even pacing and attack. Ashbiel, though, big opening kill into Resist. Puts him down. I don't think they know that everyone's there quite yet, but they're going to have a pretty good idea. Unknown and such a cheeky peeky with that Piranha. Chews through one. Man, and the shots and the pressure. Bomb should all be going down here. And 2 members, 3 members. Going to have to peek into this absolute beast. That Maska. Look, we see his head with the concussed icon. And Evie there to follow up with that MCX. Playing with this boy. And the back and forth between these tombs is actually outrageous right now. Communica creeping through the smoke. Oh no, and he doesn't see him. Evie. Sneaky, sneaky little Evie. And Vivarin's gonna try the same thing. Does kill Unknown there, Hot, but is it enough?
I don't know if it's going to be enough. Vivorn tossing out an aid to see if it can find a home. But in a 3v1 situation, again, the cards currently stacked up. The audio cues coming out there as well as Natrig's in great positioning. And Vivorn has the awareness to know that someone could be up there. We see him checking that here as well, with the device just down in an incredibly awkward spot there. Solyara able to capitalize on that pick. So once more, Tarkov Help will extend that lead by one. 3 MVPs out there for Resist as well.
Man, Resist with that spear is so darn good right now. And gosh, I think this is like the most even matchup we've seen so far, Hot. I mean, the back and forth between these two teams is wild, and their pacing on attack is pretty similar. They're taking these forward lines of scrimmage, playing for picks, and as soon as they get their opening pick, Tarkov Help throwing down really good utility, taking space, and we might actually be having a little bit of a pause here, folks. Going to be having a little bit of challenge. You're going to be restarting the game, so back to the yappage by you boys, Blue and Hot Sauce. But man, Hot Sauce, such a good game so far. I mean, the back and forth, the answering of the weaponry, the countering of the TRG. I mean, there's so much back and forth to talk about here. What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it looked a bit sketchy at first. We saw 3 immediate rounds for Tarkov Help, and you start to think, uh-oh, is this going to be a problem? Ancient Fighters doing what they need to do. They kind of recognized the layout of the map and where Tarkov Help was setting up, able to get 3 rounds right back in a row themselves. And then since that point, It's just been a little game of tug of war. So I'm absolutely all for it. It just goes to show you how much talent is littered across both of these teams here. So 6-5, Tarkov Help with that slight lead as we look to get that lobby reset here. But honestly, some really great performances from both squads. Gummy stepping it up, Resist, Natrig as well. I think Communica has just been about 50-50. We saw him missing a lot of shots early on, but maybe just some of those first game jitters still getting warmed up. It seems like in these last few rounds, he's really been hitting those shots.
And those micro adjustments, some of them make it look so easy, Hot, but that's a really, really high-end challenging shot. I mean, you're talking about hitting a moving target while they're jumping with a pixel like micro flick while tracking them. I mean, I could go on and on because I'm such an aiming nerd when it comes to it, but the level of mechanical prowess that these players have to hit those shots, it's not easy to do. I mean, it really is like a high-end shot of, yeah, sure, it's a one-tap gun, but as you saw, though, Hot, like at the beginning, Communica just wasn't landing those shots. Now, definitely dialed in, and we see the power of that TRG. I mean, the fact that he is just able to one-tap, like you pointed out before the game, that Enforcer kit. I mean, seeing that beefcake with the Kilamass just flopper like a floundered fish. I mean, just so clean and effective. And on the defensive side, Hot, I mean, you're walking into him, and we saw there were some people who jiggled their way to safety, but he just shifts his positioning, and he's right there waiting, and it's just so much pressure coming out right now for Communica. But Tarkov Help's answering very well.
Yeah, both teams doing great here, and unfortunately, those hiccups happen from time to time, so we are going to get the lobby here reset, get that scoreline back to where it was, but it is going to take us a few minutes to do so, perfect time to get those snacks, re-up on that water, whatever you might need to do. But please don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more Arena Cup Series action. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day number 3 of the Arena Cup Series. Number 3, of course,
Yes.
brought to you by the Legends of Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games 6-5. This first game, an absolute nail biter. We've got everything just about where it needs to be, so we're just a moment away from cracking back into the action, my boy Blue.
Racking straight into it. We will be in a second. And, like you said, 6-5 right now, and a great game so far, Hot Sauce. We saw a very strong initial defense by Tarkov Help, coming out 3-0 and immediately got answered by the fighters. And since then, like you said earlier, it's just been this wild back and forth, up and down, left to right of, just give and take and give and take. And neither of these teams really want to give more than an inch right now. I think these next few rounds, obviously they're going to determine how this game finalizes, but I think a win or two right here could really pump the brakes on the other team's performance. And I love the smokes coming out. I love the play so far here, though, Hot. Both teams, such good tempered aggression on both attack and on defense.
Yeah, you just wonder how maybe a little bit of that time off, does it affect either of these squads? We'll have to wait and see as DasJet put a few bullets in toward that wall. Unknown on this Enforcer class has been rocking that Saiga with those Piranha rounds. And Piranha, they're good at eating up the flesh. They certainly drop bodies here, but both teams being very methodical here in round number 6.
Super methodical. And DasJet opens up the line of scrimmage. Resist immediately answering with that spear, man. The spear. Then the MCX answering again. Shots back and forth. Dancing around, baby. Bombs down. And from downtown, communicating with that lapel. But Eevee going crazy with the fancy footwork here, Hot. Rotating just like the Flash. Blasting towards A. But might actually be baiting it out here.
Yeah, you take a look at the mini-map, though, and it looks like Ancient Fighters has an idea that this could be a possibility. They sit Vivorn back, but it's Natrig, and the spear continues to collect bodies over here. So the plant will go down on the A side. It's going to be all up to Communica here, and looks like they were able to maybe pick up an extra weapon of their own here. So they made out some pre-fire. It's going to be tough, but a 2v1 retake here.
2v1 retake, and Communica, funny enough, picking up someone's MCX. That's CBJ. Oh, Avi has been so cheeky this game so far, Hot. I don't know how many players, we haven't quite seen every situation he's gotten kills in, but right there, the cheeky, peeky lean after the fancy footwork, dancing around Spiral, trades out a kill, gets his teammates, trade, and then kills another, rotates across the map. Natrig opening up that site. Eevee gets the bomb down, and then that cheeky prone play has been so darn strong for him so far in this game. And that's going to be that 2-round differential that we're now touching here, Hot. If Tarkov Help can close out just one more round, they're going to be feeling so good getting us to match point.
Honestly, I feel like if they get to match point here and leave this big gap, they'll look to close out that game in fashion here. But if Ancient Fighters can find a way to slowly reel it back and give themselves a good fighting opportunity here, potential 2 rounds in a row could tie it up, but it's got a lot of work to do. Unknown on this Enforcer class with these Piranha rounds. The Jiggle Peak, not for the weak, as he continues to put bullets downfield, and a Hailstorm will ring out, but the device actually being planted here regardless as Vivorn finds one. Unknown on the DasJet. Communica finding Eevee. Vivorn gets Solyara, and there's a ton of kills in the kill feed, but Ancient Fighters coming out on top of that battle.
Woo! And the Ancient Fighters indeed fighting back, and these two teams just clawing rounds from each other. And I love the fact that Tarkov Help uses smokes, takes space, and Ancient Fighters does such a great job in that chaos. Both these teams thriving in that kind of controlled chaos, and another round on the board for Ancient Fighters when, these Tarkov Help came out. They came out swinging, picked up those 2 rounds, and now just, again, these teams answering each other so darn well. Can Tarkov Help close it out with another 2 rounds, or is Ancient Fighters going to close it out? Maybe get an OT. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'm thinking this might be an OT angle for our first banger on the day.
Hey, I will never complain about more Tarkov Arena, especially when it's in the Arena Cup Series. I live for this kind of stuff, so would be ecstatic to see an early game 1 overtime, but Tarkov Help has other plans. looking to close it out here as both of these teams playing a bit of cat and mouse. Natrik tucked in, waiting patiently here, looking to see some red and possibly some dead on the other side of this crosshair. But both teams, again, just being patient here, trying to find that early pick to give themselves that player advantage. And who else but Resist to find it?
Resist. Man, that spear, this weapon is just one of my absolute favorites. Since it's been put in Tarkov HUT, there's just something about the spear that hits different. And man, even with the FMJ, you got those two different caliber, or excuse me, within the caliber, those two different ammo types. Then we only have access to the FMJ here. I believe it's around 80 flesh, 36, 37 pen. But man, it just hits like an absolute truck ramming into your opponents. They actually going to be dropping the bomb. What a great pre-fire by Resist with the spear, baby. But Communica communicating with the TRG, but it's not going to do anything for Resist, says me. And that's another 2 kills flopping. Bombs down, but these kills are so clean, Hot. From both teams.
Yeah, look at the defensive ice in a 2v2. It's DasJet able to find Eevee here. Now on a 2v1. Ancient Fighters needing to get this round. They don't want to allow Tarkov help to get toward this match point here early. But Soyera showing that patience here once more. DasJet has this buddy system to work with. I'd love to see him potentially swing here together, but Soyera, an opportunity here to isolate the ones. Shots don't quite connect. Going to back off here toward the sight side. There's a 2v1. They almost line up for the collateral, and Soyera continues to play cat and mouse here as DasJet will finally collect the head of Soyera. Ancient Fighters get a much-needed round, and yet again, Blue, we're all tied up.
Man, what a banger to start it out. Both of these teams look so damn good on both sides. And the answer, I mean, neither team, that first 3 rounds that we started with, you thought that Tarkov help was going to run away with. Oh my gosh, what a clean pre-fire from Resist. He must have heard that 1 or 2 shots coming out and just swings and slams his opponents. But both these teams answering so darn well. Oh, look, we're a helicopter coming on down. And look at these players pushing towards mid, some towards A. See that lingerer on the attacking side looking to B. And DasJet, nade cocked in hand. I wonder who's going to be tossing it. Gummy, though, big opening kill for this round. And onto Resist, who's been a menace with the spear so far.
Huge shout out to the observers for the beautiful aerial overview, flying them drones and giving us all the great angles. Resist, who's been the juggernaut here for Tarkov help, finds an early exit here in round 15. So a real opportunity for Ancient Fighters all of a sudden to turn this game around. They really haven't maintained the lead yet here in this series, but they've been able to battle back and continuously tie it up. So a real opportunity for them to get some big ground and go to match point first here.
Yeah, but either team that wins this, wow, we're tied up. Communica with a gigantic pick onto Unknown, but Eevee there to answer. I mean, Eevee, with these cheeky peekies, I love how Eevee's playing it out with this MCX right now. Just putting so much pressure with these off angles, the prone angles, and almost instantly deletes all of his opponents. We've seen some fancy footwork. We've seen him dancing around, but the fighters are up a man right now. Smoke's coming out. I believe that was an attacker smoke pluming on towards that quad side, but Headshot still has a complete vantage site. Soyera pushing on the site, putting pressure. Soyera going to actually be having bomb here, Hot. Are they going to be able to get it down with 20 seconds left? I think so. You're going to have one player communicating for his team. Ashbiel might be able to catch Natrik. Oh! Unfortunately, doesn't manage to get him, but DasJet there with the cross from spawn manages to put one more in the dirt, and it's going to be a 4v2 situation. Natrik actually was tanked the headshot, does manage to pick up one, but instantly killed by Eevee. And now a 3v1 situation. Eevee can't get cheeky peeky. Unfortunately, no fancy footwork gonna work with how darn clean Ancient Fighters were playing off each other there. And finally, we're going to be pushed onto match point here, Hot, in our first game of the day.
It's been Ancient Fighters who's been battling from that underside for the entirety of this first map here on 4, but all of a sudden they find themselves first to match point, an opportunity to take this game away from Tarkov help. And we talked about before we got going here, if they were able to steal this game of 4 away from Tarkov help, we could see some of that momentum and that confidence spill over into Bowl for their next matchup as well. A real opportunity for Ancient Fighters to gain some big ground here in group stage A.
Such a good point, Hot. To feel this kind of pressure and to be putting pressure against the ancient fighters. I mean, gotta be feeling so darn good. Share it your man. Oh, man.
Dang.
That was a drive-by and a half. Ashbiel managed to put Eevee down, but Eevee, that MCX is just so darn disgusting. The Piranha, again, chews up another opponent. Man, that bed of bad, naughty sea bugs there just chewing through, and Natrig gonna be taking out one more. Bomb is there, but Ashbiel says, get your filthy mittens off my bomb, buddy. Keep it down. And Bomb's in such a horrible position here to get retaken.
Unknown on this Enforcer. These Piranhas just has been a menace here. He said, what are you doing down here in my waters? It's not safe for you. And now they've got a little bit of a health advantage to work with. So a potential, we talked about that overtime. Could it be a thing? Well, we might just see it here as Ashbiel continues to play around here. Unknown, baiting out some of those audio cues. And again, right now, things slow down. It's just a little bit of that cat and mouse action as both of these teams looking for that pick. They spot him in the Enforcer class. Tough to deal with. Unknown finds the first one. Gummy, a hailstorm of bullets downfield, but they don't connect really as Unknown has a slight bleed there. But again, that Enforcer class, so hard to deal with unless you've got something like that, TRG.
And such a good play from these teams. They put a lot of damage on Gummy, but I love the rotation from, I believe it was Unknown, down on the other side of mid there. Doesn't give up his light heart. Puts a lot of pressure on the Gummy. Gummy reads this play, but doesn't matter because the spear sends him home. And on the first game of the day, baby, we're going to OT just like that. What an even game. I mean, Hot, both of these teams blow for blow, just answering so well the strategy into just shutdown on defense and vice versa. I mean, such a good ebb and flow so far in this match, and both teams, probably the closest matchup I've seen in this tournament so far.
I mean, we saw Resist at 11-6 before the disconnect, and now sitting at 4-10 here as well. Obviously, some of those deaths, you know, they were nading each other at the beginning there to get those rounds set right. So it's a little tough to exactly figure out exactly where they are on that kill feed, but nonetheless, tied up. Game number 1 already into overtime, and whoever takes this next round is going to be sitting pretty. It's Eevee to start it off with a kill.
Ooh, Eevee, big opening kill. And, you know, speaking of kills, Saryara, I believe he had 8 kills when we went to that 6-5 pause and hasn't gotten any since the reset here. Saryara was picking up a bunch of impact frags, Hot. So to, you know, maybe that little bit of delay iced him just enough. Gummy. Oh, goodness. Goodbye, Gummy. Unknown. Says my position is unknown. Gets cheeky with the peeky, and Unknown laying down the law. Light machine gun, baby. Ba, 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 ba. 2 members flop to the sound of an unknown main. Whoa!
On deck, and the gun goes Burr. Speaking of Burr, it's Ashbiel on this spear yet again, hitting him with a Bill Goldberg as he just lays out the competition. And AF, unfortunately, had a bit of a player disadvantage at the moment, down by 2 versus the 4 standing true here for Tarkov Help. And again, that device down in a very awkward position here for AF. They need to try and find a pick or 2 first before they're able to pick that up. And they're still going to have to deal with Resist lurking above. Shots out in toward Donut as Ashbiel finds Natrig and things get a little bit more feasible.
And Ashbiel's 2 big kills this round, but is it going to be enough? Back-to-back rounds where the bomb down in a horrible position. We did switch sides. Now it's on the other side. Unknown, though. I love the off angles coming out of Unknown, just being so darn cheeky in a beefcake of a suit. And that's going to be the 9th round, the first round of OT going over to Tarkov Help, and 3 kills from Unknown. Catches Eevee lacking. And, you know, again, speaking of kills, even with Saryara with 0 kills since the reset here, the rest of Tarkov Help just putting in the work, putting down the pressure, and Ancient Fighters gonna need to really pick up this next round, because if we go into the next half 2 up, I think Tarkov Help's in a great position to close it with how well they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of 1 round back and forth. So I think if a team is able to kind of get that 2-point cushion, get themselves into that driver's seat, we very well could see him begin to close that out. Natrig looking to thread the needle on the tiniest of angles here as Eevee also Waiting patiently here in this off angle. We can hear some of that audio cue of DasJet running around, looking to maybe bait out some of that pre-fire. Gummy with that device still up top here as well. So they've got plenty of time to work with, just kind of being methodical on their approach, but he's going to spot the leg. Shots free out. It's Vibhorn to find Solyara, and AF will find the early pick.
Oh, and the answering back and forth here, Hot, is just so damn clean from both teams. I'm actually so impressed with, the mindset and the level of play that we're seeing, folks, because it's so easy when the momentum starts to slip away to lose your mental focus. And here, both teams just answering each other so damn well. However, Tarkov Help doesn't have to move. The line of scrimmage has to come to them. Only 40 seconds to plant the bomb left here. 45 seconds left in the round. And the space is not taken on either site yet. We do see a lot of movement going through that marked room, coming towards A. Is Resist going to be communicating? Definitely going to be telling his team what's going on here. Unfortunately, DasJet dies mid-gun, mid-run. Resist manages to pick up one now with his buddy inside a spawn, but not in a great position to get out of here. They got to swing into so many angles here. Going to be 3 members teaming up. Talk about the buddy system, Hot.
Yeah, and honestly, they lose a member getting that plant down, but now it's AF who gets to kind of sit back and be a little bit more relaxed here. You can see on the other side of the wall with that X-ray vision, just laying prone, waiting for the chance, but it's Unknown with the hip fire, finding Vibhorn, and Communica able to answer back as Oshpia will find that rig as well, and Unknown spots him in the prone position, the hip fire again, and that man is a menace as he looks to put on a clinic here. The hip fire, he shoots from the hip, but can he dip in the whip? My man tucked in between a rock and a hard spot. No time left on the clock, so you can't get the defusal here. So just having a little fun as they try to eventually find the pick, and Unknown somehow able to leg it away there. And we see a kill come in late in that one, but a great job here by AF to not allow Tarkov Help to extend that lead, find that 2-point cushion, as once again we find ourselves all tied up.
Oh man, tied up again. And I just got to give so much credit to Unknown there. 2 different hip fire kills, one from downtown, baits the proner to stand up like he's running away. I mean, his movement and his flicks right there are as good as you could see in this game. I mean, picture perfect flick to side, clearing angles. Unfortunately, that hip fire with that big gun got to be a little wavy at times with how much movement he was using, but really such an exceptional player.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they call them the pros, baby, out here to put on a show. And Evie, shots continue to ring downfield. Not able to collect the kill on the Gummy here, though. But out into a great advantageous position. Finds Communica. Gummy able to answer back, though, as they find this trade to a 4v4. Not a ton of help here for Gummy. And Unknown on this Enforcer class has kind of been putting on a bit of a master class, if you will, continuing to pressure forward as the smokes begin to fill the site.
Smoke filling the site, but there's an LMG waiting with that FMJ round, just pumping, and man, they gotta be feeling the pressure. Such a good smoke here too to get the bomb down. There were 4 members there, 3 members alive now. Natrig with the cheeky little angle hold, but immediately gets answered. An Unknown taking out another one. 3v2 right now. An Ancient Fighter is gonna have to keep moving up. Solyara showing his first sign of life since the reset. 3v1 situation. They're gonna be knowing Vibhorn's there, and I think this round is all but secured for Tarkov Help to push us to match point. Now Vibhorn could potentially kill all of them, but doesn't even pick up one, and Solyara said, "Shut up, Blue." That's 2.
That's 2, and they'll have that lead once more. If they could find a way to close it out here in round 4 of overtime 1, they could crown themselves the victor of map 1. We still got to get through bowl after this as well, but Ancient Fighters not ready to go silently into the night. They're going to fight tooth and nail to extend this into an overtime too, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to do so, because it has been a true game of tug of war throughout this one.
As you said, these are the pros, and man, this is such a high level game. We're so lucky, Hot, that we get to see something of this level because these teams have answered each other so well on every drop of the dime. I mean, no matter what page one flips to, the other one's right there on the other side, reading that codex and understanding exactly where in the encyclopedia of their team. Sol Yara with the massive dance moves gets the bomb down. His teammates protecting him. 5v3 situation in the most critical round of the game so far in Communica, not holding the angle, and he manages to let the player get off the site. The smokes are plume. Players down, shots ringing out. Viverin finally picking up one, though. Oh, no, Communica not communicating, and Eevee takes out one. Unknown takes out another, and Gummy gonna have to have a miracle as the big gummy bear goes crazy in the 1v3. Only 20 seconds left here, Hot.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. DasJet wishing they could have that one back. The spray comes out. Unknown will wrap it up. And with that, Tarkov Help able to solidify that dub in the final round here in overtime. DasJet, unfortunately, couldn't find that first initial pick. They had the moves like Jagger, and they were able to find that 360 kill there as we see that mask of bullet holes and all. Still standing tall, Unknown. At least the MVP after the reset there. But for me, I felt like Resist was probably one of the bigger difference makers in that one. But really the whole crew just playing very well together, much like that well-oiled machine we often talk about. So in overtime, able to take game number one as we get ready to head on in and toward Bowl.
Man, what a game. The back and forth. The Tarkov Help comes out leading the game and manages to close it out. But both teams so even keel of a match, and the answer back and forth. And it's so interesting how these breaks sometimes affect the flow of the game here, where we saw Sol Yara popping off before that break, or before the challenges happened, and we had to reset Hot. And then on the flip side, we saw Unknown all the way at the bottom of that scoreboard on that 12th round with only 3 kills. They come back from the reset, and I think he just dropped 11 kills with that Maska Enforcer kit, putting in so much work. And like you said, Resist just resisting every attempt of the other team. So many impact frags. And then Sol Yara with 3 massive kills between the 2 last rounds to help close his team out. That's going to be 1-0 for Tarkov Help. And they're going to be feeling really, really good. Even though that was their map pick there, Hot, they got to be feeling, like you said, that little bit of momentum going into Bowl. Feeling good, and you clutch it out at the end of the day in a super even match. I mean, you gotta be feeling good. That virtual locker room's gotta be feeling pumped up.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly why they're feeling great, because now they've solidified that second place spot, right? In order for Ancient Fighters to pass them up, they had to take both of these games. Tarkov Help, at a minimum, has solidified at least 1 point here on the board. So for Ancient Fighters, even if they draw out and get a point themselves, we won't see much change as far as Group Stage A goes. Tarkov Help will still be 1 point ahead of them. It will push them a point ahead of Sicario. So Tarkov Help has an opportunity to get 3 points and really make some moves on Sicario, who we don't see until much later today.
Yeah, and they're only going to be picking up 2 rounds on that round differential. They are, great point that they are at least guaranteeing themselves that 1 point and the draw, keeping Ancient Fighters under them. And, they could move up actually into first place depending on how Sicario and 8sins goes later today. Now, Sicario's been looking pretty scary, and I don't want to get too deep into that game. But like you said, I mean, 8sins going to have their hands full in that game later today. But focusing on this one as we move into Bowl, I've loved the tempered aggression out of both these teams here, Hot. I mean, the way that they were setting up lines of scrimmage, taking space, playing for picks, being super patient, get a pick or 2, and then they would immediately start sending out utility and get the bomb planted. I mean, both teams had pretty similar play styles, and I think there was a lot of space taken and a lot of space given, but it somehow worked for both teams. Tarkov Help managed to close it out just barely, so I wonder, as we go into Bowl, what do you think is going to be the key to success for these teams?
It's tough. Hopefully Ancient Fighters can take a deep breath and reset, because you almost have a strong feeling if DasJet would have been able to find that first initial kill on that device holder, that round might have went different. But things certainly changed around there. So heading into bowl, it's tough. It is your map pick, so at least you can fall back on that. But man, there were so many great highlights from this series as we take a look at some of them now. Resist, who was popping off Gummy on this pre-fire bait up top. He baited that pre-fire out before re-peaking there, finding that shot. But again, just so many great little highlights from this first series.
And Eevee with those cheeky peekies, but man, all these players, the mechanical skill, the movement, I mean, the re-peaks, the timing, across the board, definitely I would say my favorite matchup I've seen so far this tournament in terms of just how even it was hot. I mean, both teams answering multiple styles of defense. Sometimes the teams were aggressive on defense, sometimes they were more passive. And then on the flip side on attacking, that tempered aggression, sometimes they were taking space around cannons and then just patiently playing for a pick. But one way or another, both teams answering so well. And Communica not quite finding the success that he would like. I mean, he picked up a lot of kills this game, but wow, that micro flick was absolutely brutal there, Hot. I mean, this weapon, we talked about the challenges and the rounds when it worked, Hot, it was devastating. But when it didn't work, it almost felt like a liability at times. And it's just such a difficult weapon to use. And man, when it hits though, bro, it hits.
Yeah, and finding those picks onto Unknown, I think, was big. I think for Ancient Fighters, they've got to figure out where these Enforcer classes are playing and maybe look to shift Communica that direction, because we talked about how it's something that can kind of nullify that Enforcer class. But we saw here in overtime, Unknown opt to drop that Saiga and go toward the big guns here as well. Begin to have a field day with it. You talk about Resist and some of these guys rocking that spear who are also dominating. So Tarkov Help able to lock it down when they needed to, but honestly, that could have been any team's game there. That was a super close series to start the day off.
Yeah, absolute banger. I mean, both teams really kind of setting a statement. I mean, both teams pretty much guaranteed to move on to the playoffs. So for me, this was like a feel-good match here, Hot. Win, lose. Of course, you want to win, but really feeling out how closely matched your opponent is. And I think on another level, everyone else that's watching the game, they really got to be impressed, I would say, with both teams. I mean, it was so close in both directions. And I think both teams, again, I have to give credit to both. Yeah, they did. Tarkov Help did squeak out the win at the end there, but Ancient Fighters, just such a good answer for how strong Tarkov Help came out and the back and forth and the adaptation for both teams. I think I think the other teams really are going to have some competition as these groups, when we move into the playoff stage next week and they get a chance to battle, between the groups, because both teams just look really good, Hot. Again, I know Tarkov Help won, but I'm so impressed with both teams. I mean, the mechanical play, the positioning, the back and forth, the cat and mouse, the tempered aggression, the utility, every mark of the Tarkov Arena competitive toolbox was ticked for me for both teams.
Yeah, for me, I really liked Ancient's Fighters' ability to respawn from round to round. Like we said, we saw Tarkov Help get the first 3 in a row, and you think, ooh, it's looking a little bit grim as Ancient Fighters were stumbling a little bit, but they found their stride. They answered back with 3 in a row, and then we talk about it was really that game of tug of war. Tarkov Help was often winning it initially, but Ancient Fighters would come out in that following round and make proper adaptations. Again, I think it was just that final moment there where unfortunately DasJet wasn't able to hit that shot in the back. We saw the device carrier kind of swing 180 and find that pick. So a couple minor mistakes from Ancient Fighters that Tarkov Help was able to capitalize on, but I realistically, that game could have gone either way. And so you like to see that type of close-knit competition here, especially in that opening series. But these two teams aren't done just yet. We're getting loaded into bowl. Ooh. Ancient Fighters are going to be ready to seek out that vengeance here. So we're going to see if they can get a little revenge on bowl.
And it is going to be their map pick. So, Hot, it makes sense. Okay, we lost on our opponent's map pick. That's why they picked it. I think we're still going to have a pretty even matchup, though. I mean, with how the teams were playing, I think we could change to any of the maps, Hot, and I think it's going to be just as close as it was, because both teams, I mean, there were so many smooth moves by both teams where we saw clean hit fires coming out, and the reactions, I mean, I believe it was Sol Yara with that 360 when he walked onto B site in the last round to close out the game. I mean, but any one of the players we watched, I mean, the mechanical movement and the positioning and the the cat and mouse games were just so good that I don't think changing the map is going to change the dynamic too much. That being said, Ancient Fighters hopefully really have some good strategies cooked up for the attacking side because I believe they're once again, actually, funny enough, we've seen a little reversal today, Hot. Normally, we see the teams that pick the map always ending up on that attacking side. Today, this is going to be AF's map, and it's going to be Tarkov Help choosing to attack. So, I wanted to see if AF had some cool strategies, but actually, again, a mix-up where these teams are throwing a monkey wrench, and I guess in their opponent's plan by picking attack first.
Yeah, I mean, and to that point, I guess, a lot of times we feel like the defensive side is a little bit easier. You can kind of hang back, allow them to walk into your crosshairs. Obviously, that kind of differs from teams and their play styles, but I feel like if you do start out on attack and you find a way to get at least 4 rounds, you cut them halfway or even 3, you have to feel good about that smooth sailing that you could maybe experience as you swap sides onto that defensive side. I personally like to start out on defense, but I do see where that can come into play and maybe benefit you if you're able to get out on that right foot, which Tarkov Help certainly did in that previous series as well with that first initial 3-0 lead. So it'll be up to them to do something similar. But again, Ancient Fighters on their map pick. Sometimes, for whatever reason, even though there's not a lot of difference, these maps have been out for a while. Most of these teams should be pretty comfortable on every map. Sometimes it's just that little bit of an extra edge that a team needs.
A little bit of an edge indeed. And, I'm excited for this one, Hon. I think the closeness got me really, I was feeling that match. I was really feeling it. So I hope coming into this next game that these teams are as well prepared as I think they would be. And, I'm wondering if Communica is going to be pulling out that sniper because on this map, Hot, I feel like that thing is such a terror. I mean, there's so many long lines of expanse, lines of sight. But man, you predicted before the game that these players being aware of that TRG out there, there were so many good avoidance situations where the players did some weird jiggles. They didn't just kind of like peek into an angle and give their body up. They really were aware of the power of Communica and they respected it and they really outplayed him to some sense in terms of just giving up free kills where it was really a great call by you that these teams were ready for that one tap and they were just bobbing and weaving with that run and gun spear, the MCX, the SR3M, all looking so good at answering. On Bull, though, those long lines of sights might be just what Communica needs to really put the pressure down.
Yeah, we didn't see a ton of nade kills on Fort as well. I expect to see a little bit more of the nade action here on Bull as well. There's a lot more well-known lineups, I'd say, and you can flush out that headshot or the hop-up spot, maybe even Jin as well. And of course, I feel like the smokes come into play a little bit more here as well. There's a lot of great lines that you can smoke off when pressing both the A or the B site. We said a lot of these teams do tend to favor that A site historically, but there's been a lot more strategies coming into play. I like when I see teams working B a little bit more, especially early on. I feel like it then gives you that ability to kind of open up and find some of these rotations or these flanks late in some of the later rounds.
I think B is super underutilized on Bull. We've seen more and more teams attacking it, but once it's got a weird clearing at first. You got that van in that upper apartment, and then the B plat you got to worry about. But once you get past that first line, I mean, you could pretty much smoke out tunnel, which is the rotation from CT spawn. I keep calling it CT from the defender spawn, and then smoke under the underhang on site, and pretty much plant in such a secure, safe manner. It's just that little bit of tricky hill at the beginning of getting into B that you have to overcome. But I don't think it's that big of an ask for teams and players like this. Like you said, if there's good use of utility, you can nade out van, you can nade out top apartment, you could smoke, you could flash, and you could take so much space on B where, A does have those good attacker smokes that you can cut off headshot, you can cut off generator, but it's just so commonly done, and there's so many weird plays that we've seen of players on A where they're maybe on an off angle on site. We saw top aim Siberia, always sitting on those A boxes and not showing himself, and then would just pop up and smoke 2 or smoke 3 people. And that's where I think B, you can't really do that as much. B, you gotta clear that first weird wave, but once you get through that first line of defense, you have so much control on B. And the post plant, you have so much space, Hot, to just run your opponent around like a madman. Even if you're in a 1v2, 1v3, there's so much space you can abuse as the attacker on the post plant.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of times we see teams really only putting one member over toward that B side. Now they
Right.
might sneak someone in toward tunnel lane, just to kind of be a little bit closer for that rotation. But realistically, we see a lot of those 4-1 splits on that defensive side. So I think teams have maybe begin to realize that a little bit more, and we do see teams beginning to attack that B site a little bit more. So we don't have to wait any more time to speculate about these strategies that are going to be run because the scores are set back to 0 and we're ready for some hot bowl action.
Ooh, hot bowl action. Man, I'm hungry. I could go for a nice hot bowl of some chicken noodle soup, maybe. Not feeling a little under the weather. That chicken noodle soup would hit, but I'm going to keep my fat comments to myself and let's watch this beautiful game play out. Eevee trying to get cheeky. Yeah, we've moved to this. It kind of scares me, but I do like this new movement style we've been seeing. By the way, the way players move now, they're always dancing. We don't see as many traditional holding, your lean and side strafing. There's this kind of dance and little cucaracha going on by all the players as they go around. But Eevee with the cheeky peeky again. This dude is so consistent with these cheeky peeks. He's gotten so many picks already in this series, Hot, of just creative, crafty angles that your opponent's not ready for.
That's my favorite thing about a lot of these pros is they really only need a pixel to work with. As DashJet, Natrig both find picks of their own here on board with Natrig now as they begin to pressure forward again. I love the Arena Cup Series graffiti here that PSG has added. So it's just little extra tidbits like that go a long way, at least for people like me. And again, on board here with Natrig, lining up that nade as we hear explosions in the background. It doesn't connect with anybody just yet, but Tarkov Help was working with a player advantage, but in a blink of an eye, AF finds 3, and it's all down to Resist.
Resist, gonna have to resist, but his head is resisting a bullet that went to the dome. That airframe putting in some work. Shots ringing out, 3-4 seconds. DashJet doing the dance. Shots ringing out back and forth, and just for good measure, resists. Oh, man. He's so damn good with the spear, but unfortunately, those kills not going to have much of an impact after the round there, Hot. And a good defense from Ancient Fighters. I mean, the slow play, they let the initial pick from Eevee, really good kill onto that generator headshot place, but not really making a significant impact. Only one other kill, and then the 3 members just light up the rest of the defense, or the rest of the defense lights up the rest of the attackers that were left. Now we're going to be seeing a nice nade. Holy cow. From downtown. Seeing a player already pushing out 90 on the defensive side. Shots ringing out. 2 players actually here. Resist so damn good with that spear. Vivarin does manage to pick up 1. I believe Vivarin is that player on B side. Eevee from downtown kills a player peeking from split. Man, they know that there's one more player on this B side. Now, no more players. Solyara says, see you later. And Vivarin, unfortunately, being sent to the grave. Gummy, if anyone could clutch the one before, it's going to be him. But such a tough at. Oh, my. Imagine.
Yeah, that
doesn't matter,
huge.
though.
Dangerously close to finding it with a nade, but resist again. And this is what's been so fun about these two teams is a team can come out and just very decisively win a round, almost like they're stomping another team. But then Tarkov Help again immediately answers back with their own very decisive round. So the game of tug of war will continue on bowl here as well. And I don't think I can get any closer to the edge of my seat without falling off.
Oof. And we're back to 1-1. Jeez. Like, Hot, the one team comes out swinging, the other round, the next team comes out swinging, and both, it's one team seems to dominate the round. 3, 4, 5 players flop, and then on the other round, next round, just 3, 4, 5 players flop, and just such a good back and forth, and really hats off to both these teams demonstrating why they're in this Arena Cup Series number 3. What a kill! Wall falling there, hot. Woo!
What in the world was that? Bending it like Beckham. My man's got the heat-seeking bullets as Hospital, Eevee, and Gummy all find kills here in the kill feed. Natrig able to eventually extinguish the flame that was Yvonne over there on the other side. Sprays for the smoke coming in that were dangerously close. Solyara finding Communica here as well. And back to a 2v2. And with those shots ringing out from that other site there, they have a good idea that maybe that B site is open. So we see him legging it over to the other side. That device will go down. It'll be up to AF on the 2v2 retake.
And time is ticking here. This post plant not going to be easy. Nadrig, though, getting read like a book by DasJet. And now the little bit of dancing on this bomb we're going to see here. Solyara in a great position to stop DasJet. DasJet doing a little jiggle dance right into the waiting hands of Solyara. Now he's in the supreme spot here. He can dance his opponent around all day if he wants to, hot.
That looks like what he might just be doing. Run around, ring around the rosy, pocket full of Posey. And with that, maybe just some frustrations here for AF as Gummy tries to get some pre-fire, continuing to run around. Now the peek up top. Solyara waiting patiently here as they're about to go head-to-head. And Solyara will cap it off with a dub here. Tarkov help, finding a way to get a couple in a row.
And that's the beauty of that B site there, Hot. I mean, you see how Solyara, even in the 1v2, such a good isolation of that top apartment. And unfortunately, DasJet went to run through that top of the apartments and heads over to that ramp area in between the sides of the top apartments to kind of bait out and see if Solyara was waiting there. But Solyara, with such a good position, cuts him off from the van side. And then that dance, man, I mean, Hot, there's really not much you can do once that bomb's down in a 1v1. If the defender or if the attacker plays that post plant properly, I mean, there's really nothing you can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Not a lot you can do about nades raining down as well, other than stay back just a bit, which we see Oshpeel doing at the moment. The smoke maybe a bit off here as we're waiting for that to plume. Now the flash comes in, and we will see a couple players be able to sneak by toward the A site here. That device not too far away from going down, but you take a look at the mini-map here, and AF has a long lurking flank coming in as well.
Ooh, and Vivarin, first kill of the round. Bomb's going down. They are a member up, but time is ticking. Only 35 seconds left of the fuse. Really interesting seeing this AK-12 with the Valde, and he's putting so much pressure with that 7N40. Doesn't manage to pick up a kill. Solyara picks up on Oshpeel. Takes out Unknown. 4v3 situation. 2v4 situation now for the post plant, but the attacker is still in a pretty good position. Time is ticking. Solyara with a massive kill, playing his life on the site. His teammates sitting on head. Oh my God, Solyara with the disgusting kill. Resist there to hold the cross. And this, my friends, is peak Tarkov Arena. Solyara absolutely frying in this round.
Yeah, I mean, Solyara had a 4K, almost grabbed the ace as Resist got a consolation prize, and well worth another look. Solyara, peekaboo, I see you, he said. Dips back down for the reload, head tucked and clinched here. Now a nice easy spray as DasJet will step into that one. A 4K on the round, and Tarkov help beginning to kick it in overdrive.
Wow. I mean, that was so good, and you know, AF, they got the opening pick, and then they were up numbers 4-2, and Solyara just, woof. I mean, how quickly, Hot, he peeks, exterminates his opponent, and then goes back to cover. That kill onto the player on Generator was just, it was a crime, and we witnessed it, and we were happy to see it. All jokes aside, though, DasJet getting the first kill of the round. 5v4 situation, shots ringing out back and forth, and the defense now getting aggressive. Eevee punishing some of that aggression, though. Unfortunately, gonna be answered right away by Gummy, and these shots, these gunfights going back and forth, back and forth. AF trying to take space, but Natrig killing that B flanker. Now they're rotating very quickly, too, but I think the bomb is hanging out still, Hot. This might be a little beta arena.
Oh, yeah, I was Solyara picking up that kill as well. It's really going to open up things everywhere. And now Tarkov help has worked into AF spawn here as well. So a big flank potentially here from both sides, but you can see him beginning to back off away
Oh.
toward Heli. Natrig able to find Gummy, and now it's Communica all alone with this snipe here. So not the ideal situation. The first flick doesn't connect here as well, and unfortunately, it's tough when you miss those shots on that TRG. Shots continue to rain downfield, and now in a tough spot as the device goes down. It's up to Communica in a 3v1 retake.
And 0-4 right now on this Marksman, and we see
Hi.
it's the shot that he shouldn't hit. Oh my goodness, with the hip fire. But man, Tarkov help. I mean, look, I'm rooting for you, Communica, but I don't think he can clutch this one out here, Hot, with this weapon. I mean, they just have to play patient. Already super bruised and battered, and Natrig and Solyara being so damn consistent. Solyara with 9 kills on the board already, and we talked about before the game, you know, again, Hot, I gotta give you credit, man. You said that these players could play around it and defend it, and only 1 kill with the hip fire after missing, what, 3, 4, 5 shots down the scope. I mean, they're really punishing Communica. We're going to get a look at that hip fire kill, though. This was pretty sweet.
I love this. Just dancing around, and then all of a sudden, I mean, that was sporadic. Finds the kill, and it's moments like that that you live for. But unfortunately, AF not able to wrap up the round. It has been a game of tug-of-war, but all of a sudden, Tarkov help finding that 3-point cushion, now sitting in the driver's seat and looking to extend that lead and a possibility to run away with it here.
4-1, and, you know, we crossed that 2-round differential. Us casters always yap about, folks, where, you know, once you get 3 rounds advanced, it becomes super challenging for the other team to answer. And now we see a reversal of, actually, no, it's kind of like what happened last game here, Hot, where, again, Tarkov helped take a 3-point lead, the biggest lead that we've seen so far in the 2 maps. And, you know, these smokes are pluming, time is ticking, but Tarkov help in total control of this one and shutting down the Marksman. Oh man, Communica taking a lot of damage. Doesn't quite die there, Hop, but takes so much damage through the smoke because of Edie's great pre-fires.
Yeah, it's always great to put some shots downfield, whether it's through smoke or some of the paper-thin walls. You never know when you're going to find that cheeky kill. So something that can separate the greats from the pros is Resist will find DasJet here and give him a free 6 feet dirt nap. But Communica on the answer back, finding Resist, puts him down as well. A 4v4 with 50 seconds left on the clock.
Man, shots are ringing out on so many sides, and Communica just not finding the connection here. He's trying to get active. Hot, he wants it so bad, but unfortunately, the movement of these Tarkov help players, I mean, look at that way he peeked that. He read him like a book. DasJet picks up 1, but 3, excuse me, Ashfield picks up 1, but 3 of his teammates dive with him, and 4v1, 4 for 1 right now on the scoreboard. 3v1 situation in Vivarin. Gonna need an absolute miracle. And Evie with the cheeky peeky. This dude is such a demon on his belly. I mean, belly dragons unite. Your captain, Lord, and Savior is here. Evie does it again. And man, Hot, the way that Unknown just manipulated and violated Communica on that peak. The movement was just unbelievable by Unknown.
We talk about consistency being key, and that's certainly what's being displayed here from Tarkov help. Any single member able to pop off at any given moment. We saw Resist, Natrig, some of those in that first game. Solyara having an absolute field day here on Bull. He said, this is my playground. And he's out here having a bit of fun. 5-1, a commanding lead at the moment. It looks like most of that pressure, though, beginning to linger toward that A site.
Do you have to let it linger as they linger towards?
No.
God, I love that song. This is a cover by Royal Otis. Great cover of that song. I digress, though. In this game, shots ringing up back and forth. We do see a good use of smokes coming out of AF. I mean, AF are doing a good job when it comes to their positioning. But, man, when it comes to the gunfight, Tarkov help. They're just sharpening them around the map. But, you know, I think Tarkov help forgets you're not supposed to kill your Sherpies, man. You're supposed to show them the way, not hurt them. And no help coming right now. Arena, I mean, the Ancient Fighters really going to have to summon some Ancient Juju to answer what Tarkov help's doing. Because right now, it's kind of a one-sided show. 4 rounds up. Everything that AF has done. I mean, even that ground where they got aggressive, Hot. Nice shot from Communica. Whew, it's got to be feeling good after that one. Plenty of rounds still left, though, here, Hot.
That's what they need here to start off some of these rounds with that early pick. Unknown's been on that Enforcer class. If you can get that TRG to drop them early, could lead to some later round success. We can see here the hailstorm of bullets being put downfield. It's Soyara who eventually falls there. Resist finds a pick of their own, and with that, through that wall there, we can see him eventually able to pick up that device. Communica, great situational awareness. Once more, the shot looked good, but it doesn't connect. Gummy, Resist, Eevee, all finding picks here as Communica is in a very tough position. Resist will be able to put him down just enough time. Barely.
No way.
Oh, and they barely get it down. I mean, there was hundreds of thousands of a millisecond there.
But Hot, how did they let that happen? They were up with like 15 seconds left. How did Tarkov Help even get the bomb down and kill 3 members? I mean, they are running away with this game. Eevee, once again, on his belly blasting. Man, 6-1, and Tarkov Help are making a statement, and it's not even their map pick here, Hot.
Yeah, it's tough if you're on the side of AF here, especially with how close that first series was. We saw that beautiful snipe right there to open up the round from Communica, excuse me, but it's just the consistency of Tarkov Help, the buddy system, winning the fights, and at a minimum, getting those trades if they don't win the fights. It's something that certainly set them apart here on Bull as we are on board with Gummy. The lineup is there, and from downtown, does it connect? We wait patiently, but unfortunately, that one's not going to hit the mark.
Wow. 2 members already down for this lineup. Gummy trying to feel himself. I mean, it's got to feel so tough right now. You could feel the pressure oozing from both sides, but unfortunately for the Ancient Fighters, all the pressure's on them. Tarkov Help just tempered all the... Oh, man, it's just everywhere. People are just unable to do anything. I mean, I wonder what happened between these 2 games, because this was the closest matchup of the tournament for me so far. Oh, Reese with the nades. I mean, these guys can do no wrong here. Planning with borrowed time, nading, getting every kill, Unknown taking space. Hot, anything that they needed to do this half, they gave up 1 round, and I believe it was the first or the second round that Ancient Fighters won, and then since then it's just been the Tarkov Help show.
Yeah, I mean, we were feeling pretty good. We said AF needed to come out. They win round 1 after, dropping the first 3 in that previous map. So it was like, okay, things are looking pretty good here for AF, but Tarkov Help found their stride and hasn't looked back since. 7 in a row, 2 more to close it out. And we talked about if they're able to win these 2 games here, it does put them above Sicario for the time being, who we'll get to see a little bit later. But if Sicario ends up finding a draw, it'll be Tarkov Help that then takes the lead here in Group Stage A.
And the round differential, they only got 2 rounds in that last game, Hot. Now they're up 6-1. If they can close it out anywhere similar to this, they're really going to be feeling good in the standings. Gummy with a disgusting jump shot. Resist takes out Ashbiel, but Communica immediately trades out Resist. Viperin, I wonder if he's aware of Soyara. Soyara backing up. I like this decision. Take some space backwards. See what happens. Bomb slowly moving up onto B site, though. We might be seeing a plan for free.
And the pre-fire shots are so good. Standing on the other side of the wall is Unknown. Spray comes out, and Gummy able to drop him there. So all of a sudden, trying to work their way back in it. They've got to do it 1 kill, 1 round at a time here, as Vivorn will find Soyara in that rig. The lone member, and that nade was so close to finding a home there for that rig.
Wow. 50 seconds left. Ancient Fighters doing a great job of answering in this. Wow, the timing too on Nat Rig, and this shot so clean coming out. Vivorn really liking this Valde. I'm drawing a blank here. Did they recently, in this big update, was that when scopes were introduced to this assault class? Because I really can't recall ever seeing this many, and it makes me think it wasn't there before, but I don't know. I can't recall.
Yeah, the scopes are new, but honestly, I don't really mess with the assault class too much myself. But
Right.
honestly, I like all the changes coming in as well. And again, we talked about the SP6, that strong ammo that's kind of made its way out. We see them all rocking the PAB9, which is not that far off from the SP6. So really, not no harm, no foul in that situation. But unknown on this enforcer class, previously with that saga, going over to the big guns and ready to let the chopper sing.
Oof, and they've been letting the chopper sink. God, that thing is so scary. The big cannon, boom, from downtown. But Tarkov helped chilling now. I mean, they've given up. Seems like they've given up top apartments, but Evie, I actually really like this defense here, Hot. They gave up space, but like a false sense of security for these two players who are in top apartments. Because yes, they do have quote unquote control, but you have an answer waiting by Van and Evie sitting outside in this overhang cubby, gonna be able to answer the rotation. And I don't think they're aware that Evie's been here. I mean, it's only the second round so far of their attacking side, but this is a really, really great. Not quite a crossfire here, Hop, but really great defensive positioning from Tarkov Help.
Yeah, I mean they have the luxury of being patient here on this defensive side, so why not use it? Just be patient, see if you can get the opposition to press into your crossfire. We see Communica trying to clear the way there a bit, kind of speculating that enforcer class up front. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, DasJet was able to take out the juggernaut of Solyara, so AF slowly beginning to work their way back in this one. Oof. Oof. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Is Lemony Snicket's lurking about? Because a series of unfortunate events is plaguing AF at the moment.
What a name. Communica gonna have to go crazy. Ashpiel manages to take out one before he dies. And we got the 2v3 situation here, Hot. If he hits the shot, oh man, with the side shots, Communica, can he do it? Unknown, laying down the fire, resist in the cheeky peeky, might actually catch resist lacking, doesn't manage to connect the shots. The player up top gets slammed by Unknown, and now he's gonna have to snipe for his life. He hits the shot.
And he find the final one. Yeah! Communica finds a way to do it. The sniping master. Whew, and maybe a little bit of tactical crouch fun there at the end as we get to take a quick look at the replay. Unknown was on a tear. Communica in between a rock and a hard place finds a way to drop that enforcer class. And now that flick right there, I don't even know. Don't blink and you'll miss it.
Oh, man. What a round coming out of Ancient Fighters. And I like the fight coming out of the Fighters, baby. I mean, they're showing signs of life. Communica has to be feeling so much better about sticking to that TRG after that round. Because, man, 3 nasty kills in one round. But they got to keep consistent here, Hot. I mean, 4 rounds to climb. I mean, we're talking about climb to get to a tie. We're not talking match point. We're talking to just tie it up. You got 4 more rounds to go. And with how good Tarkov Help I've looked on this map, there's going to need to be a lot of consistency. And so far, so good for Ancient Fighters, but a lot of game to go.
Yeah, and for Tarkov Help, they've got a lot of opportunities here. They've got a few mistakes to give should they need to find themselves in a difficult situation here. But Solyara, 12-4, has been snuffed out early in these last couple rounds, so needs to get that gun singing once more. Solyara down below in a very cheeky position below the van. DasJet baits out the fire there, though, and really doesn't take any damage, so it's Solyara who's going to have to regroup and find a new angle.
A little bit of patience on both sides. Taking a lot of space on B. I mean, Ancient Fighters are way up on this here site. I'm not quite sure where they're planning on taking the bomb, but Viveron's got to be feeling pretty darn good with how pushed up he is. I don't know if he knows about the presence of Solyara, though. I mean, oh my, they're letting them plant for free, though. Tarkov Help. Again, Hot, again, the same nade. He does it again. Viveron, though, answers, though, and takes out Gummy. Takes out Solyara, which is a big kill. Ashpiel! Wow, what just happened, Hot?
Well, I think in about a matter of 0.79 seconds, we saw about 6 bodies hit the ground as everybody was hitting their shots there. But unfortunately for Ancient Fighters, it was Tarkov Help who comes out on top. They're now sitting at match and series point here. And, well, they've got 5 additional opportunities to close this one out.
Wow. Match point, and man, I hope I didn't give them the caster curse. You know, they were doing so good, huh? And I said they gotta keep it consistent, and all hell breaks loose for them now. Gonna need a serious miracle with how clean Tarkov Help is. I mean, if they got the bomb down, it looked like Tarkov Help gave up all this space, Hot. And then the hot sauce shots just came out and took everyone out. I don't know if it was from the back shots, the side shots, the front shots, but nevertheless, I mean, 3 or 4 members get torn apart from multiple angles. And instantly, I mean, I'm dumbfounded what even happened in that round because it happened so quick. But nevertheless, Ancient Fighters gonna need to fight with something devious.
Tooth and nail, they're going to have to reach deep in the pockets and pull out all the skill. Speaking of skill, it's Communica on the snipe. It's Gummy who's raining gumdrops of nades into the lap of Natrig. They find themselves with a 2-player advantage as the device goes down. Plenty of time to work with here. Unknown lingering in this smoke, waiting for it to dissipate. His shots continue to ring out in both directions. Nearly finding Communica on that one, but again, they've got 3 here. They're now getting into position for this retake, but they've got to wait for these smokes to dissipate as Communica will find one more.
An unknown trying to get Cutie Pie. He actually does manage to get the hip fire from downtown, but the fighters fight back one more round, and Tarkov Help still feeling good, but they got to be very concerned with this round differential, Hot. If they really want a chance of finishing out first, they got to close this out with as many rounds as possible. Now, on the flip side, Ancient Fighters, they're just fighting for their life. And yes, it is 3-1, I believe, in this half, but is it going to be enough with how darn good everyone's looking? I mean, the consistency across Tarkov Help, 12, 11, 10, 9, and 6 kills. Just everyone contributing and putting so much work in. But Communica on this attacking side, funny enough, not on the defensive side, but the attacking Communica has been so vicious so far.
He's been devastating here, certainly picking it up in this second matchup as well. A bit 50-50 in that first one, but as time got going on, really began to hit all of those shots as we find ourselves in a 4v4 resist. Thinking about that nade lineup, we'll wait momentarily. Maybe heard some of the audio cues here as they pick up that device in the background. Shots continue to ring out once more, and resist. A little health to work with as to work toward that site here again, and now we will see eventually that smoke lineup come out to slow things down. They do spot Gummy up top here, so they have an idea of exactly where this player is, but Gummy just continuously looking to bait out these pre-fire shots.
I love the sound of the smoke booming on a Sunday afternoon and shots ringing out back and forth, but only 40 seconds on the clock, and I'm okay with these pushes being very, very quick here, Hawk, but 35 seconds to get the bomb down. You don't want to be in a position where you got to fight for your life to get the plant because their nades for sight have been so good. Resist the defense. Oh no! Ooh. Gummy takes his teammate out, then Natrig drops him, drops Vivarin, and that's going to be match point, series point, 2-0 on the day for Tarkov Help. Such a close first match we had, Hot Sauce, but man, they made a statement in this second one.
I think it was +2 in the first one. They ended up with +5, so they found a way to close it out relatively soon there to get a little bit of that round differential, but they're going to find 3 points, so that puts them up to 7. They will be ahead of Sicario in both points and round differential just for the time being, as we will see Sicario taking on 8sins a little bit later. But let's look at some of these plays here from the crew across the board. We had a lot of great action here today. Tarkov Help 2-0 on the day. Now, that first series, Blue, a lot closer than that second one, though.
It's actually mind-blowing to me that you never know. I mean, I've heard you say many a times, Hot Sauce, any given Sunday. Funny enough, we are on any given Sunday because we go to Tarkov Helps match, and Ancient Fighters just balance the map so well, answer on both sides so well. Don't manage to squeeze out a win. They do lose, unfortunately, in overtime. But man, we go over to their map pick, and it seemed like it was really all along Tarkov Help maps pick because like the way that they controlled Bowl and just so darn clean. I mean, the fact that they were attacking Hot, like we're not talking defense, they were attacking first and picked up 7 rounds. Not even on their map pick either. I mean, for me, it's such a risky play, but you know what? I was totally wrong. This was a confidence play. Holy cow, man.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to the fact that a lot of these maps have been out for a while. So, you'd be doing yourself an injustice if you weren't comfortable on every single map. Bowl, Bay 5, staples of the arena scene. So you feel like most of the teams are pretty confident. But again, for Tarkov Help to come out and perform that well starting off on the attacking side, I think helped set it up for a little smoother sailing in that second half. But honestly, I'm excited for the more games to come just because of how close that first series was. And, if you're hanging out in chat, there's an opportunity for you guys to win something as well. So, exclamation point ACS here. We're going to do a Tarkov Arena Key giveaway. And so we'll allow that to run during the break as well. But an opportunity for everybody to hang out in chat to win something here in just a few moments as well. So you don't always have to participate. We certainly appreciate everybody hanging out and keeping it hype in chat with us. So a huge shout out to Hunt Premier for always giving something a little extra back to the community.
Man, we love the prize line giveaways. Man, we just need like a clip of Crack going crazy about the giveaways. Just to be able to push it because, man, he does it well. But as he said, folks, exclamation ACS to be winning a great free full copy of Arena, and with the battle pass and the introduction of the release on what platform, it escapes me, Hot Sauce. Which Epic, yeah,
Epic Game Store.
Epic Game Store coming out. I mean, this is such a great time to get into Arena, Hot. And even for you main game players, there's free stuff waiting over in the battle pass. I mean, how could you? I don't want to say that on stream, but I love skins. The things we do for skins over here, and they're free. I mean, it's free, Hot Sauce. It's the perfect time to hop in. A lot of newer players, so it's a great time for an introduction. Multiple modes. You're going to have Last Hero if you like that TDM free-for-all vibe. You got your Capture the Flag going on, and you got your Blast Gang, and you got your Team Fight, your traditional bomb plant, and then Team Fight, more of a Capture the Flag-esque. Just such a good time to get into the games here. And speaking of getting into the game here, Hot Sauce, we got some amazing highlights coming up here.
Absolutely. Evie is going to kick it off with that crazy shot over the top here. We saw Gummy lurking near Shark, just waiting patiently. You talk about trigger discipline, and then that's when we saw all 3 of those kills happen in a matter of moments right there. Another look at it from a different angle. Vivorian, this drop shot as well. How in the hell did he hit that one? I mean, this game was packed full of action.
Packed full of action, so many good kills, but on the day, the first match, again, so close, but Tarkov Help are just so disgusting. Look at Sol Yara here. I mean, if Resist hadn't killed that dude, the second to last one, Sol Yara was about to put him in the dirt. I mean, Tarkov Help just looking so clean. I love that hipfire kill. And, we saw the challenges with that TRG. It can be such a menace, but when your team plays around it well, I mean, when it punishes, Hot, it punishes, but when the other team plays around it well, I mean, we saw some peaks by Unknown with the fancy footwork and the baits and the timing swings where they just absolutely dismantled his ability to really punish with this sniper.
Yeah, I mean, Communica really stepped it up here on Bull as far as the snipes goes. We saw this crazy 3v1 clutch there. And just continued to have a field day with that snipe. We see some of the other members putting in some work. That was Oshfield with a nice 3K on that one. Resist, who's been a menace throughout the day, finding a pick along with the help here from that rig as they turned that round around. But guys, If you want to get a chance to win that free key, exclamation point ACS in the channel. It's only good over here on the Hunt Premier channel, so make sure you're typing it in over here. Hunt Premier always giving back to the community here, and again, a phenomenal first series to start today. We've got 3 more ahead of us and plenty of giveaways to happen. I'm really excited for this next one as well. Pandaric Apex going to be taking on Ancestral Blue.
Oh no, I made the blast cursed. Oh no, I'm melting. Oh, I'm such a noob. But, you know, this game, Pandaric Apex versus Ancestral. Pandaric Apex I think they really want to make a statement where Ancestral, they are fighting for their lives, man. I mean, they've had such a tough run so far. And Ancestral's one of these teams that we've seen a lot in the European scene, and they've had time and time again to compete and try to place, and they really haven't found their footing so far in this Tarkov Arena scene. I mean, such good players, but the overall team success hasn't really hit its stride just quite yet. Now, they practice a lot. They obviously are working a lot on this, so hopefully in this next game against Pandaric Apex, I mean, if they could come out with a win here, it would be such a statement. But on the other side, it's so hard to look down the barrel of Bakizi and the boys and say I'm coming out with a win on 2 maps, Hot Sauce.
Yeah, that ace on the snipe has been insane. And Pandaric, someone who's struggled a little bit in previous HPLs, has been making big money moves here in the offseason, picking up the team formerly as Oil Rig, now Pandaric Apex. It's going to be another banger of a series, but we do need to take a few moments to get everybody loaded into the lobby. So, again, a great time for you guys to stretch the legs, grab those snacks, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got Pandaric Apex taking on Ancestral. Welcome back, everybody, to day number 3 of ACS3. Of course, as always, brought to you by Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games. One exciting series done and dusted. My name's Hot Sauce, still in the booth with me, my boy Blue, and we are set and ready for game number 2, Pandaric Apex, taking on Ancestral.
And this is going to be a banger, Hot. I'm actually super excited for this. These lineups, man, Pandaric Apex. If you're just tuning in, folks, Oil Rig has recently joined the awesome organization of Pandaric, becoming Pandaric Apex. Going to be having Bakizi, Kakao, That Ace, Codex, and Rapid. 5 of the strongest players, arguably, in the Tarkov scene, bar none, going up against those ancestors over in Ancestral, and the Campfire against the Pandas. Should be quite an interesting when you got Selfish, Kofinas, Svedas, J4, and Geistris on that other side, Hot. And I think Ancestral here, they're going to be fighting for their lives because right now, minus 31 on that round differential and 0-2 in their matches so far, Hot.
Yeah, and Pandaric Apex, formerly Oil Rig, very fast-paced team. They love Bay 5, and that's where we're starting out on Bay 5 before we head in toward Fort. Interesting enough, Svedas on the side of Ancestral, a former Pandaric member as well. We can see the cut above the Panda's eye there. They've had a rough go in HPL, but they've, like we said, they've been making some big money moves here in the offseason and looking to regain here in the ACS. They've got an opportunity to put a little stamp on the Arena Cup Series number 3, and a big game here today could help launch them forward there in their group stage.
Yeah, big game is what they need, and I think they really need to send a statement. Ancestral is in such a tough position right now, Hot. I mean, the competition level in this tournament is outrageous. I mean, XBA, Virtus Pro, and Pandaric Apex are your 3 opponents. So for Ancestral, this game is them trying to make a statement to let everyone know that they came here to play. But for Pandaric Apex, they really want to catch a victory, I think, in this group stage. They're such a high-end team. They've always placed well in the European tournament. So really looking forward to see what they have planned for this map. And we're going to get an explosive opening to Bay 5. Already on the site, bombs about to go down, Hot.
Yeah, great smoke here to cut off that one lane. And That Ace is one of my favorite snipers to watch here in the Arena Cup Series. Often finding some insane shots on that TRG. Is Selfish, though. Speak of the devil, says, I can snipe too. Finds Codex. That Ace immediately goes down here as well. And so it'll be up to the Pandaric 3 to take on the 5 as Kofinas will find Bakizi as well.
Oh, and he's already defusing the bomb. He's actually going to get the defusal down. And just like that, what a great answer from Ancestral. I mean, the Pandas took total control of A, got the bomb down so quick, but it's just not going to be enough to win out that round. And almost a team ace, 4 kills going over, and a great first round for Ancestral.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about how some teams might be slightly favored or this or that, but we talked about paper just kind of going out the window. Any given Sunday, whoever's popping off on that day, both of these teams came with a game plan here today, and it's just about who executes that a little bit better. Selfish, the nade off rip, doesn't find the home. No kill on that one. Up top, looking for a bit of intel toward that mid side, but it's Pandaric looking to explode in toward this A site once more.
And explode they shall, but Kofinas with that beautiful shot with that beautiful spear. Gosh darn, do I love me some spear action. And, we see these same weapons over and over and over, Hot. I think the meta, we see spear, we see MCX, we see SR3M, pretty much is our consistent assault and scout weaponry right now. These weapons are just so strong, ammo so consistent, recoil very low, not much visual recoil. I mean, just all around great weapons. And again, Yeshmas answering Bakizi with that MCX. Bombs down on site. Time is ticking. Kofinas with a cheeky peeky from behind. Unfortunately, whiffing. Shots going back and forth, and Rapid's actually going to put Kofinas in the dirt for that. Now, only 2 members remain here, Hot, but bombs down in a pretty awful position for the Pandas.
Oh, Selfish barely missing that shot as Kakao will dodge a bullet and be able to stay up for only a moment's notice, though, as Yesmas able to answer back and find the head of Kakao. We see this CBJ been ringing out all over the arena here today as Geistris will fire downfield. Nothing hitting the mark just yet. Rapid taking a bit of damage. Looking the wrong way, though. Gastrus will be able to capitalize. And Ancestral, what a start for them here. That's a little bit unexpected.
A little bit unexpected. And you know, Hot, I got all my notes around me, and I keep looking over at my other monitor, and I'm like, wait a minute. Pandaric Apex only have 1 point. Ancestral, if they keep this up and they manage to take not one but both maps, they could actually get out of the group stage here, Hot. Now, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. You know, maybe I had a little bit too much sauce. I'm getting a little crazy over here. But these opening rounds, that Ace says, shut up, Blue. Geistra sent to the grave, and the Pandas looking to blitz onto B. Players a connector play on the back of site. J4. Great opening kill. Oh, man, and the bait Rapid protecting his teammate who's in the midair, but Selfish and Kofinas answer very distinctively, and Bomb's going to be going down. Codex does take out Kofinas, though, and this 1v2 situation definitely possible here for Selfish. I mean, Selfish definitely been popping off, but such a tough spot with this sniper. I mean, the shots have to be immaculate here, Hot, and now they're off site. It's going to be so tough.
Oh, that shot was close, though. Has the MP5 there for a bit of a backup should they need it, but opting to stick with that snipe. Rapid will be able to collect the head. Selfish, a free dirt nap for them, and with that, Pandaric will begin to inch back into this one.
And man, that's one angry Panda and Rapido coming in with 5 kills already in this game. Now, his team's only picking up the first round, but looking to make a statement, lead the charge for his boys. I mean, protects his teammate. That was a great kill with the spear at the end and forklift there, where he baited the sniper into him and just let the little bit of the lean from the sniper show. And you know, I really got to give you credit, man. You were spot on about these players adapting, because now we're seeing it in a second series where the TRG, which has been, you know, haunting some of these games, is now being plagued by whiff shots and great movement, abusing it.
Gotta try to pull out all the stops when facing pro teams, especially when they've got some big weaponry to deal with. But speaking of some big winners, shout out to Capello, who has won that EFT in Arena there. Be sure to reach out. You can also make a ticket on Discord. Get your copy of Arena Action. Get in there. There's been a big influx in players now on the Epic Store as well. So love to see them spilling in here, and love to see the competition grow. And hopefully we'll see some of you more out here in the battlefield as time goes on. But Kakao slowly and methodically pressing forward here, just trying to find a little bit of intel. We can see Yesmas on the other side, and is he going to spot him here? It's a great angle for both of them there. It's just a pixel is all they need, and Yesmas with the patience will find Kakao.
The peaks from both teams right there are hot. I mean, there were 3 people peeking different pixels looking at each other, and thankfully Kakao, or not thankfully, but thankfully for Ancestral, Kakao is going to be the first one to drop it. Rapid still leading his team with this spear. Oh man, hot. This weapon is just collecting bodies today. The souls slowly leaving their enemies, and Rapido taking out another one. He's feeling himself in this dance movement. Codex with another great kill, and Rapid with the read on the silver push. And Rapid, oh man, but Selfish blows him into another planet. Bomb is down. Ace tries to answer with his ace of his own, but oh man, and Ace says, not today, my friend. Ace feeling selfish himself, takes out Selfish with the TRG, and Lapow, Rapido, though, on this round. The pre-fires, the predictions, the way he answered. Oh, my, that was disgusting. Ugh.
You know, it's good to see Rapid coming to the dark side, because he had a great take when the updates came out. You talked about how for the assault, the AK-12 is by far still one of the best. The Enforcer shotgun, unhappy with that meta. Scout with the 5.56, now having the M995. And he talked about the marksman combo, but he didn't really mention much of that spear. So I'm glad to see him on the dark side, rocking the spear, collecting heads, getting bread. He's 8-2 already in this one.
Yeah, the ammo changeup definitely changed the feel of some guns, with the spear still having only 2 ammo two different types of ammo, in that caliber in Tarkov. We're only seeing the FMJ because hybrid would just be absolutely demonic. But Codex picks up 2 clean kills with the MCX. Ace takes out one with a nade, and just like that, J4 in a good position, but a rare whiff from J4 takes a headshot as well. And Rapido manages to hit him in the head, puts a lot of pressure down, but doesn't close out the kill. Covenus gonna need to be clean. Oh man, and Cacao reading him well, but unfortunately, Bakizi just runs right onto site as he's reloading, has no qualms about letting him know that this is his site and he's gonna plant. And
by the hair of his
Oh
chinny
my.
chin chin. But Keezy's just playing whack-a-mole here as he peeks, he ducks, he dips, he dives. Codex, that ace, come in with some clutch kills, and Pandaric Apex back to firing on all cylinders.
Woo, man, Ancestral was feeling so good after those first 2 rounds. And man, I guess the Pandas went back to their bamboo village real quick, started chewing on some of that bamboo and came back swinging, because holy cow, these angry Pandas, I mean, I see why they have the claw, that little claw mark on the face, because they are getting hyper aggressive after getting slapped around on the first 2 rounds, but answering super, super well here, Hot Sauce. Now leading the charge 3-2 and blasting towards A with the bomb.
Abakizi maybe saw that hop over there and peeked ahead. Did a quick look in that direction as the Pandas continue to bring the pandemonium. Cacao finding the headshot on the Gastrus here. Cacao does go down, though. Caught in the animation there, trying to pop a quick kill as Kofinas finds that answer back. But it's another quick plant here from Pandaric over toward this A site.
Oh, man. And all he hears is the sound of spears ringing out across the night, and shots go back and forth. And oh man, Yeshmas and Selfish actually in a great position, and Ace not going to know that the bomb is getting defused, and they're going to steal this round from the Pandas. Little cheeky friendly hipfire post round, but man, Ancestral stole that round away, I feel like, Hot Sauce. I mean, Pandas were up in a great position. Smokes were plumed. And like you pointed out, someone died healing to Kofinas, and the dominoes just started to fall after that.
Oh, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And honestly, I'm ecstatic with how well Ancestral is playing here today. You know, they made a slight roster change here and there, but they've been putting in the work here. And, it's good to see that hard work beginning to pay off.
And hard work indeed. I mean, nice opening kill from Yeshmas. Yeshmas says no. He was going to go for 1 mas, but he only got the dose, but that's okay. Yeshmas putting a big damper in the push from the Pandas, and Kofinas putting a lot of pressure and stops actually the bomb from rotating. I don't know if he would have actually gleaned that information that player had the bomb there, Mr. Hot Sauce, but man, just such good play coming out of Ancestral. And it's so challenging to see this level of play, and it makes you scratch your panda beard like, what's gone on in the last few days? I mean, they're really developing. A Kofinas with a big kill onto Ace. Ace not able to secure anything, and Rapid, Ace, and Codex already in the dirt. Captain Bakizi currently rocking the donut. We know how dangerous Bakizi could be, though. Cacao takes out one, run and gone, and Kofinas puts Bakizi in the dirt. J4 answers, and Ancestral take the lead again in this game against the Pandas.
It's kind of surprising. I mean, this is a map that the Pandas typically play very, very well on. They're known for their Bay 5 action, but Ancestral really bringing it to him here. Yesmas up close and personal, finding that first one, gets a second as well before being traded out by Cacao. But, I mean, I'm a little surprised that we're having the exact kind of same tug of war that we saw in our first series as well, but I am absolutely 100% all for it.
Wow. Unfortunately, folks, we're going to be running into some challenges in this lobby, but holy cow, Hot Sauce, we're actually blessed today with close games, because I'm not going to lie, and I got to say, I was expecting Ancestral to really see some challenges with how freaking scary Pandaric Apex is on Bay 5. I mean, this is their map, baby, and they're in the lead, Hot Sauce. I mean, if my jaw could hit the floor, it would be on the floor right now.
And honestly, there's a lot to fight for these two teams. We talked about it earlier, third and fourth, respectively, in their group stages. But
Right.
at the start of the day, Panderic was a loss and a draw, negative 10 rounds with 1 point, and Sescriel 2 losses with negative 31 on that round differential. You think, do they even have a chance at this point? But if they can win both of these games, they'll jump Panderic Apex by 2 points, and the round differential won't matter much. So there are some really big, crazy possible outcomes of this one, all depending here on this match.
And it's so awesome to see. I mean, hot sauce, that group, I'm looking over to I guess to y'all's left, and VP, Virtus Pro, XPA, Panderic Apex. Like, those are your opponents. I mean, hot sauce, you can't have a more brutal gauntlet to survive. Negative 31, like you said. But listen, XPA and Virtus Pro, sure, they put in the punishment on Ancestral, but this game is all that matters. And any given Sunday, Ancestral doing such a good job of answering. And they stole a few rounds so far, hot sauce. I mean, that sneaky, cheeky defusal was so good by them that Ace couldn't answer. And I really am. I'm dumbfounded. I'm so proud of the boys, man. Ancestral really obviously sitting around the campfire singing Kumbaya's playing off because they are coming back singing. And speaking of Kumbaya, we're going to take a quick little break here, hot sauce. Let the lobby reset. Unfortunately, folks, with these issues, we do have to get the rounds back to where they were. So we get to see a little bit of hot sauce dancing to the awesome background Battle State music. Once again, Battle State Games and Hunt, thank you so much for this awesome Arena Cup series. We'll be back very soon, friends. Stay tuned for a more banger of a series.
Welcome back, everybody, to ACS number 3. It is day 3 as we look to conclude our first weekend and find those final competitors for that following weekend. We've got them almost squared away back to where those round differentials were. But honestly, Blue, I got to say, I'm pleasantly surprised with how well Ancestral has come out swinging early in this one.
It's actually so impressive because I think one of the hardest leaps for a player, Hot, is when you're in a series like this. You only got 3 series, 3 best of 2s, and they're down galactically against the first 2 teams, and yet they're playing as if everything's good and dandy. Geistrus opening, Selfish following up, and Rapid really hurt. Does manage to take out Kafinish, but damage already done, and Rapid really, really bruised and battered, and it's just even like this round, Hot. I mean, the way that they are able to put so much opening pressure and following up on kills, they're doing such a good job to answer one of our most devious, notorious Bay 5 teams. Oh, no! J4 with the rare whip. Rapid picks up Yishmas Geistrus from downtown to even out the scoreline. Bomb does get knocked down, but it should be able to go down here, Hot. I think they're in a pretty good position to get the plant. Selfish might be able to kill the cross, but if he gets across, no. Oh no, Bomb's actually just hanging out right now, huh? We got plenty of time to figure out how to play this out for the Pandas.
Yeah, it looks like Ancestral, just a bit of a crossfire here toward that device that's down. Selfish looking to snipe down that direction. Basically a little enemy at the gates action here between that Ace and Selfish as they continue to shift toward each other here, snipe in hand, and they've got a 2v2 situation. Geistrus on the other side here. The quick swing, the flick, the shot, and that Ace will nail it.
Wow. Oh, baby. The back-to-back Blasterino with the TRG. Holy cow. What a round to rob from the clutches of defeat there.
Might as well call him Vasily Zetstev at this point.
Oh, what clean kills from Ace. Such a good job as we go into this half now. All things even. And folks, if you're just tuning in, Pandaric Apex, previously known as Oil Rig, now taken under the Bamboo umbrella, feeling really good. But in this tournament, currently only 1 draw and 1 loss. Ancestral sitting at 0-2, 2 losses so far in the tournament. And these 2 teams in 3rd and 4th place in Group B, respectively, they're both fighting for their lives right now because Pandaric Apex cannot rest on their laurels here, Hot Sauce. They could actually be pushed out of the playoff stage if Ancestral managed to close out both maps on the day. And they're looking like they're capable of doing it.
Yeah, I try not to get too far ahead of myself because it's tough to tell until they swap sides, right? I want to see a couple rounds of Pandaric on the defensive side before I start to get a real footing for how this could play out. But Ancestral has to be honestly ecstatic with how well they're playing. Selfish on this snipe, finding a pick here as well, and continues to be a force to be reckoned with over on the Ancestral side. So we saw that logo. He could just, pinch a tent, pop up the campfire, and rat it out, baby.
Rats on top. You want to go to the local store and pick up a box of your hot sauce, your favorite flavored rat sauce. That being said, though, lots of what a cheeky position from Codex. 2 big kills to stop both players pushing up towards Forklift right now, and that Ace. Oh man, the TRG is starting to heat up here, Hot Sauce. Yeshmas with such a cheeky peek. The timing of Tarkov, folks. Look at the timing. As soon as he stops holding the angle, Ace just dancing sideways. Codex, mid-heal, might actually die while healing. Great audio cue read from Yechmas to pick up that kill, but does he know that Baki? Oh my goodness. Ace. Wow, Yeshmas! With the disgusting back-to-back kills to close that one out for Ancestral. Holy cannoli, Hot Sauce.
I mean, Yeshmis just on a tear. Great reaction time here. Quick decision making, able to find that three-piece to wrap it up. A round that Pandaric should have been able to win, but they let fall to the wayside. And I know that there was a reset, but right now, Kakao still with that donut here, not able to find a kill since we've been back, which is rare for him for them. But man, you know, we talked about that ace on the snipe. One of my favorite players to watch in the snipe. You throw Yasmas in the mix, though, and that was just an insane series of plays.
Wow. I cannot believe Yeshmas again, the 5th kill in a row for this lad. Just popping off. Ace, though, feeling so darn good with that TRG. I mean, so much pressure coming out from both teams. But Ancestral, again, Hot Sauce, in the lead in this game. And that's the second round that they just stole from the Pandas. I mean... mind-blowing confidence coming out of Yeshmas to push Codex, kill him, rotate back, flick onto Buckeasy, who had the advantage, and then push with confidence onto site and kill both members. I mean, really great stuff coming out of the Campfire lads, and they're moving on towards B. 3 or 4 going to be around that parkour, forklift, green positioning. Only one player, looks like probably Codex, on that backside towards forklift, but they're going to abuse the fact that they know he's pushed up like this. Great read from Ancestral, and Bob's going to be getting planted here.
Ice does go down. Rapid tries to make their way onto the site, but Yesmas, who's absolutely on fire. They need to find a way to extinguish the flame of Yesmas, who's on a tear. That ace pressuring on the site up close and personal with this snipe action as Buckeasy opens up the cookbook and finds himself one. But Yesmas, a cup of cocoa, put down his Gastress will find that ace, and Ancestral continues to assert their domination. Buckeasy, though, able to find a pick back onto Yesmas now in a 2v1 situation. It's not ideal, but Buckeasy certainly capable of that clutch. The peek, the pre-fire, doesn't connect just yet, baiting around here and again now. A tough spot, a 2v1. The spray caught on the run. Kofinas will wrap it up, and Ancestral will get a nice little cushion to work with here.
And he's nodding at the boy. We're doing it. And wow. I mean, up 2 rounds right now over Pandaric Apex. It's mind-blowing to me, Hot Sauce, how gosh darn clean Ancestral looks right now. And J4, since our reset, you know, we're seeing a heavy performance coming out of Yeshmas. I mean, I think 2 or 3 kills in that round, the 4-piece the round before, and man, just overall, this team playing so damn well for how much pressure they really should be under. I'm so impressed with their mental acuity, and the way that they played that post plant was perfect. No one gave Buckeasy the chance to kill him, and they managed to close it out. Now, Kakao opening up this round, though. Kakao! Yeah.
Yes, able to find that one eventually. Looks for a jump shot there as well. But again, Kakao now getting on the board since that reset. So you talk about looking for that little spark to ignite the spectral fire. That could be something to get Kakao going, because I've played against this Pandaric team before, and it was not fun at all. Ancestral seeming to be having quite a bit of fun out here today, at least on Bay 5.
The MCX just looking so dark. Yeshmas with a rare whiff so far, and he saw Buckeasy, but doesn't manage to take him out. Kakao did take out 2 before he went to the grave. Selfish pushing mid, though. Very interesting play. That's the beautiful thing about Bay 5 is you get these unique plays like this where you take space up that middle lane. They're going to see rotations down middle, and Selfish says, this is my middle. Takes out Yeshmas, and that is the wrong teammate to kill because Yeshmas is on a tear, and now the 1v4 bombed down in a horrible position here, Hot. And yeah, I don't see how you come back from that one. I mean, there was a 4-man pincer team surrounding him, ready to stinger operation him off the map. And Kakao, great opening picks to put pressure and pump the brakes on that A push, because Buckeasy, if he would have gotten killed there by Yeshmas, would have been 3-3, and A probably would have been the place to be.
Yeah, honestly, Selfish, the name very fitting. He said, I share mid with no one, not even my teammates. And unfortunately, Pandaric, after struggling a little bit, I mean, has found themselves of only being down by 1 with the potential to tie it up here in this round. So momentum maybe beginning to shift a bit. Rapid down into that prone position. Codex looking to help out with the bomb right now, or the device rather, kind of heading a bit toward that A site with some potential mid pressure.
I like this. Pandas feeling themselves. They're a team that definitely like to thrive in the aggressive play style. And here we see Kakao. It's funny. He has such a good read. I mean, you can see the game sense coming out here, Hot Sauce. The experience of just reading. What a nasty angle. Oh, man. He might be full blind with that one, folks. We're not going to actually see the flash on stream, but if you're new to Tarkov, if you look at the player icon on the bottom right of your screen, what a nasty snipe from Ace. On the right side of that player icon, you can see different status effects, and you see a guy looking cool with sunglasses. That means he's blind as heck. You see a concussion-looking icon, folks. That means the player got shot in the helmet, in the head, and survived. Just a little details in case you're just tuning in and not really too familiar with how the game works. But, man, Ace making that TRG look so good here, Hot Sauce. But time is ticking.
I'm slowly ticking away, about 35 seconds to work with here as Kakao will continue to display that patience here. And this is great from that defensive side of things. We can see on the other side of things, Codex, though, able to find Yesmus, that device beginning to linger through mid here, potentially looking to maybe fake out a rotation. We can see some of these skins displayed here today as well. And I like this variant, this Twitch variant of this skin here on the scope. Now pressuring into Kakao. It's that Ace, though, who's able to snipe that one away. Gastrus will find Kakao. Answers back for a second one as well. But Keezy able to put down Selfish. Gastrus all alone looking to find that plant. Somehow gets another kill, though. Gastrus on a tear. Pandaric will take the round due to time. But Ancestral is really, I know that they're very talented, but they are really surprising me here today.
Yeah, it's so tough in these situations where you're down in the group stage 0-2 and you're fighting demons everywhere. I mean, Hot Sauce, you don't get an easy game. There is no walk in the park. And yet they're pushing Pandaric to the absolute limit. And yeah, Pandaric evens up the scoreline, but it's been Ancestral in the lead most of this game so far, which is just mind-blowing. And the Campfire boys looking to push up through that mid-cut sandwich position. One's going to be out towards A. Great job. They're pushing out, taking so much space onto A. Bomb planter gets sniped by Ace. Oh no, and the TK, huh? And Kakao takes a Geysers and 4 members flop just like that by the Pandas.
I mean, we talk about it time and time again at the risk of sounding like a broken record. Consistency is key. And unfortunately for Ancestral, they find another team kill throughout that fight. That Ace popping off with the snipes there as well. And they've continued to grow this success. Selfish will be spotted. Rapid takes them down. And Pandaric fighting from behind has found a way to take a 1-round lead just before we get near the end of the game. And now looking to pressure on to match point here as well. Little pre-early stim action here as well. We can see Selfish looking to pressure out through the field here. Has been rocking that snipe and been playing very well with it. The battle between him and that Ace has been a fun one to watch, but does look like that pressure heading toward the A site. Pandaric a little bit more set up for this B pressure at the moment, but they're pressured very far forward, so the intel should be there. We'll see a bit of a shift on that mini-map from Pandaric and a potential flank to come into play here as well.
Yeah, potential flank, lots of space taken by the Pandas on the defense, and they're going to pretty much absolutely know Bomb's going to be A-side, and Kakao has been putting in so many impact frags. 4 kills since the reset here, Hawk, but man, they've been such impactful pressure plays where he stops the initial push of Ancestral, and I think it's really been one of the keys to success so far for the Pandas in the last few rounds. I mean, the opening kill, 1 or 2 every round, and you see the timing. Yeshmas takes out that Ace. Such a good kill. I mean, Yeshmas making this MCX. Gosh, I wanna go unlock that thing right now in Arena. Holy cow, that weapon is so good. 35 seconds to defuse here, Hot. Sorry.
No, you're good. I mean, yeah, you're just taking the words out of my mouth, maybe living in my head a bit. Yesmas has just been on a tear here as Kofinas eventually finding Codex. But Keezy Able to take down the juggernaut of Yesmas. Kakao answers back here as well. J4 finding one. There's Plat Stripes in the kill feed. And J4, the triple to close it out. Another round that Pandaric should have been to close out or been able to close out. It continues to haunt them. And now Ancestral has found a way to tie it up once more.
What was that? Hot sauce. I mean, they are stealing rounds. I mean, we're talking Grand Theft Auto. We're not going to jail. We're going to prison type crime here. I mean, holy cow. How?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's moments like that we live for. You just don't know how they're able to find those clutches and big moments like this. And it's what can separate some of those greats from that pro scene as well. But things will slow down just a little bit. We hear those nades, that utility raining down. Most of the pressure from Ancestral, though, again, is lingering toward that A site, whereas Pandaric has been stacking up toward the B just a bit more here in these last couple rounds.
Oh, man. Ancestral, even with Pandaric Apex. I mean, just saying that alone, I'm like, holy cow. Yeshmas doing such a good job. J4 with the Clutcherino. Yeshmas with the Clutcherino. Geistra is just so consistent with his cleanup kills along the board. And I like this tempered aggression. Ancestral's feeling it out. Bomb hasn't been spotted yet, I don't believe. I mean, they've taken a lot of space. This is quite an interesting choice of Pandaric's defense, but Geistra's from downtown dies while he's running, though, not ready for the buddy system. Yeshmas! Oh, man, Bakizi opens up the cookbook and makes a la Yeshmas because holy cow, that was disgusting with the drive-by. And Selfish follows up, though, evening out the scoreline here onto that ace.
Al dente, it doesn't matter. He's cooking them all up here at the moment. Into a 3v3, though, and Ancestral has great positioning onto the site here. So as they move into position, that device will begin to go down. Pressure, pincer play here coming in from Pandaric. Both sides, it's rapid to find J4. They've got the player advantage, but they've had it time and time again. It's been Ancestral who's come up and away with these crazy clutches, but Codex on the back end will find a big pick to Kofinas, and now it's all down to Selfish, who does only have that snipe to work with. Just like that, baby. Bakizi will wrap it up. Pandaric struggling just a little bit, but they've been able to keep their head above water. They've weathered the storm, and they find themselves the first to get to match point.
Wow. I'm just at a loss of words. This is so close, man. I'm so proud of Ancestral, but the Pandas, as you said, push us to match point. Can Ancestral answer? They need to rob another round. They need to push us to OT, because if this goes into the victory on Panda's side, it's pretty much all but lights out for Ancestral when it comes to Group B. They need to win this round, on.
They really do need to try to push it into overtime. Pandaric, we talked about them weathering that storm, and now seeing the shining light on the other side. That ace will send Gastris up off to the heavenly gates there as well. And with that, they've got that player advantage to work with. But we've seen Ancestral pull up quite a few crazy clutches here in this opening map, so you can't count them out until it's officially over.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Geistra's going to be the first member to die. Ace takes out another. Man, the pressure, watching. You're so close here. And, oh, Kofinas, though. Great kill on the Bakizi. Bakizi getting a little loose foot right there. Is he going to check his Connor? Rapid in such a great spot, and he kills him while he's running. Doesn't even react to time. And J4 and Yeshmas going to have to fight for their lives. Rapid takes out one. Yeshmas answers, but Kakao answers right back. And the Pandas chew barely through this forest to close it out. Holy cow, what a game from both teams.
We talked about the Pandemonium. There it is. That ace, your MVP. There was a reset there, so we're not sure exactly of those total kills just yet. But nonetheless, Pandaric, it was looking a little bit grim for them, but able to pull through when it matters. And I love this post screen here because you really get a great look at some of these weapon skins, the face masks, the drip here, the not nice over there on that ace as well. And I'm loving the new drip from that battle pass, which again is free. How often do you see that? Not often at all. So make sure you get on there and utilize that again on the Epic store as well. We'd love to see the influx in players. And again, that battle pass, like 100 plus different rewards, and they're all stylish and great.
Stylish, free skins and Tarkov. I mean, come on, what's better than that? Swag and Tarkov, that's what's better. And these characters, they look so cool, but man, Ancestral should be so darn proud of how well they played it. And it was so close, Hot Sauce. I mean, you know, obviously you want to win every game you can in these kind of situations, but Ancestral literally were fighting for their lives in there. And unfortunately, the door is going to close. It looks like on their playoff hopes. And that being said, whew, they tried so darn hard and they played so well, but the Pandas showing why time and time and time again, this is like a team that just, even when things are looking bad, they're never out of the game. And Pandas, the Pandaric Apex squad, really showing why they truly are considered one of the most dominant teams in Europe. But Ancestral really putting a great showing. I mean, really hats off to the boys.
Yeah, you got to wonder, how does the mental get affected from here? You know, do they take that outlook of, you know, holy crap, we just played really well, and realistically, we probably should have beat Pandaric there. So, you know, are you hyped because you did play so well? You know that you can beat this team now, or are you a little bit disappointed that you came so close? You felt like you should have won, but then you let it slip away. So we talk about how important the physical aspect is, but that mental fortitude, that mental aspect, equally as important here on big games like this.
Yeah, and it's really so impressive to be in the position that they've been in, fighting and fighting and fighting. And again, Hot Sauce, I mean, we always get spoiled, you and I, with casting some of the greats of Tarkov and Tarkov Arena. But I mean, Group B is Virtus Pro, XPA, and Pandaric Apex, aka Oil Rig, and Ancestral. And it's like, it's such a brutal group to be in. I mean, we see how disgusting all these players are, and yet, you know, there's levels in the top percent of the players, and man, it's so challenging to keep the campfire's light from, you know, that flame from extinguishing against all these teams because there're just so many brutal animals. I mean, you got the violent polar bears, you got angry pandas. Like, there's so many angry animals in your group, and we see why they're some of the best teams in the world. As we move into the highlights, though, folks, I mean, we got so many good kills in this game.
Yeah, I gotta say, I love this new highlight addition to the squad here as we take a look. Codex Rapid finding big picks. Selfish was quite the menace during that first half and maybe slightly after on this snipe, but it was Pandaric who was able to lock it down. That ace sniping equally as well here, but for me, even though they didn't get the dub, Yesmas was that standout player who had a ton of really good looks throughout this series.
Just so clutch. I mean, that round where he picked up, whoo, gosh, when that gun hits, it hits. Codex with this great positioning. That's what was so fun about this game, Hot Sauce, is there were so many good cheeky kills, good positioning. Yeshmas here with that disgusting 4-piece to close that round out. I mean, what more can you ask from a player on your team, Hot? It really is so tough to take the L on that one. Oh, no. Selfish taking out his teammate, and then, so tough. So close, man, but so far.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot of the MPXs, the Spears, and then the TRG really is what a lot of these teams have been running. We did see the Enforcer bring out the Saga and the big guns previously in that series, but honestly, it's just been a lot of the Spear, the TRG, and that MPX. That CBJ, man, has been performing very well here throughout the series. That rate of fire, I mean, we saw Yesmas there really tearing up with it.
I mean, playing for their lives, and they were fighting for their lives, and they played like it, Hot. It just falling so, just barely short. Oh, it's like you could feel the pain like, I wonder what songs we're gonna sing around the campfire tonight because it's gonna be a night of mourning. But still another game to go in this series, Hot Sauce. And I mean, they played so damn well. Like, hats off to Ancestral, really. All jokes aside, to be down 0-2 in your series and still play as well as they did in clutch and confidence. I mean, the confidence out of the entire team is, I really am so impressed. On the flip side, Pandemic Apex not having the best time so far in this group stage here, Hot. They for such a good team, they really haven't managed to blast through their opponents like they usually do sometimes on the EU side. So I think they really, really need to make a statement in this last game in this series so all their opponents know the Pandas will not be played with, because right now Ancestral really making them work for their money, and there was some good dancing and they did afford it, but man, it was so close to making them go broke.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Ancestral with a decent lead there for a little while, but I feel like if they have something similar happen in this second game as well, they might be queuing up the Sound of Silence by Simon and Garfunkel and Hello Darkness, my old friend. They've come to talk with them again because it's tough when you're doing so well and you let those games slip away, and so they'll still have another opportunity to come out here and make up for that in map number 2. We talked about Pandemic Apex, formerly Oil Rig. Bay 5 has been their map for a long time. So the fact that Ancestral performed so well on that map against Pandemic really leads me to believe that Ancestral very well could take this next game, and we could have that tie series, that draw of 1-1.
Yeah, and as we look at this next game, going to be actually going over to Fort. Now, it's going to be Ancestral's pick. We're going to have the Pandas attacking, Ancestral defending. So, yeah, as if you're just tuning in, Hot Sauce loves Fort. I mean, it's a great map. The flow of it, the way you can pivot. And we've seen so many different play styles on the map already, Hot, where sometimes, like, we saw VP playing that slow, methodical, take over space play style. Then we saw the Pandas running it down on B, taking over B in 15, 20 seconds. Then we saw other teams playing around cannons on that B side, putting pressure on spawn, and then just pausing the line of scrimmage, playing for picks. And that's what's so cool about the map is there's so many different ways of moving the pieces around. And it's kind of a Bay 5-esque map, though, which makes me concerned that Pandemic Apex coming off the win on that last game, I think they're going to be feeling a little bit of an edge, even though it's Ancestral's map pick. They're going to be feeling good coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of windy little tight corridors as well where you can play some more of that close quarter combat, much like you saw on Bay 5. But luckily, there are some long sight lines as well. And we've seen a lot of teams perform very well with this TRG on Fort as well. We don't always get to see as many of the crazy nade kills, but already wasting no time. We talk about the aggression of Pandemic, and they're already displaying it over here toward that A side. A ton of space, but it's selfish again to find the early pick. Kakao Gastrus put plaid stripes in the kill feed as Kakao will find a second one, and rocking the Piranha here this time. Kakao looking to do it with the Enforcer class, maybe.
And Gastrus between so many enemies, and Ace aware of him being in kitchen. Kakao takes out another one, and Kofinas takes out Kakao on site. Bomb going to be getting picked up and more than likely rotating out. Kofinas, he hears the player.
Oh! They said there's no need to rotate out. We'll just rotate a nade right into your lap. And with that, Pandemic, a beautiful start. Kakao comes out swinging with a 3-piece as well. And swapped over toward this Enforcer class, already putting in work. We'll see if Ancestral is able to bounce back and find an answer here in round number 2.
And I wonder what the answer is going to be. I mean, they got the opening picks there, Hot. They did a good initial line of defense, but Gastrus getting a little too active, I think, pushing up through that kitchen after getting the pick, maybe feeling himself, and just gets himself pincered. And then that disgusting nade from Ace. I mean, you talk about how we don't see as much utility. Kakao going crazy with the Piranha, and Ace with the same nade again. But Kofinas and Yeshmas taking out 3. Rapid managed to take out Yeshmas. Bomb is going to be down. Kofinas. Oh, no. And he walks right into the waiting arms of Codex. And unfortunately, not a lover's arms, but very angry Panda waiting there with claws bared, fangs out, and Now a great read in the respect, actually respecting J4's ability to clutch, going to be rotating through the attack or the defender side spawn, getting bombed down on B, but J4 can contest this pretty well. No, he pumps the brakes. He's doubting himself. Oh no, what's he going to do here, Hot? I think he's trying to play for the bait, but unfortunately they're going to commit. Pros don't fake, and the bomb will be planted on B, and he's going to have to ruin his little shoes that way because 40 seconds to defuse and not in a great spot to win this one.
Yeah, I think when he was doing that initial jump peek to see if they were on site, he didn't hear him move away. So when he went to find that rotate, he didn't hear any of those audio cues that you normally hear. So eventually found out that the bomb is down here on the B site, pressuring in between. There's a pincer play at hand, but it's Codex who says, I don't need any help. I can do it all by myself. J4 will go to the floor, and Pandaric will take 2 in a row.
You know, are we going to see a mirror of what happened in the first series where we switch to the opponent's map pick and all of a sudden, you know, that team locks it in? Pandaric, pretty convincing 2-0 right now. Now, it did get down to a 1v2 situation, but they just played it so well. I love the rotation and the respect. You know, Ancestrals earn the right to be respected in this game, and Pandaric just take the nice, easy dub. What a shot! He says, don't jump across me, boy! Rapid following up with a second kill, and holy cow, that ace from downtown makes it only 3 members breathing oxygen on that team, but Yeshmas takes out 1 before he gets floppered by Codex, and things are not looking good for the blue team. 1 goes to sleep, 2 go to sleep, everyone's taking a nap, you're getting a nap, you're getting a nap, everybody's getting a nap because the Pandas did not come to play. Oh man, Hot Sauce, they're on fire.
I mean, between that ace, the snipes, and the nades, then you got Codex with a little razzle-dazzle here. He finds the first one, maybe taking a book from Stripey's page, a little dolphin dive that leads to another 2K, and Pandaric off on the right foot here as they've now got 3 in a row. Ancestral needs to find a way to start putting some rounds on the board here before halftime.
And I know Evie's out there smiling, seeing another prone enjoyer go crazy, and 3-0 and pretty convincing here, Hot. I mean, I think the Ant Selfish and Yeshmas, 2 big kills. Bakizi managed to take out 1 Selfish with another big snipe, though. And Geistrus, again, getting too loose and fast and not respecting the prowess and the players on the other side. I mean, you're up members here, Hot. There's no reason to try and keep aggressing like that. It's a little disrespectful, and the Pandas are not players to play with.
Certainly not out here on Ford at the moment. That ace continues to find the heat-seeking grenades as he finds yet again another one. That's at least 3 nade kills here in these last 3 or 4 rounds. And now that ace looking to bait it out just a bit, able to find a quick snap to J4. He says, I can do it without the snipe too. He's got guns for days, baby, as he continues to slay. And with that, though, they've got to figure out what they want to do. They have an idea that Kofinas is on point, so that rotation coming in, Kofinas from behind will be dropped by Codex. That ace says, here's a big smooch for you, Codex. Good job for winning that round. 4-0, Pandaric up on top.
Wow. I am confusion, Hot Sauce. Why are we going to our opponent's map pick and then open up a can of whoop-ass on that one? Like, I don't understand. Bay 5 should be the oil rig, the Pandas playground, and here we're going to 4 and Ace kills with 3 different tools in 1 round. I mean, what's going on? The Pandas... I want to chew on what they're chewing on between games because holy cow, they are dialed in. I mean, 4-0 and so convincing here, Hot. Even in the close situations, just taking total control strategically.
I tell you what, I'm glad you know how to pronounce whooping, boy, because that's what's happening. Absolute whooping right now. That ace on the snipe. Gastris able to answer back on old El Rapido as Selfish says, I can snipe too, baby. That ace is here waiting patiently. He is collecting bodies. Another notch on the board as Pandaric Apex continues the absolute domination here on Fort.
And now we see why they are the Apex Pandas, because look at the confidence here, Hot Sauce. He's got a sniper and he's walking out, slow swinging the angle, predicting that the player is going to swing out a little bit to try and get some info on him. And man, we see, this TRG is such a question mark of a weapon. You know, you see Unselfish get some good kills, but not quite enough impact. And then you see when it's fully torqued in Ace's hands, I mean, kill after kill after kill. Just so oppressive. Everyone that's peeking into him losing. And as you point out the other round, pulls out a different gun, slams it home with another one, then nades. I mean, oh, look at this fancy footwork here. I love this strategy. We talked about before the game how you could go through that cannons and come around towards that CT spawn area. Kakao and Buckeezy take them out. They're actually going to be flanking A as the attacking side. Look at the defense. They're so confused.
I mean, this is something I talked about before we got going. Fort, you know, had a lot of cut and dry strategies, but now that people have time and players have had time to play it, we're seeing a lot more of these strategies come into play that teams aren't necessarily used to seeing. The quick flick here, but Codex finds that kill. We talk about how well that Ace has been doing, but Codex 10-1 as well.
Crazy. And Ace 11-1. He says, "Not today, hot sauce. I'm the kill leader again." And just absolutely disgusting. Buckeezy closing it out. And, you know, if I could think of how I thought Bay 5 would play out, this would be it. But looking over at that side, I mean, 5-4, 2-2, and then the donut for J4, who had that crazy 3-piece with the spear. I mean, just being totally dismantled, and Panderic is attacking Hot. There's something about this Fort, you know, after watching this weekend, I'm going to say it. I think Fort might be our first attack-sided map because, holy cow, these teams are just doing so well at attacking.
Well, Virtus Pro might say otherwise, but I have to agree. I mean, a lot of teams have done very well on the attacking side. I feel like it really kind of defers to the play style of these individuals, of that team, and their strategies. But Panderic, again, keeps working off of this flank through their opponent's spawn, and it's just been working out time and time again as Rapid finds Gastrus, Buckeezy on the Kofinas, and Panderic looking to have a flawless series here in game number 2.
Yeah, Yeshabas manages to take out Kakao, but Codex takes out J4, 2v4 situation. Yeshmas, puts down pressure. Nice left-hand transition, but dies actually while the hands are swapping. And, you know, I think VP Hot Sauce, they might agree, because if I remember correctly, on attack on this map, man, they had a pretty even game. And once they got to attack, it was almost flawless from them. I think 4-1 or 5-0, just disgusting. Nice shot from Selfish, but I love the fact that there's so much movement on this map, Hot, that you really could argue, you know, make a solid argument for attacking being the way to lead the charge. 7-0 right now, Hot Sauce. But if you're singing Kumbaya right now, what are you doing on the campfire? Like, we need some secret sauce, and quickly, sir.
Well, you know, and I think a big thing for Panderic is they keep pushing in through that spawn side, so they're almost putting themselves on that defensive side of a map. And Ancestral just seems like they haven't seen this strategy run yet. They're not really prepared for this push up toward that cannon side, and so they haven't been able to deal with it in these last 3 rounds. We'll see if they make any adjustments here in this one, but again, a similar split push here from Panderic.
Shots ringing out. No one dies. Kafina's doing his best. Oh my, the kill by Buckeezy must have had just a shred of his opponent there. And the good communication, the good teamwork. And this is why this is Panderic Apex. I mean, we're about to see. Codex picking up his 13th. Kakao does die, but Buckeezy trades a kill right back. Yeshima still alive, who's been the bulwark for Ancestral, but is that one shield enough to stop this aggression? I mean, it's an invasion, and there's nothing you can do here, Hot.
They just, unfortunately, haven't had an answer, but Selfish with a quick flick of the wrist and the quick scope left Rapid with no hope back at the lobby spawn, trying to cope as they're looking to bring it back. The device does go down, and Selfish tries to thread the needle there, but Panderic able to make it toward the other side. The device is planted here. Yesmas rotating around will run right into the crosshairs of that Ace, and Selfish looking for a similar outcome. Is he going to be able to catch him off guard? The secondary peek here from that Ace on the snipe, and Selfish has an idea, nails it on the jump shot, but Buckeezy making it look too easy, baby. 7, now 8-0 as Panderic is on match point, and they're looking for a flawless game here on Fort.
Wow. I mean, Codex and Ace and Bakizi and Rapid and Cacao all contributing so much, but between the two top boys, was that 24, 25, 26 kills, just going ballistic. I mean, absolutely terrifying stuff here coming out of the Pandas. And if they were asleep last game, man, if they could close this out 9-0, what a statement it would be to the rest of the teams out there. And I think we're pretty close to it. I mean, with the momentum going in, if Ancestral even squeak out a round at this point, I'd be a little surprised.
This is where it starts to get interesting. And Pendarix closes it out. They get 3 points guaranteed, which would tie them up there with Virtus or with XP Academy, who plays Virtus Pro a little bit later. So an opportunity for a little bit of leeway here as Cacao will find that opening pick onto Yesmas. The secondary peek won't lead to anything just yet, but Cacao on the backside finds the 2K. Selfish got a consolation prize in the mix, but again, the damage already being done as Bakizi finds J4, and it's all left to the hands of Kafinas, who's left on the ground in a pool of blood. Pendarix does it in dominating fashion as they put on an absolute clinic here on Fort.
If they'd had a little bucket to put out the fire in the last game, the Pandas brought the fire hose and the hydrant out to the woods, because holy cow, that was a soaking of the flames in the campfire. I mean, 9-0, and even the quote-unquote close rounds we had here, Hot, it wasn't even close. I mean, the entire team playing so damn well. Quick shout out to all the beautiful, cool masks. I mean, come on, chat. Look at all that free stuff on them. You could be having those skins. You could be having those masks. Not nice indeed. Yeah, that was not nice by whoever that was, because, man, 9-0. Unfortunately, J4 not even picking up a kill. Kafinas and Geistris also struggling to find their footings, and Selfish with that TRG leading the way, but not enough here, Hot. I mean, the Pandas went ballistic, and a great job to them to close it out so convincingly. 2-0 on the day, but man, that second game was brutal.
Yeah, I mean, that was that ace with a not nice mask who had 3 MVPs at 12 and 4 in that round, but it was Codex. Oof. Only had 2 MVPs, but was 13 and 1. Only 1 death throughout that entirety of Fort. So Pendarix Apex, we thought their map was Bay 5, but maybe things have changed a little bit, and the Pandas have come to take control of Fort here.
I mean, the way that they took space, I love the cannon plays by them. Multiple rounds, they pushed up cannon and basically took over B from behind, and then shifted to A through spawn on one of them, and then just collapsed on the site on the other. And total confidence just oozing out from the Pandas. And really, what else can you ask for? I mean, when you talk about a flawless game, that was indeed as close to a flawless as you can get. Even in those 2v2, 2v3 situations, they were able to squeak out and close out every single round in that game. And speaking of squeezing out every single thing, we're going to be doing another giveaway here, folks. Exclamation ACS in chat for another free, full, thick old copy of Arena. And man, oh man, do you want to get in on the action. Just released not too long ago on Epic, in the Epic store. Lots of new players, like Hot said earlier. There's a new influx. Now's a great time to get into it. And Mr. Hot Sauce, we get a free battle pass with a bunch of stuff. For free.
Yeah, that's right. And we love our friends at Battle State Games, but in order to get in on this giveaway, you got to type it in the Hunt Premier channel. So make sure you're over there in Hunt, or in here in Hunt as well. Exclamation point ACS for your chance at an amazing copy of Arena Tarkov. But speaking of amazing things, these highlights, it was packed full of action here as Kodak's dropping down. This was that beautiful 3K off the Dolphin dive, and Pendarix, a flawless game here. Selfish, some beautiful shots. You talk about timing. You talk about situational awareness. Ancestral and Selfish displaying that, but just couldn't find a way to get it done here on Fort.
Yeah, and with Codex just being such a terrifying menace. Ace waiting around every corner. If you're hiding behind a box, he'll throw a nade at you. If he's getting active, he'll pull out the shotgun. I believe it was a shotgun he was using with APM rounds And then if you're jumping around too much, he'll pop you from downtown with the sniper. Look, that is such a clean kill from Bakisa. You see the pixel of the opponent. That was a disgusting shot by Selfish, but, you know, unfortunately, the highlight reel Clipperinos aren't going to win the rounds. And Selfish really doing his best. 9 kills with that sniper kit here, but not enough to close it out here, Halt. I mean, doing his best, but not selfish enough, obviously.
Couldn't even get a single round on for it. So after a very close nail biter, it was really, as we said earlier, absolute pandemonium. And so, you know, at least if you're hanging out in chat, you're not going to get destroyed like that in the arena, but you have an opportunity to now get in the arena, showcase some of your talent. Maybe we'll be casting you out here one day on the field. But we do need to take another little break, Blue, to get these players loaded into the lobby. But I can assure you, you do not want to go too far. This next one is going to be an absolute banger. Virtus Pro taking on XPA. We're going to start out on Skybridge, which we haven't seen yet today. But get those snacks, get those drinks. Don't go too far. When we come back, we got all the action.
That is one sick battle pass we got there, Hot Sauce. I mean, what an exciting dude. We are spoiled with the music today. Holy cow, the
I
music,
know.
the graphics, all so good. Welcome back ladies and gentlemen, to the Arena Cup Series 3. Going to be hosted by Battle State Games and Hunt Premier. You got me and Mr. Hot Sauce on the casting booth, and man, Hot Sauce, we've had some games today, and brother, oh brother, we have my most exciting map. Oh man, I am so excited for this next matchup coming up here, Hot Sauce.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro, XP Academy, very close. 4 points, 6 points, not much separate them there at the top of that stage as we take a quick look at the rosters here as well. Virtus Pro, XP Academy here in this secondary group stage, or group stage B, if you will. And Virtus Pro's got Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Andreezy over there. But this one's definitely going to be a nail biter.
Could be such a good game. I mean, the Polar Bears going up against XPA, and man, Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Andreezy all looking terrifying. And same thing with the other side. Moyan, Rizero, AIM, Siberi, Corta Saber, and Madara Flow. I mean, both of these teams just so disgusting and just so good overall. I can't wait to see how this plays out, because in the group standings, speaking of which, we're going to get a look at the group standings here in a second, folks. And Virtus Pro and XPA sitting at number 1 and number 2 here in Group B, Mr. Hutt.
Yeah, and only by 2 points. So if XP Academy could find a way to upset them and take both games, they could find themselves up on top there by a point in that group stage. But, I'm really looking forward to this one as well. I know that both of these teams are insanely talented. I haven't got to see much personally from XP Academy myself, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do on the battlefield today. And I got to say, I love the icon, or the mascot, so to speak. Honestly, they both have great mascots, but just kind of getting that first glance of XP Academy there, I'm really digging it.
Yeah, I mean, both teams Gonna be feeling themselves and feeling good. I think this is like a confidence match here, Hot, where both these teams, they know they're really not at risk of getting knocked out. I mean, with the bottom 3 and 4 settled, Ancestral, gosh, minus 42, 0-3 in the group stage right now. And oh man, Hot, it's so brutal. I mean, look at the teams you're going up against, but focusing in on this game, Virtus Pro and XPA, I mean, this is all for bragging rights, baby. I mean, they're fighting, and XPA, if they take 2-0, they will take first place in the group. But VP sitting very comfortably with 26 round differential in their 2 series so far, 6 points, and neither team are at risk of getting knocked out of the game, out of the playoffs here, Mr. Hot. But man, they are definitely wanting to win this one. VP would love to go into this 3-0. And speaking of going in, we're going into the next few map picks here, Hot.
That's right, Virtus Pro taking us to Skybridge, which we haven't been able to see just yet. And honestly, all the maps are great. I tend to be a little bit of a Skybridge naysayer myself, but a lot of that action happening toward that A site. There's some really good smoke lines there and utility to be used. We don't see as much action often toward that B site, but if you can come up with some good strategies, maybe that's something that could give you a slight upper hand where some of these teams aren't necessarily as more prepared for that side.
And we did see some cheeky plays. I can't remember the exact team from the first day that I was casting, and they would do this very tempered rush onto B, where they would have a few people in that B main, pump the brakes, maybe have a player or 2 on A getting info, and then they would rush onto the B site and try to take control of that back ramp area on the backside of site and get 1 or 2 players into that red train, that U-turn that has that power position between the site and that mid connector that comes back down from A. So there's a bunch of great ways to play out the map, and that's what's cool. I think the one thing I will give to Skybridge, Hot, because it's of all the maps, it's definitely not my most favorite, but I think it could really have some interesting plays on B, similar to the way Bowl has B, and it's not really used that much, but I think there's a lot of crafty, cheeky plays you could pull off and execute.
Now, we're certainly going to crown a couple winners here in a few moments. Speaking of winners, though, Saw Wither, S.A. Wither. If you're out there in chat, looks like you won a copy of that Tarkov Arena action. Also, now available on that Epic Store, there is a free battle pass with a ton of amazing rewards that will be available to transfer over toward that base game eventually here as well. So make sure you get out there, get in the action while the battle pass is free. But speaking of action, we're going to get right into game number 1.
And Magic living on borrowed time already. I mean, that nade wasn't lethal, but it might as well have been. Magic, the kind of player, though, that really doesn't really care about it. He's gotten naded and almost died. Rask rocking this Enforcer kit. This weapon, not sure the name of it off the top of my head, but man, it's such a punishing, brutal. And Zerald here just going crazy with the prone bait, and great buddy system already coming out of XBA, picking up not 1 but 2 members of VP very quickly.
Good early picks to give XPA a slight player advantage here. And just touching back briefly, Saw Wither, if you're out there, you can also make a ticket in the Discord to make sure you get that copy of Tarkov Arena. Can't wait to see you out there on the battlefield as XPA starting round number 1 off very nicely here. They've got that 2-player advantage to work with as we see Magic slowly beginning to shift around. Madara up top on the peak has been spotted and will look to relocate here as well. The device still looking to pressure over toward the A site, but Madara, a nasty little headshot onto FMX.
Man, XPA is making a statement. A flawless first round coming out here, Hot. And man, this is VP's pick, and XPA say, welcome to the Thunderdome. And they put some punishment in. I mean, a flawless, beautiful first round coming out from XPA.
The Thunderdome. 2 teams enter. Only 1 can leave here on Skybridge. And XPA looking like they're starting out to be that team. But we've seen so many back and forth in every series today. We've been surprised a bit. The game of tug of war has continued, and we'll see if Virtus Pro can maybe channel some of that action themselves. There'll be a couple early nades thrown here to start things off.
Couple of early nades, and we saw some good success when the nade hit Magic last round. It wasn't quite lethal, but it put him in the dirt, or very close to being in the dirt. Oh man, Madara feeling himself, swings out bench, peeking into KFC, and just like that, taking over the defense. Oh, we see a player sneak through smoke, and Madara's probably going to get killed for free. Yeah, FMX, great cheeky position. Another player is already dropped. 2 players, 3 players down. So many kills going over to the side of XPA, and they are taking a very distinct lead right now in this game.
I mean, Virtus Pro only has 1, make it 2 kills now, and those are both in the hands of FMX as they find Moyanri. But still 3 players standing here for XPA, just trying to hang on the edge of this smoke here, but shifting around the backside is FMX. He'll find another, so 3 on the board, a potential ace on the cards as well. And now a big lurking play coming in here from VP as well. Andreezy has to be careful. His aim is up very close and personal here. And maybe just, again, we see a lot of this cat and mouse happening late in these rounds.
And I love the off angles held. Oh man, FMX putting the team on his back right now with 4 kills, but we're gonna be running out of time here soon. I mean, 25 seconds. Andreezy basically has to instantly grab the bomb right now, and even then, he might not be able to plant. Now they're gonna need to find Aim Siberia. I don't think they have time to plan here, so Siberia now gonna need to play the cheeky peeky game. Even if he grabs it, I don't think it's 7 seconds. Oh man, and it doesn't end up mattering. FMX answering with an ace of his own, and just like that, score lines even in holy cow hot sauce. We have a game on our hands.
The ace of spades, baby. FMX putting the team on the backpack as the Polar Bears look to roar on back. We'll see if XPA can find a quick response of their own here in round number 3. But everybody getting a piece of the action. For Virtus Pro, though, it's only been FMX. So we'll see if the rest of the crew can get things firing.
And FMX is just one of these players that's so damn consistent and scary and hot. I mean, the way that he stole that ace, I mean, he should not have been able to do it. And now Madara Flow tries pushing up bench, but the boys grabbing and chewing on some chicken wings and KFC say, not today, my friends.
About to get deep fried over there in the corner if you're not careful. Madara, the first to fall here, is Rask. Has been able to find a way on the board. FMX slowly lurking. Zared, though, able to find hard on the other side of things. The spear continues to ring out, and on this Enforcer class, Moyanri looking low. The leg meta back as Piranha continues to eat away at the flesh, and with that, XPA will maintain that 1-player advantage.
Man. It's so funny to me to see a player in this level, this caliber, peeking and aiming at legs, and it actually be effective. But Magic has magic tricks of his own, says, not today, leave my toes alone. And 50 seconds remain. They have to take a lot of space still. I mean, XPA are even on numbers with VP, but they're both teams in a pretty good position to move forward. Let's see what kind of utility is going to come out. Rask throwing that towards that E-box side. Going to be trying to probably let the smoke plume, then take over the left side. Yep, not going to be able. Doesn't matter. Top aim, Siberia through the smoke. Reno. I'm not sure if he had a one-way there, Hawk, but that was a naughty, naughty shot.
I mean, we're going to continue, I think, to see some naughty shots here as Cords will find one. And with that, win the round. Drop his teammate for a little friendly tap there, but we'll see XPA able to maintain that lead here once more. We'll see if VP can find a way to bounce back.
And the spear being another one of those dominant weapons we've seen. FMX getting an ace with it. Madara Flow, or no, not Madara. Cords Disabler using it as well to pop off, and just super consistent all around. Great 6.8 by 5.1 bullet in that FMJ shot. And it's just so consistent right now. I mean, with all the recent changes to Arena, it seems like these consistent weapons that, you know, have enough flesh and enough pen to get the job done. Just no recoil, badass weaponry. And boom goes top aim Siberia onto Rask. 1 member down for VP, and VP looking to answer back with their own frags. But how the control and all the pressure is on that defensive side, and Madara feeling himself takes that one, but finally gets killed to Andreezy.
Man said, boom goes the dynamite. Now we see that nade being loaded up here by Andreezy. Soft top touch over the top here toward VIP, but not able to hit the mark just yet. And with that, we'll see some picks back in the favor of Hard. Zared, though, able to answer right back. So XPA continues to find these picks, and if they don't win that gun battle, often someone's close by to find that trade at a bare minimum.
And they're doing the buddy system for XPA is just so nasty right now. I mean, Zerald playing off the contact of his teammates multiple times, picking up 2 or 3 kills prone with the movement of his teammate next to him. And Hard was feeling so safe moving up into VIP. And now Zerald sneaking out of here. I think they know he's in rap, but he's not going to hear FMX. And FMX, the hero for this team right now, putting in so much pressure as one player. And gosh, he's just trying his darndest to pick up another kill. Top aim Siberia Core Disable are going to have to stop FMX and Andreezy, but a rotation coming out, and the Beta Reno, he fakes, actually has bomb on site, but Siberia gonna be catching the kill and then stopping the plan, and catches him without his weapon out there, Hot. Oof. XPA are dialed in right now.
Unfortunately, on that plant, they're kind of second guessing themselves. I think if they would have held that on that initial plant, they might have been able to get it down in time. But sometimes those audio cues can be tough to decipher. And XPA doing a good job right now, keeping Virtus Pro guessing. You look at FMX, who's got 6 on the board. He just needs a little bit of help here from the rest of the crew. On the other side of things, everybody fairly even or equal in kills. So things clicking right now for XPA.
XPA dialed in, locked in, great defense, and we're seeing today there's something going on. I mean, Hot, maybe these teams, today's like the reverse map pick day where you pick your opponent's map or something, because XPA, this is not their map pick, and they're playing this so damn well. And the one round that they've lost, FMX single-handedly slaughtered all 5 lambs, but man, it's not enough lamb's blood to protect them. Going forward, they need to really figure out why XPA are just completely thwarted.
Oh, so beautiful this time from Siberi. And I think that's the tough thing is, Virtus Pro is having a little trouble dealing with this aggression from XPA. They lock them down toward that KFC side, which makes that nade a little bit easier to hit there. So XPA will continue to play off the player advantage. We really haven't seen a lot of pressure toward that B site from Virtus Pro.
Right. And that option is there. I mean, that's an excellent point. We're 4 rounds into the 5th round now. 4 rounds already settled, and A hasn't worked, like, at all. And yeah, sure, they're clearing, they're taking space, but Moyamri from downtown with Piranha blows out 3 pairs of legs. Okay, it was 2. Madara Flow is sitting there in the corner. But the team play from XPA, they are setting a statement right now. Virtus Pro may be first in the standings, but holy cow, XPA 4-1 in such a disgusting dominant fashion. Now Moyamri making these piranhas, oh man, shoot through one, and you just see FMX fold, and Madara, if Madara didn't kill him there, Hot, make no mistake, Moyamri was about to send the piranhas after his legs too. Now, as we go into this 6th round, folks, we are gonna have to watch. Are VP just going to keep running at A, or are they going to, like Hot suggest, man, they just want a piece of A and they can't have it. VIP's closed for business, and Madara Flow with these cheeky kills. Unfortunately, going to be traded out. Both players that get kills going to be traded out quickly. Now is where a smoke and a plant could really, really be key for this team, but holy cow, I mean, XPA just shutting VP down completely. That's their VIP on the VP.
Yeah, and a beautiful shot from Zera here through the smoke. They said Virtus Pro might be leading our division, but once we're done with them after these 2 games, it very well could be XP up on top as Zera continues to hit the shots. And really, every member from XPA showing right now that they are capable of completely fragging out.
This crosshair placement firing, I mean, it's so interesting to the dichotomy between, a lot of the European and NA styles, I would say, were a little bit more aggressive in some sense, where there's a lot more just running and taking space, where this kind of slow, methodical, masterful play is just so terrifying, Hot. I mean, we see how little concern Madara had from when he was playing Headshot. Barely jiggle peeks, then kills his opponent on a pixel. I mean, kills hard in the smoke. Just really flawless fundamentals coming out of XPA right now. Oh, man, but Rask, no, and he dies while he's running. No, not like this. No.
Yeah, it's just one of those tough things. You find that first pick and maybe just not aware that that buddy system might be lurking close by. So an unfortunate event again here for VP. A couple of these rounds have been very close, could have gone either way, but realistically, you feel like it's been all XPA for the majority of this one here. And so we head into round number 7. VP needing to find a way to get a couple rounds here before we swap sides, but fortunately just struggling a little bit to do so. Waiting for those early nades to rain down, but because they back off a bit, it allows XPA to get into position. Madara, though, immediately taken out here by Andreezy. Zerald will find the trade. Zerald will find a second one on Darask, and it seems like VIP will remain closed for the day as FMX will find Moyanri, excuse me. And with that, we will see that nade rain down from Hard here as well. So Virtus Pro will be able to regain that player advantage. And again, they really haven't opted to work toward that B site at all here in the first half of this one, and still lingering toward the A site. Zero out here waiting for that smoke to dissipate. You can see Hard lingering on the other side there.
Finally have the man advantage here too, Hod. I mean, it's good to see, but everyone's so freaking hurt right now. Oh, and Zerald, such cheeky positioning, kills both and kills the second one through smoke. And this XBA lineup putting on the 101 class of Tarkov Arena. Welcome to the Academy. What VP didn't know was Skybridge was one of XBA's classes. And man, oh man, is this one brutal teacher, because 6-1 and so darn convincingly. Look at this play, Hot. I mean, this is disgusting. He kills him and then kills him through the smoke. I mean, wild play coming out of Zerald. Holy cow.
Yeah, Virtus Pro is one of the best teams we've seen. They won last time. They knocked out Sicario, who is often the Juggernaut squad, but it's been all XPA here today. They are looking to get into those playoffs and win themselves ACS number 3. They got to get through Virtus Pro first here today, but man, seems like light work at the moment. Virtus Pro just doesn't have any answers or any responses yet here in this one.
And they keep going. Hey, I mean, you mentioned this a few rounds ago, and you know, they are not using the cracked wisdom bulb of lightning to look into the future. And I'm a little shocked here, Hot. I mean, it didn't work 7 times. You think maybe to change it up?
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know. We see a couple kills in the feed there, but Rask will pick up another one. Moyanri on this leg meta is cracking me up, but just doing a phenomenal job here. And they just haven't had an answer for him in VIP here. Can't quite get the second one as Hard will eventually shut him down. And now a player advantage here for VP.
Yeah, great play from Hard. Hard said, you know what? You can't shoot out my legs if I'm laying prone. And it ends up working, catches him off guard, but the damage is done. I mean, Hard's so bruised and battered. They need to take space. Okay, I was going to say, they need to use the utility. There's the first smoke. You could hear it pluming on the right side of that site, and shots going through it. Are we going to see our first plant of the game?
Looks that way.
And VP get it done.
They get that plant down. They've got control of VIP for really the first time here as well. Sibiri, excuse me. Can't quite find that pick as Andreezy finds the first one, and VP, they haven't won a round in quite a while. They desperately need to put some on the board here, and now a real opportunity.
Yeah, and Andreezy doing a great job of closing this one out. 2-3 kills back to back. Hard doing a great job of making sure Moyanri doesn't piranha shoot through any more people. And I can't believe how strong the first half is for XBA now. Skybridge is definitely one of those maps I would consider defensive-sided, because there's just so many different ways that you could play forward and be so abusive. I mean, we saw Madara Flow playing so many different angles and just being such a terror on that A site. Moyanri taking space in VIP and just completely shutting down that store. No sales, no clothes, no tailor, just all business. And right now, the Academy are really putting on a class. Now, can XPA take the success from the defensive side, turn it around, click on the push jets, and punish VP for pulling them on the Sky Bridge? Let's see how they play out this first round. We already see that nade going out towards bench, predicting some aggressive plays. Zeril taking out Rask. And again, XPA open up with the first kill of the round.
Hey, they said we could do it on offense too. We've got the strats to come to boot, and you mentioned it earlier. This is VP's map pick, but it's been all XPA, excuse me, so far in this one. They look to cheat forward here just a bit. Working off of a pick. Moyanri will find one as Hard gets cords here as well. Magic able to answer back on Zerald, and again, right back to a 3v3.
Madara flow. This man has been so cheeky this game. Oh. And rather than risking it, I love this. You know, I wanted to see how it played out, what he did, and such an aggressive play into actually such a respectful play. They give up all the space here. Moyanri even now rotating, and bomb surely will get planted. Andrees is going to be calling it, but damage is already done. And XPA, I mean, this is fantastic play from them. And on the flip side, you know, this is VP's map. This is crazy stuff coming out of XPA. They're playing this almost flawlessly. Now, there are 30 seconds for them to turn it around, VP, but it's going to be a tough ask here.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing XPA do what VP kind of failed to do in that first half, and it's not be afraid to rotate when things aren't going your way. As Hard and Madara will find pick. Sibiri, now the overhead shot from Madara, but it's Andreezy to get up close and personal. Find that one with the spear, and now a 1v1. Andreezy versus Aim Sibiri here. That device already down. Takes about a little time to defuse, and unfortunately, Sibiri has that luxury of just waiting back there in the back line. We'll find Andreezy, and XPA will continue the domination even after swapping sides.
12 kills, 9, 7, 7, and 5. I mean, all this team just popping off, man.
Yeah. 12 for Zerald already here as well. Moyanri, who has been a menace with those Piranha rounds. I certainly don't envy anybody on the other side of that crossfire or crosshair, rather. But we saw Hard and crew drop down below into that prone position. I thought that was a good plan to kind of deny that leg meta. But right back toward the A site for this one to start things off. Some early pressure here from VP, though.
Oof. That nade chunking Rask. Thankfully, he's in the Enforcer kit, so he may be able to withstand a little bit more. But going for the hip fire, I don't see a laser either, Hada. This is kind of crazy style. I respect it, but man, Rask gonna have to. Ooh. Just playing that cat and mouse game. And Madara flows so dang good right now. Rask kills one, but Moyanri instantly puts him to the sleep station. And FMX and Andreezy not in the best position. Bomb's going to be on site. VIP is sitting there, and FMX hears him dancing, but he doesn't give him the peek there, Hot. I mean, he's just toying with them.
Always looking to keep him guessing right now. Working with that broken arm and a bleed, though, is FMX. Madara just on the other side here, looking to bait out that free fire and play off of a teammate. But FMX steps in, finds one at Sibiri to get that trade back and forth. Andreezy all alone here, though, and not the ideal situation as he's looking to go on that hunt here and find XPA. But again, ring around the rosy, and it's tough to catch up sometimes.
Oof. Yeah, it's like kind of, it's not quite akin to that Beyond Bold, man. Match point, 8-2 already. I mean, it's not quite akin to the way you could run around on B, but you can play with someone so bad on A site once you get that bomb down. And with two people alive, they have so much space they could toy with, so much timing, and XPA putting on an absolute masterclass, and it's not even their map pick yet. I mean, the fact that this game is further apart than some of the series we saw earlier today, Hot Sauce, it blows my mind, because this, to me, should have been the close matchup of the day. And right now, XPA are just blowing through VP's offense and defense.
That has been the name of the game here thus far. XPA one away from closing it out, and a dominating performance. We talked about how VP was up on top, but XPA really can mix up that leaderboard there as hard. Moriarty again on the Piranha, finding a headshot this time before Rask is able to trade him back.
They start to hear the smokes plume hard. Big kill on the Sabiri. Sabiri's been totally locked in. As soon as he sees his target, they've been exterminated. I love the dueling prones. Oh no, hard, great trade instantly. Kors is He's got to be very confused just seeing all these prone. Are they dead? Are they alive? But Zerald, nasty hit fire onto hard and plenty of time to get healthy and get back in this round. 1v2, not the best position here, Hop, but plenty of time and plenty of space to make an actual play and win this round.
Plenty of time here. Sometimes you got to double tap those prone bodies just to make sure that no one's laying around there. Can be a bit confusing, but Zerald right now able to navigate it well. In a 2v1, an opportunity to close out this first map here as well, but certainly at a slight disadvantage. FMX has been a juggernaut over here for Virtus Pro as well. We can see Andreezy just remaining patient for the time being.
Shots ringing out, and FMX feeling himself with the nice little drive-by, and that's one more on the board. 5 to go just to get to OT, and FMX, man, he won that ace round. He's doing everything in his power, but it just seems like XPA have an answer for all the players. I mean, clearly they did their homework, but just everything about their game, and it's kind of scary, huh, to think about that. How many good players we've already watched today, and then there's just levels to this thing. I mean, XPA just, they look masterful in everything.
I mean, we see a lot of the VP members picking it up and getting a bunch more kills on the board as they've gathered a couple rounds, but you wonder if it's too little too late. XPA has 5 opportunities to now close out this series, and honestly, even though it is VP's map pick, it seems like XPA has done a little bit better job of navigating it, more specifically on that attacking side, not afraid to work toward that B side a little bit and draw over some of those opposing members. So really good strategies into play here, but a much slower round as far as the other rounds have been.
And I like the, nice kill coming out of hard. I like the slow play for VP. You know, I think it puts it, hard though. Manages only to get one before he's taken out. And so many disables coming out of this XPA lineup. Now, we do have an even kill matchup right now. That would have been a disgusting jump fire. But Hod, I mean, it's so much pressure. What a disgusting peak from Cords. I mean, the kills coming out of XPA on these crazy angles, doing the same thing to Rask. If Rask wasn't such a beefcake, he would definitely be in the grave. Bomb successfully planted here, Hot. We got 40 seconds to defuse this bad boy, or it's game over for VP.
Yeah, and it's XPA who has that player advantage as well. And now they have the luxury of playing post-pant position here as Cords finds one. FMX Maduro plant stripes in the kill feed as Rask and Moyanri will find a couple of their own. But it's XPA to take game number 1. And not only do they take it, but they take it in dominating fashion, 9-3. We very well could see that group stage mix-up with XPA Academy up on top.
I mean, shoot, just after that game, if we're looking at just the rounds differential, they actually would have passed VP. I mean, they get the extra point in terms of round differential. They are ahead of VP after that one. I mean, they're not quite ahead in points. I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but holy cow, what a game, Hot Sauce. I mean, it's unbelievable to me that we've seen such excellent players throughout the day, and these players just keep getting better and better. I mean, XPA's teamwork, their positioning, and the combat skills were flawless. I mean, they just took over Spurs where they needed to. They never gave it up for the most part, just completely shutting down VP. And that, if you're just tuning in, folks, was VP's map.
Yeah. Virtus Pro, I mean, former champs, and honestly, having a really tough time there on Skybridge. But, you know, I have to feel like things just weren't going their way. We talked about them really not even opting to head toward that B site, maybe about once in their attacking rounds, whereas we saw XP Academy a little more comfortable finding those rotations early, looking for a little extra bit of a play on that other side or an early pick, and something that certainly set themselves apart. I mean, we saw a lot of great nade kills, but Moyanri in that VIP area with the Saga and that Piranha was just an absolute menace over there. Pretty much their arch nemesis at that point.
And he just had so much control, Hot Sauce. Like, what do you do? He's beefy and he's taking out your legs. Goodness knows how much shake of the screen is coming through when you're getting blasted like that. And just folded opponent after opponent after opponent. And we did see Hard answer when he did that cheeky prone kill. And, that was one of the few rounds that they successfully shut him down. But he had still already killed somebody. And XPA just having total control of space. The spacing for me was where XPA were meets and bounds beyond Virtus Pro. And I really am shocked to say that because both these two teams absolutely diabolical skill levels. But for XPA to win on VP's map so convincingly, I mean, it was 9-3 over VP, who's just they have, to put it in perspective, folks, in the group standings before this game, VP are 2-0 with 26 round differential in 4 maps. I mean, they have been dominating, and then just woof, the rugs pulled out right from under them, and now they're on their backs and they're on the wrong side of bowl because we're going over now to XPA's map pick.
Yeah, and for me, especially on Skybridge there, XP was really good at those early nade lineups. We saw it really kind of force Virtus Pro into not charging out toward that A site. So they would hang back a little bit, wait for those nades to rain down. But behind those nades, teammates were throwing smokes, which allowed XP Academy to really take a ton of space up in toward VIP, into that mid plant area just on the other side of KFC. And so because they were able to get up all that space, I felt like it was hard for Virtus Pro to find the angles or to clear them, really. I mean, we saw how much trouble they had in VIP as well. We should get to take another look at the action here as we take a peek at the highlights.
And look at the spacing, like every time we look at VXPA, they are so forward position. And it's not even aggressive. It's just more of like they're defining the lines of scrimmage. Magic actually taking up Moyanri in that clip. But Madara Flow was so cheeky during so many of these rounds. And FMX doing his damnedest to put in the work. But Aim Siberi time and time again. Look at just perfect timing, perfect pacing here, Hot. And the kills are so impressive. The top nade Siberi now, and Moyanri this was disgusting by Moyanri. Kills 1, kills 2, and would have killed the 3rd if Madara Flow wasn't there. I mean, they were in control. There's no other way to say it for me, Hot Sauce. They had the spacing, and this map was theirs. I mean, they were in control at all times.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm always impressed by the leg meta. Just because of all the games I grew up playing, it's like it's just intertwined in my DNA to always aim for the head, and it's something that I struggle with sometimes in Tarkov. So I always am impressed by people who are able to stay locked in and just keep aim down at those shins and toes. And for Moyanri, it was absolutely huge here for XPA through that first half on defense. We saw him to continue to dominate on offense, and a 9-3 spread against a talented team like Virtus Pro really speaks volumes for how good XPA is.
Yeah, I mean, hats off to XPA because, again, I'm flabbergasted, Hot, because I saw we got spoiled today with some banger matchups. I mean, so many good games, and now we're seeing like 2 of the monsters of the CIS region and of the entire Tarkov arena scene. And XPA just kind of putting on, they really are the academy right now. I mean, the professor's class was in session, and, I saw Saturday detention after Saturday detention given out, and the professors were not playing around today. I mean, really S-tier performance coming out of XPA.
Yeah, I'd like to say it was some teachers handing out some free lessons, but judging by that scoreline, it wasn't free. That one had to hurt a little bit, so we'll see if Virtus Pro can bounce back. Honestly, we've seen a lot of teams kind of upset the opposing team on their, the opponent's map pick. So it's something that has happened a bit here today. And so you certainly can't count Virtus Pro out until it's over. They're an incredibly talented squad, but the way XPA is looking is just absolutely insane. I'm like, who did they draw against over here? Because I mean, they're really okay. I was looking at the wrong one, but I mean, they're
Pandaric
really sticking it to
Apex.
Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they tied with Pandaric Apex.
Okay.
They had the draw rather. So yeah, I mean that I was just looking at the same exact thing. Like, wow, the fact that Pandaric Apex drawed with them when VP is, struggling. Now, like you said, we're also talking about VP, folks. So let's not get ahead of ourselves and think that this team can't come back and 9-0 XPA back. I mean, that's the level of players we're talking about. But they said a statement, I think, Hot. I mean, I got a little bit of chills watching some of the confidence and the plays. I mean, Madara Flow was so damn cheeky. He didn't move that much overall, like within 5-10 meters, but so many different positions and kills that they just weren't even ready for. And that was true of the entire team.
Yeah, it's tough because we haven't seen, at least over here on this side of things, Virtus Pro really have many struggles throughout the, back when we saw them in HPL or different things like that. Not HPL, excuse me, the previous ACS, but really struggling here today in that opening map. It has to be a little bit mentally defeating when it is your map pick and then you get 9-3'd by XPA. So XPA doing a great job of making a statement across the league. You make a valid point, the fact that Pandaric Apex was even able to draw against them when Virtus Pro has been dominant against some of these teams. But it just goes to show you two things. Any given Sunday and the fact that there is just a ton of talent littered across all these teams here in the ACS.
So much talent. And it's so fun to watch for me, because it's like, Tarkov's one of those games where you're talking about thousands of hours to begin to get good at it. We're not even talking master. So when you see players where every flick and every rotation and every headshot crosshair placement is flawless on top of the strategy side, I mean, it's just, there's levels to this S, and man, we are at the apex of the pyramid. I mean, it's like, these are the apex predators of Tarkov for a reason, and it's actually terrifying to really wrap your head around how, some teams get blown out by one, but then another that they fight are just that much better that they can beat them down, and what looks like an unbeatable phalanx is just tossed aside by a monsoon of men. It's just, it's so awesome. I mean, really, it's so awesome to see.
Yeah, I've had the unfortunate experience of facing several of these members from different teams in that arena scene, and my only goal was, can I get one kill? Can I get one clippable moment that I can take home and put on a plaque behind me? Because these dudes are nutty. You see them almost tracking people through the walls, but it goes back to that situational awareness, finding these shots through the smokes or these pre-fire spots. It goes back to tens, thousands, 12,000 hours put into this game. So there's a lot more that goes into you thinking. Tarkov, probably one of the hardest learning curves of any game. But man, once you invest some time and you get involved with Tarkov, there's nothing that matches its immersiveness, and you're just always going to find yourself coming back.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, I've come and gone from Tarkov many a times once you play a game a lot, but man, with Arena, I haven't been able to stay away, and it just, that combat element of Tarkov, it's unlike any other game. I mean, there really is no game that brings you into its world. We got you baited there, folks. Sorry about that. As soon as we got into the game, we had an issue. So you didn't see that. Nothing happened. You saw nothing, and Connor definitely didn't do that. So that being said, Tarkov is one of those games, Hot, that, like you said, you're investing and building, and it's so deceptively simple looking from the outside looking in. You see a guy running around and shooting, but the mechanical skill that each of these things and the amount of time you have to invest to even do a basic strafe in Tarkov with the inertia system. I mean, these players are just on another level when it comes to this game.
Yeah, I mean, Tarkov has just taken so many steps and strides in great directions here. And we talk about all these amazing things in the Battle Pass. Now here in Arena, a free opportunity to get in there and get involved with that. But even the base game, the new Labyrinth event, has been so much fun that I'm struggling to tear myself away from it and come collect some of these amazing skins. So really just a lot of awesome stuff going on over at Battlestate Games and Tarkov. And of course, a huge shout out to Hunt Premier for always showcasing the wonderful action throughout the many different events that they do throughout the year. Super thankful that they allow me to come on here and pretend to be pretty and shout at the mic with my boy Blue.
What do you mean pretend? You're a hot sauce. Come on, man. Come on with it. You put the hot sauce, but no, I mean, sheesh. But man, you know, as my man Hot Sauce said, super grateful for the opportunity to yap about something you love, and you know, I've invested so much time into this game, Hot Sauce. So again, as you said, Battle State, Hunt, thank you for hosting these events and allowing us yappers to yap about the yappening until yapping happens because the game doesn't work. So we got to yap more, and then yapping happens, and then yap. You know, like it is what it is, folks. You? But
oh, never mind. I thought that was cracked for a second.
Oh, shoot.
Man's dropping bars over here. He's a poet and didn't know it. And that's why we love our boy Blue. Honestly, it is always a wonderful time over here at Hunt Premier. There is so many talented casters. There is so many talented people working very diligently behind the scenes to make this run. And it's not an easy thing to do. So again, huge shout out to everyone behind the scenes here working, helping the show run so smoothly, because without them, it would certainly not be possible.
No, I mean, and it takes a lot, you know, it really does take a village in this instance. So, you know, Connor in the background doing production with Philbo, Klish, Damian, Kevster, Preppy, Boosh, and Turbo Bear. Thank y'all, all the mods in chat. Hopefully y'all are enjoying yourselves. If you need to use the restroom or get a snack, do it very quickly because we're just about to be getting into a game. We just had a little bit of an issue, so I hope y'all are enjoying it. And chat, you've seen the game right now, XPA versus VP. Who are you guys rooting for? What do you think so far? I mean, I know both these teams are nuts. It's just like, it's always the battle of the Titans. I mean, is it going to be VP on the day or is it going to be XPA? You really never know with these two teams.
Yeah, you don't know, but I feel like after that performance from XPA on VP's map pick, it's really hard to vote against him here on map number 2 as well. And so as we get set and ready to head back in toward, Bull, I believe. Yeah, you know, I feel like right now the momentum, everything seems to be favoring XPA, but if Virtus Pro can find a way to come out, grab these first 2 or 3 rounds off rip, we could see some of that momentum shift, and we very well could end up on a draw. But man, if I don't often bet because I'm bad at it, but if I was a Gamma man, I'd probably be leaning a little bit toward XPA on this one.
I always get hustled in Gamba. It's so bad, but I digress, you know. But I agree. I mean, XPA, I'm so impressed because, again, when we think about how Virtus Pro has bullied some of the other teams, I mean, during the games yesterday with Ancestral, hats off to them for how well they played today, because I believe VP took like 9-0 and 9-2 or something close to that yesterday. So to see XPA do the same back to VP, it's just like, holy cow. XPA are dialed in, locked in. And now what I'm so interested to see is, are we going to see the reverse map pick curse coming through, where this is going to be the 3rd series? Will this be the 3rd series in a row where where your map pick is the one you do poorly on, and then you flip over and you start, all of a sudden they play so damn well on their opponent's map?
Yeah, I want to believe. I want to believe, because I know that these series have been close all day. We've had a lot of really good nail biters, so some top tier matches throughout the entirety of the day. But again, I just keep thinking back to that performance from XPA on Skybridge, and I'm thinking, you know, Virtus Pro just didn't have an answer. So they need to find a way to come out swinging early here in this one. They can't allow XPA to get that big lead yet again before we swap halves. But as we always say, it's much easier said than done when we're sitting up here in the comfortability of the booth.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to yap about the yappening, but it's much more difficult when you got a player like Madara Flow who's taking space and just playing with your mind and playing with angles. You manage to cut him off, and then all of a sudden top aim Siberia kills your friend, runs away, and then kills you through smoke. It's hot. There's levels to this, you know, and again, we are at the highest. We are in the penthouse right now in this building, because these two teams are about to battle off in bowl as we go into our 6th game of the day in the 3rd series of Arena Cup Series number 3. If you're just tuning in, you're in for a banger, and Andreezy starts it off with a bang. Raz follows up. Core Disable at the gen, stops the planter, but Magic right there to trade him out. Zerald pushing from behind. FMX says, not today, my friends. And within 30 seconds, bombs down. But Moyanri, funny enough, actually on the scout now instead of that big old piranha blaster. But 4 of his friends are gone on the first round, and VP are coming in swinging.
I mean, this is what we wanted and needed to see from VP here as well. Moyanri, though, will find one before the consolation prize comes in. Hard able to wrap it up, and VP will take round number 1. This is what we wanted to see from Virtus Pro. If they want to fight back into this one, they've really got to start off on the right foot. We do get to see some of that here, but I want to see it, consistently happen.
Yeah, but listen, in opening round, we take those, and Moyanri, I mean, we were talking about before the game how much time goes into Tarkov. The fact that Moyanri almost killed both of those players is actually terrifying. I mean, he actually almost won that 1v2, which is terrifying. Now we're going to be seeing this blitz onto B. We'd love to see it. Only 20 seconds into the round right now, and we're already going to be almost on the site. Now, are they going to pre-nade? Shots ringing out, and FMX leading the charge for the boys, and there's going to be no one home to stop the plant. 2 players going through spawn. One's rotating through split. One's still on A here, but bomb nowhere to be found.
It looked like they were trying to use these players to bait over an early rotation from XPA, which they certainly did, but there is a player lingering over toward that A side. That's going to be Madara, who finds Magic, and now it's up to Andreezy. If he gets taken out her early, this device is going to be down in a very awkward position. Hard will find a pick onto Cords, and they really have pretty good control of that B site, but still not opting to rotate away.
And Andreezy catches him lacking. Such a cheeky play by the bomb. Now 1 does drop on B, but Moyanri realizing he's been duped. His friends in tunnel. There's no one on A, and VP continuing the series map curse syndrome thingy majigger-esque. And we're going forward with, for some reason, people can't pick the right map today. Because right now, VP in control of XPA's map, and XPA were in control of VP's map, and I don't know what's going on. I don't think I've seen this before, where every map is reversed on its head.
I don't know. I would steal that word you just used if I could remember it. So, nonetheless, Moyanri stepping in to find FMX, and Moyanri certainly capable of these crazy clutches, but unfortunately, in a very big pincer play here, Andreezy up top, the other direction, trying to isolate the ones, but it's hard to come out on top, and VP will put 2 on the board in a row.
Yeah, and Hard doing a great job, and that's the Hard we're used to. 4-0, 3 kills that round, and when Hard is locked in, I mean, him and FMX, I mean, the entire lineup of VP is disgusting, right? But FMX and Hard, sometimes the things that these lads do, oof, international war crime level in game, like just absolutely crazy things. And I love to see that Hard and the boys are locked in for this one. Now, can they keep it consistent though? Nades going out. They do know one's there. Zerald with a good push into 90, but FMX trades his buddy out. Madara Flow kills one, but again, FMX leading the homies to victory. Cords Disabler disables another one, and I like the 4-person on B. The bomb is nowhere to be seen. And again, Andreezy off in Narnia with the bomb, trying to bait and play around rotations and hopefully catch someone sleeping on the rotation.
See if they can catch someone taking a little nap here, but XPA, they've showed great patience in the past. Certainly displaying some here as well. Magic and then begin to linger toward this A site. Slowly and methodically. Not too often we get to hear the calm serenity sound of the Tarkov arena, but only for a moment before the beautiful chaos will ensue.
Wow.
It's Magic with a beautiful 2K as he's pumping heads and getting bread, as we love to say. Cords Disabler now rotating around all alone in a 1v2.
And a 1v2 against Magic and Andreezy. And the magic that Magic just made happen, Captain, is absolutely outrageous. I mean, the read on the player who was at jump up to then reposition to catch the player rotating up towards Jen from tower is just crazy. Cords now running out of time and going to have to get a little active. And Magic, I don't know if he heard the metal. I think he knows Magic's here. He's trying to bait it out. He does know he's there, and Cords is Saber, well, as you said, if anyone, ooh, Andreezy with the back shots coming through, and that's going to be 3 on the board, and they stole that round. Magic, that was so disgusting. I mean, this little dance, the game sense, and the re-peek into the position to kill that player. Oh my goodness. AIM, Siberian, Miami were not ready for the Magic Rabbit to pull out of the hat, because holy cow, that was sick from Magic.
Big plays from Magic, big plays from Virtus Pro as they found a way to take 3 in a row early in this one. It's XPA now, who hasn't been able to find an answer just yet. And for VP, they've done a good job of mixing up the strategies this time, working both of that sites. And right now, it does appear they're going to be stampeding back toward the B side here.
Shots ringing out back and forth and a little bit. Oh, Zero taking a little bit of damage, getting caught on a corner as he tries to turn around. But him and Siberi playing the buddy system, hoping that they're going to make a little bit more work. Rask looking to get active. They're going to hear the wood. I mean, oh no, and it doesn't matter. Hard with a nasty nade on the ramp. Now, will they know Zero's there? Rask ready. Oh no, he wasn't ready actually, and Zero takes him out. Andreezy does manage to get the trade, and that's a 3v3 situation. Now, here's where the beauty of the smokes come in on B here, Hot. I mean, I love the fact that you can smoke off the underhang and pretty much totally control part of it, but I think the site's already lost. You know, the XBA's already got pretty much control of B, and they recognize it, and it doesn't matter because Hard is locked in and puts another one in the dirt. 3v1 for VP up, and so dominantly has VP been taking the reins in this game and riding Santa all the way home. I mean, geez.
Hard in great positioning here, able to find that first pick initially on that rotation away, and this is just a great hold here, but not going to be able to find the headshot on the other side of things. It's Cords who will collect the head of Hard. A quick peek from Magic will set him down, though, and VP back to doing VP things.
4-0 on XBA's map pick. And, you know, there's been some close rounds here, Hot, but for the most part, VP, I mean, they're in total control of this game right now. The nades, the positioning, the smokes, the opening frags, the rotations, the reads with the bomb. I mean, everything. This is such an awesome matchup to see. And, you know, we see how good, how great both these teams are. Because XBA were just totally manhandling VP in the last game. And now the Polar Bears obviously getting a great snack on some salmon, just feeling so supercharged. Unfortunately, Madara Flow had enough of the flow. Rask, Cords Disabler takes out Rask. FMX takes out Zero. Moyanri takes out Hard. And finally, 1v3 situation. XBA in a great spot to close out this round and pick up the first round on the board for themselves.
Now they desperately need to find a round here, and this looks like it could be the round for them. The device down in an awkward position as FMX will slowly crab forward. Unfortunately, they're prone on the other side, but not recognized. Able to take out Cords. Can't get the second one, though, as Siberi will take out FMX. XPA will get a much-needed round as they look to trudge through the trenches and see if they can bring it back in this one.
Woo. We're back in the game. A little bit of breathing room here. VP still have to be feeling really good. And you know, I think this is one of those maps, Hot, that defense can be very tough at times to push through. And right now, VP doing a great job. So I think if they can pick up another round or two going into this next half. Ooh. The cheeky peeky from Rask. Unfortunately, no one's going to the grave just quite yet. And no one dying. The sounds of the smoke pluming. Hard, I think, pulling out a nade. No, putting a nade away. Trying to make some noise. And I'm really curious what Hard is doing. Okay, there's the nade.
Again, I mean, we talk about the calm before the storm. We don't often hear that here in Tarkov Arena, but Madara just being patiently patient over here in the corner. Cords and the crew just setting up. It's up to VP to find some pressure. They begin to linger away from that B site where there's really not a lot of defense from XPA, but Virtus Pro really hasn't rotated off these sites much. They kind of pick a site to go to, and they often kind of just see if they can cram it right on in there.
Cram it right in there, indeed. You know, this slow, this slow and steady race for VP. Hard. Sees it, but can't quite put him in the dirt. Does manage to pick up the first kill. Moyanri takes out 2, though. Shots ringing out back and forth. Zerold still there. A player on headshot and a player over towards that generator side. They're going to be pushing up. Aim side Beery's still there, still feeling good. One on the flank. Shots back and forth, and Hard in an impossible position. Dare I say hard position. And that's 2 rounds back to back. And XPA showing big signs of life and putting a huge damper in the momentum of VP.
Yeah, you know, it's the swing of things. You know, these teams can go on big round runs, so it's very important to close out those rounds that you should win when you have those player advantages. But XPA has found a way to dip back into this one now, just a couple rounds away from tying it up. We'll see what they're able to muster up here as we've just got a couple rounds left in the first half.
I like this going towards B. A little bit of switch up, and they've had a lot of success so far on this B site. Not necessarily planning here, but just manipulating the map and getting the defensive lines to move and pick up kills. Zero now push forward. They know he's going to be under there, and he just got pincered so darn bad. That's such a good, big pickup for this round. I mean, taking out that player so early. Zero been putting a lot of pressure for XPA, and now they're just slowly taking over space, and all 5 members actually here, including the bomb.
It's nice to see that that devastating loss in game 1 hasn't really affected the mental of Virtus Pro, though. They've got a game plan. They've been executing it nicely here on Bowl thus far as they begin to shift out on toward the site. Rast looking for some intel. Will be spotted, though, and it's Cord Disabler to find that pick right back to a 4v4.
Ooh, Hard and Magic play making it happen for this team right now, and I'm about to get planted. Andreezy kind of hidden. Moyanri not able to see him. Thinks he's going to stop him. Moyanri, right? Say goodbye. Say hello to my little MCX. Unfortunately, Madara, that prone play is catching the... It's like the Piranha's only weakness. You got to be on the ground, apparently. Moyanri running out of ammo, runs at both of them, and Magic there to have his boys back, and just like that, 5th round going over to VP, and that is such a great read. I mean, on Skybridge, we saw VP stick to their guns and only push A. Here, the pivoting much better, back and forth on the 2 sites, recognizing A wasn't working, went right back to B and made it happen.
As much as they're going prone, I don't even know if they're the pandas anymore. They're basically the slithery snakes slithering through the garden here as they're able to find a couple big picks, but XPA has 2 rounds on the board. We get ready for halftime. 1 more to close it out here, and it'll be up to XPA to see what they can do. Nades over the top. A little bit of lineup here. They're kind of working with a 3-2 split for XPA on this one, but you're absolutely right. Virtus Pro has done a much better job of finding these rotations and mixing up the sites here on Bowl.
Magic, making the magic happen, Hot Sauce. He definitely had some of the secret hot sauce in between this game. Cracked open the jar of cracked wisdom and definitely got things cooked up in the laboratory, because right now, VP are just... Oh, man, Zerold, great cheeky positioning, but right there, Magic making it happen again. I don't know if they know about Siberia. Madara Flow now got the pincer going. Is Magic going to actually clear? No, he's not. He has no idea about Siberian. Hard kills Madara on the flank, but the damage is done, and both these players, a minute left, and they're real close to the bomb. And, you know, the way that the post plant gets really difficult here, Hot, I think this position for them, never mind. Moyanri making sure that even numbers are not a thing, and it's a 1v2 for Mr. Rask, and only 2 kills right now. Gonna have to really dial it in to clutch it out for the team, but a tough ask here, Hut.
You got the big weaponry. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out in their favor in this Enforcer class. Now the old bait and switch is Moyanri will find the final one, and all of a sudden, XPA getting just a little bit closer to tying it up.
5-3. Yeah, 5-3, and you're feeling much better if you're XBA here. You know, from the way we started, what was it, 4-0? I mean, VP looked like they were about to run away with it hot. So you got to be feeling much better as XBA.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a tough start there, stumbling a little bit, which is pretty rare for XPA, but able to kind of take a deep breath, reset, get their footing a little bit as we do swap sides. But VP doing all of that on the attacking side as well. So they certainly have to be feeling equally as good heading into the second half here with that 2-point cushion.
And defense can be tough to break the lines for, you know, like as we see the attacking side of XPA, see them, looks like they're going to be moving towards A. Bomb's going to be sitting in that back connector, just hanging out. 2 players advancing towards A, one on A plat, one's going to be holding the flank from old B, and things are not really shaking up too much here. The smoke's going to be pluming. Great smoke. I really can't tell if that, I believe that was a defensive smoke. It's a little bit back on that line by Curtain, but still a great smoke. You really can't push through it without being too crazy. And FMX going to be picking up the first frag of the round.
Early frag here for VP to get that early footing here and taking out Moyanri, who's been a raid boss for XPA. Certainly has to feel like a good way to start out the round. A hailstorm of bullets once more downfield without a hip fire. Not connecting, unfortunately. Madara does get chopped down to about half health there as we see him prone on the other side. FMX waiting patiently, and we'll find that headshot as well. VP, the 2-player advantage.
3-player advantage, hard, playing so damn well, and Bomb down in a really bad position. Raz picking up another kill, and whatever happened between games, it's amazing to see the bounce back. I mean, XBA was in total control of VP's map. We get the bowl, and it seems like the bowling alley may belong to the Polar Bears. I mean, the total reversal today, this is the 3rd series of the day, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, that we see a reversal where the map pick of a team generally becomes their tougher matchup, and then they get to their enemy's map, and they play it off much better. I mean, it's actually wild to me, Hot Sauce, but I digress. Oh, man, Aim Siberi aiming so well with that nade to open up on Rask. It's such a big opening nade, actually.
Yeah, any early pick to give yourself that team, that player advantage certainly can set yourself apart here as Moyanri and crew will begin to slowly work their way forward here toward the B site. You take a look at the mini map, and VP opting to rotate one toward that B site through spawn here as the nade over the top won't quite connect just yet. And with that, it looks like that pressure about to come toward this B site. Dara continues to let the gun sing downfield. Moyanri, who is formerly on that Saiga, though, now here into that scout role, still performing very well. The first into double digits for their team with 11. 12 on the other side for Hard there, and a much more, a much closer matchup. Unfortunately, Magic's going to find his teammate FMX, and so a little bit of a mishap to give XPA the player advantage.
And XPA taking a lot of space all the way down in tower. He can probably kill Hard for free. I mean, he is so deep into the defensive lines. He should kill Hard for free. I mean, yeah, they're not even aware now. Magic, wow, he almost pre-fired Magic. Andreezy from downtown. 3 members of XPA alive. Bomb getting picked up finally. Bob's going to be getting planted on site. Madara in a lot of pain, but not enough. And Magic living on borrowed time over there. I mean, folks, if you look at the bottom right and see his health bar, that deep red is health that's missing. The red, the bright red, is the part of him that's still alive. And as you can see, not much is left.
Gonna need to call upon the 777s and work a little magic of their own as they find one, but it's Moyanri to close it out. And XPA, after being down significantly, has found a way to work their way back into this one. Now just 2 away from tying it up as we inch closer and closer to game number 2.
Yeah, and VP keeping that 2-round lead. They won the first round. Now XPA taking one. And it's a nice back and forth. But for VP, this pacing works hot. I mean, just keep going 1 for 1, and they'll take the dub. Now, is it that simple? Of course not. But VP have just been consistent over the course of the map. They've It's 6-4. They're up 2 rounds. Nothing crazy, but they've been in control for most of the round. So just stay steady. Keep trying to get the early picks. And they got to watch for the nades from Siberia because that opening nade on FMX, hard answering with the nade onto Siberia. Says none of that beeswax for this round, buddy. And Rask blasted from downtown, taking some damage. Trying to get healthy, probably snacking on a piece of cheese in a corner somewhere. And
yeah, unfortunately, Rask has struggled a little bit on this Enforcer class, more specifically with that PKP. And so hasn't been able to hit the shots just yet. The hip fire not working out for him, but they've got that player advantage to work with. XPA still knocking toward the net over here at the A site as they look to pressure forward. Still got a few nades to work with as going to try to slowly make it forward here, but they have no plans of rotating anytime soon, it would appear. With a quick spray from Adara, he's going to find Andreezy.
Oh, that was a great pick, and then he backs up Moyanri, picking up another towards Jen. Cords picking up a third, and that should be A site pretty much clear. Do they know about Hard on site? No, they don't, and Hard, man, he was in such a cheeky position, but unfortunately, very, very quickly taken out by the attackers, and 2-1 left on the scoreboard, and Magic gonna have to really make some miracles happen. He's already so hurt and injured. He's getting active. He's getting active, Hot. I guess he's got no other choice. Not active enough. Moyanri doing a great job of protecting his teammates' playing off his teammates' footsteps. Teammate baits towards Generator, sits on high ground, and gets the kill all for free. And that's 1 round away now from 4-0 VP to XPA. Now only 1 point from tying things up here, Hot.
Only 1 point from tying it up after having a tough start here on their map pick, but Moyanri, 15 kills on the board, 15-7, as they continue to assert their dominance and look to bring this comeback back here. So 1 more round to tie it up. We'll see if VP can look to extend that lead just a bit. They're not too far away from match point, but all of a sudden, you feel it slowly beginning to slip through the grasp of their fingers.
Oof, yeah, I mean, I guess both these teams favoring the attacking side on bowl, and it's just such a switch up from what we normally see. Normally the defense is what you have to break through, but right now the attack seems to easily be kind of breaking through. But Hard, back-to-back crucial nades. Now, can the team capitalize on the man advantage? They do hear a nade getting cocked from the other side now. Magic in a really cheeky position here, Hot. I think he can make something happen. He's just got to wait for the right timing.
I mean, if Virtus.pro can find a win here and make it a draw, they'll be able to maintain the lead in Group Stage B. But if it's a 2-up win here for XPA, we'll be able to take that lead in Group Stage B. Rask now in that prone position. They've got a player advantage. Zerold dangerously low on health as well. And as that smoke begins to dissipate, we'll see him fall back to a little more of an advantageous position here. But again, things have really slowed down from round to round.
Yeah, the pacing is completely different. And VP, they normally do very well in this back and forth. And right now they are a man up. Zerold, I think Magic might try and do something crazy here. Oh, no, he's just playing the patient game. And, oh, man, Madara, like you said, Rask not able to make anything happen. That's going to be 3 Zerold holding top, anticipating it. And just like that, XPA send 4 students to detention. Andreezy, the last rascal running around the academy, not in trouble. And we're going to have to see a miracle out of Andreezy to stop XPA from tying this game up.
Now we see Moyanri back there in that prone position, just holding the lane here as well. Zerold doesn't have a ton of health, but in a 4v1 with the plant already down, you can see at the top middle of your screen there, 24 seconds and ticking. Really, Andreezy slowly running out of time here.
Yeah, I'm not really. I think maybe the team is using this time to just discuss what's going on. I'm actually kind of a fan of this. He's not really trying to go crazy. I mean, it's pretty unrealistic to win from this position. Not that you shouldn't go for it here, but I really think the team is taking the time to discuss something right now, Hot Sauce. They're probably trying to figure out what's going on. Why is the phalanx that it was VP now breaking, and XPA slowly just dismantling the shield that was VP, and now run even playing field. You know, the Pandas were looking so good, or excuse me, the Polar Bears were looking so good, and right now it's, you know, things are getting warm. We're running out of ice.
Yeah, I mean, they had a nice commanding lead. All of a sudden, we find ourselves tied up 6-6 here. And so an opportunity for XPA to take the lead for the first time here in Bowl. And for VP, they need to find a way to answer back. Hard Magic have been putting in work here, both in double-digit kill marks, but just haven't been able to close out some of these important rounds as Moyanri again opening up with a pick onto FMX. Hard able to answer back with a pick of their own as Cords begins to shift forward here. Hard just on the other side, but we see him rotating back and off-site just a bit. Now, over on the B site, they have pushed pretty far forward here, so they can hold that rotation and look potentially for a flank.
Yeah, and Cora's read Hard's play, and, you know, I got to give credit to Hard. Hard didn't re-swing, knowing that they would be anticipating, and rotates back into a whole different position. Zerald and Andreezy playing cat and mouse, but Andreezy too sneaky. We see who the cat is in this situation, and unfortunately, the mouse not going to get out of the good old mouse trap. Now they have so much control here, Hot. You have the player that's got complete control of B, from B platform to the spawn, and 3 players on A. This is a great position for VP. The nade's gone. Another defensive smoke coming out, and Aim Siberi gonna have to slowly work through smoke and just let his team push up. And Hard on site with the cheeky peeky. Again, the prone, the most valuable play of the day, it seems. I mean, over and over and over. The nade, top nade, Siberi, baby, in the 1v3. Can he make it happen, Hot?
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. VP does need to win this round here, and Moyanri has 17 kills already, getting close to that 20 bomb. Siberi, excuse me. Now up into the face of the competition. Rask on the PKP will let the gun sing like it ain't no thing, and VP will find themselves back up on top by 1 and 1 away from match point as well.
Wow. Such a back and forth game, but you know, the VP consistency of Hard. I mean, Hard kills the first player, rotates out, goes back on the site eventually, which happened off screen, kills one, then hits the prone and catches the third. I mean, such a scary, scary player when Hard's locked in, and 18 kills on the board right now. And it's crazy to think Moyanri on the other side with 17, Hot. Now, it's so close, though, that this B push may be exactly what XPA need to crack back into this and even the scoreline.
It's been back and forth. I mean, VP had such a good lead that they've let all but dwindle it away here. So XPA is so close they could taste the blood here, but unfortunately not out of that deep water yet. Hard and Moyanri both trading back for picks of their own. It's XPA who has that slight advantage, and Madara with the flechette this time said, no piranha for me. I'll rock the flechette. They've got a big advantage now as all the members begin to topple, and XPA will tie that up relatively quickly.
Yeah, that was a swift round. I mean, blinking, you might have missed it. That's how quickly that it went down, but hats off to to XPA for figuring out VP wouldn't do as well in the B defense. Now, let's see, are they going to continue on B? I mean, that seemed to work so well. I would imagine they're going to attack B again, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself until we see how it all plays out. Pretty scary stuff. Actually going to be going towards A. 2 players going to be rotating through that back connector. 3 going towards the van. Moyanri again, 20 kills now. Madara, Flow, and they're just getting explosive here, Hot. They're running them down right now. Moyanri picking up the 3rd kill of the round so far for his team. Only Madara going to be dropping. Zerald picking up the 4th, and we're about to be on match point. But for XPA,
yeah, I mean, Moyanri has 21 kills on the board and isn't done just yet. Really has been the glue to hold this squad together here late in Bowl, and has been a big turning force as Zerald will find Andreezy. And with that, XPA, after fighting from being down for the entirety of map number 2, finds themselves up on top when it matters most here at match point and looking to close it out. XPA will topple the Giants and go to that number 1 position of Group Stage B with a round win here.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy what's going on. VP 4-0 in this map, now to 8-7, match point in the other direction, and I don't know if they're going to have an answer. XBA just all of a sudden they have this violent, aggressive take. They did it on B, they did it on A, just getting picks, and seem to kind of just be, oh my. Madara flow from downtown with the Flechette takes out Rask and just completely eliminates the value. And Rask, like you said, 4 kills on the game so far. Not finding success. Moyanri again, Moyanri again, Moyanri again. That was 3 kills in like 3 seconds. Moyanri securing the victory, more than likely for his team. And just like that, the flow of Madara lets Magic know that VP is not going to finish #1 in their group. Taking the series 2-0 here, Hot, and taking first place in the group stage for Group B.
Like I was listening to Bucky there for a second with Moyanri again. My man was slamming them down. 24 kills, 13 headshots, and certainly your MVP over there is the master of disaster. Put on a master class. And again, we got to take a quick look at some of these wonderful skins, both the gun skins and the face shields here as well. Love all of these rewards coming out from BSG.
Ooh, lots of rewards. And folks, we haven't started unlocking free stuff. Over 100, I believe 50 levels in the battle pass, 90 plus rewards, and plenty of goodies between skins, weapon customizations, and all kinds of other goodies that you can unlock. So make sure you're getting in right now.
Gotta get in, gotta get locked in here so you can get that drip. And again, later we'll be transferred over toward that main game as well. But the Arena Cup Series, we've seen some crazy bangers of a matchups, and now we've seen some upsets here as well. XP Academy really putting it to Virtus Pro, those former champs. And up until this point, Virtus Pro had not dropped a single map. They were the only team that was sitting at 2-0, but things are really about to get mixed up here with that big dub from XP Academy.
That's a great point. I mean, sitting on the top of the leaderboard up until this matchup, and then XPA take it 2-0. Making Bowl a super close matchup, taking that 9-7. But man, Skybridge was just a total dismantling of VP by XPA. And holy cow, I mean, such a fantastic performance overall by both teams. But XPA coming out 2-0 in this series, and they're going to be taking first place in Group B. Now, on the other side of things, gonna be very quickly here, folks, moving into the last game of the day, which should be an absolute banger here, Hot Sauce, and a little bit of a grudge match coming over from EU.
Yeah, I mean, 8sin, Sicario, we've seen these two teams match up before. 8sins, unfortunately, struggling a little bit in those opening days here of the ACS, currently sitting at 0-2 with that -23 differential. But if they can find a way to take 2 maps off Sicario, you know, all of a sudden you could find them in a decent fighting stance here. But it's going to be a tough battle for 8sins. Historically speaking, Sicario is the team that kind of has gotten the better of those battles in the past.
Yeah, and Sicario are on the upwards ramp. I mean, back-to-back HPL season champions right now, and they won this last league very convincingly. And focusing back on this game, I mean, the kills coming out of both teams. VP were in such command of this game. I mean, it's really incredible that XPA figured out a way not only back into the game, but to ultimately take the dub and take control. I mean, yeah, Hard was just demolishing everybody. I mean, what did he have? 20 kills in that game? But Moyanri, Madara Flow, Court Disabler, Siberi, and Zerold all answering on all cylinders. And man, when Magic did that, that was crazy. I mean, VP were feeling so good, and you know, we're getting to the point, folks, it's going to be 4-0 on the scoreboard, as you can see, and then all of a sudden, XPA said class is in session.
Class was indeed in session. I mean, Moyanri ended up, I think, with 23 kills. We see him getting 2 there in that kill feed, with Xerald being that cleanup crew. Starting off nicely onto Andreezy, the device down in an awkward position, and Moyanri from that top rope, giving him the old Macho Man, Randy Savage. FMX finding some picks. I mean, there was really some shining moments from both teams, but XPA with one hell of a comeback there to take both games.
And man, they took it. I mean, look, we're at 6-6.
Oh.
Even the rounds where they were down, man, such a good nade from Siberian. Siberia had so many nades coming out that game. I mean, but Ard was answering all the same, but it's just so tough when I'd be like all of XPA were firing on all cylinders, and like you pointed out, Rask really struggling to find utility on that Enforcer kit. And Rask, we saw going crazy in some of the other games. So to see the limitations in that PKP with the Masca, maybe the limited FOV, maybe just the pacing of the map. And overall, I mean, I can't believe how well XPA not only played it, but the comeback. I mean, they just took control back to come back 4-0, and it was a very convincing 4 rounds, Hot Sauce. I mean, there was one round that was close, but that was 4-0 and very convincing. And then all of a sudden, XPA just had enough, and Corz Disabler must have gotten out the rope and said, "Game's over, boys."
Yeah, and unfortunately for Rask on that Enforcer class, just really struggled to get things going on that second map as well. That PKP, it was a lot of hip fire that just wasn't working out in their favor. So back to the drawing board they go. But, as we talked about earlier, Virtus.pro, XP Academy have all but solidified their spot in that playoff opportunity. So even though things may not have gone the way they wanted today for VP, they're still in it. So
Right.
plenty more action to be had. I mean, this weekend is just the crest of it before we get into those playoffs next weekend.
And we're getting treated with such good matches. And next week, we're going to be having the victors from both the groups battling. So the competition's only going to get crazier. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, going to be going over to a short break here in a few minutes, in a little bit. Oh, wait, hold on one sec.
We can't forget about the giveaway, though. We got to remind everybody about the giveaway. And although we absolutely love all of our friends at Battle State Games, it's only possible here on the Hunt Premier channel. Find your way on over. Pull up a seat in that front row. Exclamation point ACS will get you in that giveaway. So hopefully we can see you out here on the battlefield sometime soon as well, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about not a trial key, folks. We're talking about a free full key of Arena and a free battle pass. Did anybody say free? So we got a lot of free stuff for you. Got free stuff. Get in the lobby, chatter. But get in the giveaway, friends. Exclamation ACS. Now, we have been setting up the next game, which is going to be 8 cents versus Sicario. But before we get in there, Hot Sauce, with your permission, my good sir, we're going to be moving into a break. Short break, friends. If you need to use the restroom, grab some snacks. Once again, Battle State and Hunt, thank you so much for putting this on. Everyone in the background, we'll be back at just a few for our last series of the day. And it's going to be a banger, friends. Don't you miss anything.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final matchup of the day here. Day number 3 of the Arena Cup Series 3, and it's been nothing but crazy throughout the entirety of the day. Still in the booth, I'm Hot Sauce, my boy Blue, kicking it and holding it down the fort with me here as we get ready for Sicario versus 8sins.
And Sicario versus 8sins should be a great treat. I mean, for those familiar with HPL EU, this is such a common back and forth between these two teams. And recently, Hot Sauce, Sicario having the number on not just 8sins, but pretty much everyone over in that EU scene, being our back-to-back HPL EU champions. And they are just looking really darn good. And right now, 1 win, 1 draw in the standings, 14 round differential so far. But 8sins kind of on the other side of that equation, Hot.
Yeah, unfortunately, negative 23 in that round differential there, 0-2 on the day. So an opportunity for them to find a way to fight back, maybe get some footing of their own here on that final day of group stages.
Yeah, and speaking of group stages, we're going to have a look over at the group standings of what's broken down so far, folks. And Group B, holy cow, XPA now in first place. Taking it away from VP today, baby. And, they got to be feeling so damn good. Virtus Pro still up 18 rounds overall, which is so damn impressive considering they lost one. XP has a draw, VP has a loss, and they're still up 18 rounds. But looking in on that left side, Tarkov Help now in first place over here. 2 wins, 1 draw, 17 rounds, 7 points overall. And Sicario looking to take a dub so they can push up and take that first place away. I mean, they're not too far in terms of rounds. They just need to catch the dub in a few rounds today, where on that flip side, Hot, things are not looking good for 8sins over there.
Yeah, it's tough. Even if they find a dominating win, take 2 wins, get those 3 points to tie Ancient Fighters, I don't know if there's enough round differential in the bag to cut that place or positioning out of 4th there. So it's going to be a tough one. But I got to ask, is there anything my boy Blue can't do, bro? He casts. He's got the style. He belts out the notes. He sings for us. He's formerly trained in opera. There is nothing that can stop this man out here. And always an honor to be in the booth with you, my friend.
Oh, man, always a pleasure with you as well, good sir. I mean, you bring the sauce, you bring the hotness. So this is quite the dynamic duo. I mean, we love our other casters, though, make no mistake. Now, focusing in on today's matchup, folks, we're going to be looking at the map picks here in a second, folks, and going to be seeing quite interesting pick, Skybridge coming out of Sicario, and 8sins picking Fort. Now, Sicario Skybridge pick, you think this is a wild card? What do you think of this pick so far, Hot Sauce?
I mean, honestly, in the HPL, I think we maybe saw Skybridge like 1 time. So I feel like maybe this is something, if Sicario has been practicing, it's something that could set them apart from some of these other EU teams like 8sins. So I actually like the pick of Skybridge. I know I'm not the biggest Skybridge enjoyer, but that's only when I'm out there on the battlefield myself. As far as casting goes, I love the hype action that happens here. Obviously, we see a lot more of it around the A side as opposed to the B side, but we said it before back in the HPL, if teams can get good at certain maps where a lot of teams don't often pick or play them, it just could be that little bit of an extra footing or an extra advantage to push you over the top and help you get the dub.
And Sicario's been pretty nasty at Skybridge. I mean, they're the kind of team that consider themselves, very crafty, and like their opponent never knows what to expect. And we've seen them on Sicario over in EU. I mean, they've put in some nasty work where they just manipulate the defensive lines of their opponents and really get them to kind of shift around the map all over for very, very good at kind of that controlled play style. Very unpredictable, and I think that's where Skybridge is really going to suit them going into this 8sins match, because it's a very unpredictable map. I mean, we saw how with Skybridge, XPA just took over the defense. They pushed forward. They were hyper aggressive on that defense, and they just had so much space the entire game on that defensive side. And, but for the flip side, Sicario on attacking might just have the secret sauce to figure it out, where, in our last series, we didn't see VP go anywhere but A. So I don't think we'll see that with Sicario here. I think we're going to see a lot of crafty, cheeky plays and tricky strategies coming out.
Yeah, they always seem to be kind of working that ebb and flow there and mixing up the strategies to keep their opponents guessing and look to get that dub. We've crowned a lot of winners, a lot of kings today, but there's one more in chat as well. Congratulations to I'm_Dino. You've won yourself that arena copy there as well. So congratulations on that key. Be sure to join that Hunt Discord. Open a ticket to claim your prize so we can get you that key and get you out here on the battlefield and maybe showcase some of your talents here one day.
Yeah, you never know, folks. I mean, the arena scene's growing. Now's the time to get involved. Now add on Epic, so more players than ever. Now's a great time to hop in and get yourself a free key. I mean, come on, who doesn't want some free stuff over here? And a full copy of that. Now, Mr. Hot, on Skybridge, what do you think, if you're 8sins coming into this matchup, you basically need to flawlessly execute not one, but both maps. You're going onto Skybridge. It's Sicario's map pick. You know, what's the plan? What do you think's the way to break through this defense? Because if I'm looking over at my notes real quick, it's going to be 8sins actually going to be defending, Sicario attacking. So 8sins making the choice to defend. But, you know, what do you think's the key to potential success against the Headhunters?
I mean, if I'm on Skybridge, I think I'm going to try to mirror everything that XPA did on Skybridge because they were a dominating force. So I think that's something that could be huge. I mean, we really saw them let those nades rip off very early. It kind of forced that attacking side into just waiting a little bit till those nades expire, but they follow in with the smokes. It allows them to push up and take a ton of space, which really limits that attacking side as far as that A site goes. So I think whatever team can do that a little bit better here today should be able to come out on top. But as always, we love when wrenches get thrown into the mix. So regardless of the outcome, you won't find me complaining.
No. I mean, this is always a banger. You know, Sicario versus 8sins, Blitzer Girl and Walker, you know, from coming from another team together. And it's been quite the mix-ups in teams. And, you know, 8sins playing now with Foxy, Nemenas, Blitzer Girl, Walker, and Pablo. Excuse me. Sorry, I had a little brain fart there, folks. But Pablo in that 5th spot. They've been kind of struggling to find their footing a little bit, but I think this is the best place to figure it out, Hot Sauce, because ACS 3, I mean, we're talking about the best of the best of the best, and we've seen the talent that CIS has to offer. So I think 8sins, you know, regardless of how it plays out today, I think, like you said, have a banger of a game, and both teams have a lot to show here. The Headhunters want to finish top of the group. 8sins just want to make it to playoffs, and for them to do it, Hot, I mean, we're talking, I think they have to win pretty much every round in order to take 3rd place. So, going to take a miracle, but it's possible. Anything's possible.
It is possible. And how could you, as soon as you said Pablo, I automatically think of the little raccoon dancing around, Pablo, Pablo, Pablo. But 8sins, they absolutely have to pull out all the stops here today against Sicario. I mean, Kiyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Furlex goes. There's just so much talent littered across each and every one of these teams. So even when we feel like a team might be the favorite, we talked about it earlier, any given Sunday, it just matters who came to play on that given day. So we know that there is a ton of talent on this 8sins side. They are certainly capable of toppling Sicario. And, you know, I always talk about Blitzer Girls, the game settings. Well, I finally did make my way over there and steal those in-game settings so I can eventually lay it to rest. And now, hopefully, this may be the last time you hear me talk about
it. Were there any magic settings that you found?
So many that I don't even want to share. I want to keep them to myself.
Oh, you know where the sauce is, baby, over on Blitzer Girl's channel. But that's so funny. Oh, man. You know, and as we tune into this last series of the day, what's going through my mind, Hot Sauce, is how many beautiful close matchups we got. And I think that we're about to get treated with another banger because, like you said, any given Sunday, and 8sins are totally capable of beating any team out there. So it's just a matter of, you know, getting that cohesion down, getting the team flow down. And again, it's been a lot of roster changes for this 8sins lineups where they've gone through many iterations. And one of their old cohorts in Goes is going to be over on that Sicario lineup. So a little bit of a grudge match going on there, but no, they're all good friends. And overall, I think this is going to be a really fun one to watch, just from like the background story going on. I love the fact that these two teams go back and forth. Sicario taking what, first, and 8sins taking second in our HPL. So both teams gonna put their best foot forward. It's just a matter of, can 8sins basically flawless Sicario to push themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's all about executing those game plans. And unfortunately, when those game plans go out the window, being able to adapt on that fly. But I mean, with Walker and the rest of the crew, they're certainly capable of doing just that. But Sicario has been playing very well as well. You take a look at their group stage, they are up on top, even after that game from Tarkov helping them. So right now, in a great position. I mean, I feel like Sicario is comfortable. They can just come out here and have fun. They've guaranteed themselves in a playoff spot at a bare minimum. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a couple crazy loadouts from some of these members over in Sicario.
That would be a lot of fun to see. A little bit of a mix-up. We've been seeing the consistent kind of MCX, SR3M on that scout. We see a lot of the spear, and I mean, how could you blame people for using them? Like these weapons, they're so consistent, they're so good, clean. The one question mark that goes through my mind right now, Hot, is the way people are using the Enforcer kit, because we've seen some good success with the Piranha and the Flechette in that shotgun, and the LMG, the PKP has been 50-50 for me. We either see like brutality with the Masca and that tier 6 face shield just being such a pain to deal with, or just like flatlining. We saw Rask having such challenges in that last game, and the PKP is a monstrous weapon, but it doesn't really matter if you can't isolate and secure your kills. And those faster weapons, I mean, the MCX or the SR3M or the Spear peeking into it, they were abusing that LMG,
Yeah, I think, at times members may be relying a little bit too much on the hip fire of the PKP, without a laser or something on there. I mean, that hip fire, it hasn't been connecting. So I feel like you do kind of need the ADS with that bad boy. I mean, the rounds are huge. It's capable of dropping bodies in bunches, but unless you're, in a point blank situation, I feel like the hip fire just hasn't been on for the PKP here. Now, as far as the Saiga goes, with the Piranha, I mean, most players using that have been an absolute menace out there. So I think it's finding ways to kind of navigate and deal with that. Maybe whether it's flushing them out with some of those nades, or finding those picks with that TRG, that one hitter quitter, as we like to call it. But I think those are some big kind of defining moments.
Yeah, I mean, the way the Piranha, I think we saw for XPA Moyanri at one point, and then Madara Flow on Bowl. I mean, just putting so much pressure and pain down with that Piranha, and it really wasn't around. Hot, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Flechette better at penetrating armor? Like it's like the better Piranha, or am I getting myself confused?
No. I mean, historically, you're right. The stats appear to be better for Flechette. But even in the base game when I was playing, when I'm doing setup, for whatever reason, Piranha has just worked significantly better for me as well. And I think we see a lot of that, here in Arena as well. I mean, it just absolutely shreds. And so, it's a Piranha, basically. It shreds the flesh. And, we see Moyanri really showcasing that leg meta there earlier on Skybridge. So as we head back to Skybridge, we might just see a little bit more of that.
I want to see more of it, and I want to see that, VIP with that Flechette. Or with that Piranha, it was just so oppressive. I mean, it was just so brutal watching over and over and over. And as you said, to be able to focus on legs and consistently aim at them, it's like in our DNA at this point. It's encoded to aim at the head, Like me and Hotsos have been around since the dinosaurs, and like after millennia, it's just built into us to aim for the head. It's so hard to even consistently do that. So, but you saw how much space Moyanri took. I mean, VIP was shut down. There were no sales going on. He was not tailoring anyone's suit. He was just straight business in the lounge.
Yeah, and Fletchette does have just a little bit more pin. It looks like about 7 more pin, but recoil a little bit better on the Piranha, or the accuracy, excuse me, as well. So maybe some small trade outs, but it was one of those things for me. Like, even like I said, when I was running base game and trying to do setup and things, Fletchette just for whatever reason wasn't working. I saw some clips online. I swapped to the Piranha. Had a field day. I am a number one Piranha fan these days, and I mean Moyanri showing exactly why it can be so deadly. I think Moyanri, although there's been a lot of great pro players to really put that to the test, I think Moyanri was one of the best to do it here today, at least.
I mean, he just had so much control and space that he took over, and the fact that when you think about Skybridge, like VIP is one of those weird places where some teams completely ignore it, play back on site, hold like the further back lines of scrimmage. But sometimes you see VIP kind of being like this central hub of business, and 4, 5, 6 players between the two teams just traversing through it. And when Mianri shut that down, and then you had Madara Flow on that A site, always being in a cheeky position, sometimes pushing up past bench to KFC, sometimes sitting on site behind the box playing that cross with Moyanri. I mean, there was just so much pressure emitted from that one player. Folks, we are having a few issues in the background, so we're going to switch it over to a quick break. Quick bathroom break, quick snacky poo. Don't go far. We're just fixing a few boo-boos. We'll be right back.
And we're back here for the final matchup of the day of day 3. ACS number 3. Sicario taking on 8sins. I'm Hot Sauce, and still in the booth with me, the legend himself, my boy Blue, baby.
Yo, chat, you got to find yourself a hype man like Hot Sauce. He's making me feel all hot sauced and bothered over here. My goodness. But welcome back, folks. Like he said, last game of the day, and it's going to be a banger. 8sins versus Sicario. A pretty tough matchup for 8sins. A pretty good matchup for Sicario. Neither team's in and or out of it. I mean, it should be a nice head-to-head, but traditionally and recently, Sicario's been getting 8sins number in the last 2 Hunt Premier Euro Leagues. Sicario come out in first place, and 8sins sitting on the top 4 of the board, finishing the last season in second. I can't remember their placing on the one before, but really doing a good job overall. But you know, Sicario seems to have that slight edge in EU right now. And, you know, Hot Sauce, I hope things change up for 8sins today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's another one of these staple teams that we've all grown to love, but, you know, really great rosters on both of these squads. So it could go either way. I feel like Sicario is certainly favored being the back-to-back HPL champions, but a talented roster like 8sins could certainly flip it on its head as we get ready for the action here on Skybridge.
Already starting to move up. Shots ringing out back and forth on both sides. And Furlex, definitely one of the scariest players with this TGR. I mean, this man does not miss. I mean, that was... what a shot to open the game up, Pod. Holy cow. I mean...
yeah. I couldn't have said it better myself. Furlex has been a menace for a long time on this TRG and already stepping up. Has a little bit of help here from Lukey, though, who is another one that's we've seen perform very well. I think 27 kills and 27 headshots was a highlight for me in one of the games I got to cast from Lukey. But early picks here from Sicario will open things up just a bit.
Shots ringing out back and forth. Lots of pressure. Fox actually picking up one of the kills, and Bomb's going to get planted. Despite being a man down. Oh, no, excuse me. I got that backwards. Defensive man down right now. Bomb's going down, or bomb is ticking. 35 seconds left. Foxy takes out one, though, evening out the score line, and Pablo trying to get active on that site. Doesn't want to push too aggressively through the smoke. Zaki using that MP7. Kiyoshima with that spear. Zaki was so hurt he tried to run and fell over. Visiting Valhalla a little early, but that's okay. Nemenos in the 1v2 situation. Kiyoshima feeling himself, but Nemo feeling just a little bit more. But Bomb is in a horrible position. Not enough time to play the cat and mouse. Pros don't fake, and he goes to sleep from Lukey, and Lukey closing out the first round. Sicario just barely edging that one out with one player remaining.
Yeah, Lukey there, that shining star to wrap that one up. But we talk about how good Furlex is on this snipe and easing on out into the crosshairs. That head gets taken clean off of Blitzer Girl there. So Sicario will take round 1, but it was a very close round number 1. Walker on this Vector. I don't think we've seen many Vectors here today.
Very interesting pick. We got 2 treats. Not only have we not seen the Vector much, but we haven't seen much of the MP7. And Zaki, you know, he always likes to use these little bit a niche pick. MP7 brutally fast and accurate. Now it's Kiyoshima taking out Nemo with the nade, and that's a big nade. I mean, the scoreline's even right now. Blitzer Girl putting a lot of damage down, or trying to, but taking a lot of damage. And Zaki taking over that forward position on ramp, trying to take space, has control of lane 3. We do see Fox pushing up into the backside of lane 1, trying to help as best he can, but the shots from ramp putting so much pressure. Foxy did pick up the spear, by the way, from a deceased player.
And we can see those bullets just dinking off in front of him there. Fox trying to find a little more intel on that cross back and forth there in front of Zaki. We talked about Zaki, who does often rock that MP7 as well as the Ash 12. And one of my favorite things about Zaki is always kind of using maybe a little bit more of those less common weapons. But as I say his name, it's Fox to find the kill. Furlex takes the head off of Pablo here as well. And now we see Walker slowly making their way down. A good pick onto Kiyoshima to bring it back to a 2v2.
Good kills back and forth, but time is ticking. Bomb planted. Fox has the perfect kit for how close this fight is. Oh, and he reads Lukey like a book, and that's on Lukey for Lukey, and Walker coming in with the 45 Vector AP. Folks, 1100 RPM blasting through with that 45 caliber. That AP will tear you up and chew you up and spit you on out, and we see that in this last fight.
It might not be cold in here, but that gun certainly goes brrr, because that thing can put rounds down the field. Fox opening it up, and here's Walker finding that big pick onto Furlex, later getting Kiyoshima and clutching up the round. So 8cents, a great job of finding a relatively quick response here to bring it back to a 1v1.
A great response, and like you said, very quick, swift, and deadly overall. I mean, those nades are always scary, folks. You know, you get the timing of nades. You're coming right outside. Oh, Zaki tries to take out Nemo. Doesn't manage to kill him, but fortunately, Lukey and Keo there to take out 2. Excuse me, take out 3. Goes casually shopping dead players. And that one's really upset about getting killed.
Certainly not happy about that as Blitzer Girl and Pablo begin to work back toward the A site. Shots ring out above the smoke there as Pablo is trying to find one, but does take a little bit of damage. Good pre-fire through the smoke here from Blitzer Girl, but Sicario hasn't made their way to push on towards site just yet. So none of that pre-fire able to hit the mark. We will see that device eventually being planted here through the cover of the smoke. Lukey finds Pablo, and it's all down to Blitzer Girl.
Man, just like that, Sicario answered pretty viciously. Goes really hurt, sitting there holding the pixel peak, or excuse me, holding the close lean, and Lukey trying to get Cutie Pie, and Blitz reads him, but is it going to be enough? I mean, time is ticking. Goes is on site. If she doesn't check her Connor, she's pretty much... No, Goes with the smart movement. Shot from Furlex. And look at this 3-way pincer. I mean, how do you survive that, Hot? You have 3 different players holding the same angle. I mean... Or the cross at the same spot. I mean, just so deadly. Such a good post plant, and not really a chance for Blitz to win that round based on how they played it.
Yeah, not much you can do in that situation other than tuck the head between the legs and kiss the butt goodbye, because that's exactly what happened there. As Sicario will go back up on it to the lead here. Furlex, Kiyoshima, both with 3, but it's Lukey starting off with 4. Fox on the other side has 5 as well. So we'll see if 8cents can find a way to tie it up once more. I would be surprised if we have another very close series on our hands.
Yeah, 8cents answered pretty well. Let's see if they can continue to do that. Walker getting cheeky aggressive. We saw Madara Flow in the last series getting a lot of success from this position. And that 1100 RPM Vector. I mean, Zaki with a nice nade onto Fox, and Fox leading the charge for this 8cents team. That's going to be a big kill, but Walker getting hyper-aggressive, kills the bomb planter, then gets out, Goes spraying with an unsilenced spear, and Walker, we've seen such success with the pro, and he can see through the smoke, but he doesn't see him. They don't see each other.
Oh, my. And eventually Goes will spot Walker, but he takes Lukey on the way out, and so... they'll be right back to a 2v2, but sometimes when that beautiful chaos is popping off, it's hard to notice some of those small, minute details there, but eventually as that smoke dissipates, you see the whole body tucked and thrown into the KFC over there, finger-licking chicken good, but the depth is there. Blitzer Girl able to find Goes, and now it's all down to Kiyoshima lurking in VIP.
And Walker made such a big dent in this round. I mean, bombs down in a horrible position on site. And, you know, similar to that B side on Bull, this A where that bomb is down, you could play Ring Around the Rosa here, Hot. I mean, they don't have to give the fight. They can really just waste tons and tons of time for Kiyoshima. See, putting pressure. Now the back and forth, the dance between Blitzer and Pablo. And, man, you called it the back and forth 2-2 even scoreline. And 8cents came to play. Oh, man, look at this. Goes is going to come back and look at this Hot and be like, nah, that's a person. Nah, Walker.
He said, you
Rats
weren't walking,
on top,
you
baby.
You weren't walking, you was laying. That's right. We love it. Hashtag rats on top. Suckers. It's sucker-free Sunday. If you're scared, go to church, because Sicario and 8cents got a banger of a match here for you.
Oof, man. I love this from 8cents. Such a good answer, and I've loved the confidence coming out of Walker to actually push through that smoke, get the forward kill, knock the bomb planter, rotate back when Ghost tried to kill him. Nice kill from Nemo, the opening kill onto Lukey, and Furlex blows Fox off the planet. Holy cow, that Lapao in Furlex's hand. I mean, you don't hear it ring out without killing someone very often with Furlex holding that TRG. It's such a scary weapon. Walker going back to this bench position. Going to be seeing the smokes coming out. I wonder if he's going to read that they're rotating out. He's probably going to hear them slowly moving out, but it could be a little difficult to hear. Blitzer in such a good position here, though, Hot.
Just hanging out on the other side here. We'll hear the footsteps from Kiyoshima. The peek, the spray, and it's good as Blitzer Girl will put Kiyoshima into the dirt. Furlex, Zaki, the last two members standing as Blitzer finds goes as well. Zaki with the spray through, but you still have Furlex on that snipe. And one thing I love about Furlex is he's not afraid to even use that snipe in that up close, that close quarter combat situation like we saw in VIP. But numbers right now favoring 8 cents.
And that's what's scary. And now he has the TRG and a spear. I mean, this man has the two scariest weapons right now. Zaki so brutally beaten down by Blitzer, but not quite in the dirt. And Nemo getting a little too active right there. And Walker read like a book by Furlex, and Furlex picks up someone else's gun. I believe it's Ghost because it's unsilenced, and takes him out. Pablo, they already going to know that he's there, and rather than take the fight, Furlex just rotating out, trying to waste time, and Zaki, even though he's low HP, he's kind of Oh no, Zaki's character's so hurt he's screaming.
They'll let out a little battle cry every now and then. Pablo, though, still chasing down Furlex, and he's really baiting Pablo, I think, into the crosshairs of Zaki. We see Pablo, look at the check behind him here. Has great situational awareness. Know they're working off of this pincer play, and there's only 15 seconds left. It's up to Sicario to try to find the plant, but it's Pablo who finds Furlex. Now in a 1v1 as we see Pablo looking to deactivate that device here. He's only got 4 seconds to work with, and from above, it's Zaki. That's why it's so tough once you allow that attacking team to get that plant down. We see those games of cat and mouse continuously being played, and it was a close round, but Sicario able to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, the cat and mouse, I didn't really think about B, but once you get that bomb down, you're absolutely right. You can just manipulate and maneuver all around, and there's so many train openings and trains you could go through and cover and ramp and on top of the train. And, you know, we haven't really seen anyone on top of the site, but there's cheeky angles you could be at, and just so many, the cat and mouse stance really is alive today. And Blitzer had some great frags there, and I think she got a little too aggressive trying to close Zaki out in hell in that last round. Nemo being the first to fall in this round, and not quite what you want to see if you're on the 8th inside. I mean, some damage done to Kiyoshima. We're going to be seeing the slow take on. Shots ringing out from Zaki. Blitzer getting hit a little bit. Shots again going out around on A. Blasted back and forth. Foxy taking out Lukey.
Kiyoshima up top, spots one, can't quite reconnect there as Blitzer Girl finds one. Furlex and goes, though, get 2 of their own. And with that, we see Furlex continuing to dance around here on the back line. Working with that 2-weapon setup. Walker has been putting in some work with this Vector. The pop up the peak, and he's got Kiyoshima's number yet again. Furlex found Foxo, and once again, it all comes down to Walker himself.
And Furlex is playing it like it's day one of wipe. I mean, this dude's running around with a gosh darn Hunter as his secondary and just bullying people. I mean, and then he's got the lapel bullets in the TRG. I wonder if he's going to pick up another weapon. I mean, this is 3 weapons we've seen him kill people already with. And I mean, hot sauce. We are talking about the best players in Arena, and this dude's running around with basically a naked Hunter with some BPP.
Yeah, he's got the BCZ and FMJ in there, I know. And the fact that he's getting those kills is insane, but it just goes to show you the type of talent that is going on over there. Furlex, one of my other favorite snipers to watch there. I know I talked about that ace earlier, but Furlex just continuously putting in work here. Blitzer Girl has 8 on the board already, the most in the game here as well. So even though it's 4-2, the round differential really doesn't do this series justice. A couple of these rounds could have gone either way here for 8 cents. So we'll see if they're able to battle back here. Just a couple rounds left in the first half.
Sicario taking a 2 lead on attack. Very, very good so far from them. 8 cents doing a great job. I mean, it could have been 3-3 just like that. they really need to get some opening picks or at least damper this initial push. It seems like almost every round Sicario's getting that opening pick, and they really need to prevent it. Nemo getting picked a lot first, hopefully turning things around. Unfortunately, Walker dying first, and again, Sicario get that opening pick, and it's just creating so much pressure when you lose a member and then your team has to reassemble the defense and then there's smokes coming out. Nemo, though, and Foxy going crazy, pushing on the side. Pablo getting hyper aggressive, peeks out, trades his teammate after Ghost kills one, and Foxy cleans up the last one. And great defense coming out. All cylinders firing from all different players and a bunch of different kills. 2, 1, and 2 for Foxy, Nemo, and Pablo. And such a great back and forth from the whole team to protect each other there.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show all the hard work that these players have been putting in even since the HPL. And so some of this hard work beginning to pay off. 8sins really giving Sicario a run for their money here as we get ready for round number 8. Our final round of the first half. 8sins, an opportunity to tie it up here before we swap sides.
Ooh, and that initial nade, good pressure, and we see how now Foxy's trying to abuse the fact that the nade went off well. It takes a lot of space and goes right back out to Rap, but Furlex is not the player you want to be playing the cat and mouse with. He says enough with the cat, pulls out the 12 gauge and blasts him off the planet. Dude, that lapel bullet is just so deadly in Furlex's hands. Walker walking out, there's no way. Oh my, Lukey thankfully takes him out. Walker almost just got away with a double homicide live on stream when he shouldn't have been. Furlex takes out Pablo. 2v3 situation for the defense, and Blitzer needing some Pink Panther music over here. Creeping up behind. Blitzer.
Shots ringing through the smoke here. It's all down to Nemenos and our Pink Panther Blitzer girl. As the device does go down on the side. A nice shot from Nemo. He doesn't check the prone, but Zaki doesn't hit the shot. He repeaks. I don't think he ever saw Zaki on the MP7, who finds it. Zaki, call him the cleanup crew. My man, the janitor, picks them all up. Furlex says, you know what? Here's a little consolation prize, a little love tap on the way out, my friend.
Giving his friend a nice little nap before the half. I think that's friendly. No flag on the play. But Furlex, man, Foxy was playing the back and forth. And, as I was saying, you're playing a dangerous game. You just hear that one shot from Furlex, and boom goes the Fox. And like you mentioned a few games ago, that's the kind of weapon that just completely negates the Beefcake Enforcer kit. And man, it just got to feel so awkward trying to play the runaround game and just getting one-tapped as soon as you try to swing into Furlex.
Yeah, you really got to try to work with that buddy system or get some early intel, maybe off of a jiggle peek, put some smokes or a nade down their direction. But at the risk of sounding like a broken record, always easier said than done for us up here in that booth. The eye in the sky, Zach, the flash comes in, but still tucked behind there. Nemenos Pablo with that device. Furlex takes out Lukey, and now Fox on the jump shot finds Zaki here as well. 8sins working to work back into it.
Wow. That's a crazy jump shot if he managed to hit that. And tried to get forward positioning. I mean, Zaki, I respect the forward ground, but he had so much pressure on KFC from bench. I don't think he really needed to take the space. And then you see he went from holding that isolated side of, the long KFC side to swinging out, and there was every angle to check from bench to, sandwich and then the opening itself. And, hole in the wall is such a dangerous place to swing him. We saw there were 4 people holding him. Bomb getting planted now for 8sins, and 8sins up numbers. Foxy's playing a dangerous game with Furlex, and Furlex a rare whiff. I mean, here comes the hunter! And the prone tactic. Yep.
Yeah, Kiyoshima able to find him, though. Goes downfield, finds Walker from a distance. And Sicario looking to bring things back in their favor. But Blitzer Girl, a beautiful pick on to Furlex. And now it's all down to Goes to see how it goes. And he's going to go straight into the dirt. That free 6 feet dirt nap yet again, courtesy of Blitzer Girl. All expenses paid for by you as 8sins. We'll look to close that gap, and now within 1.
And now within 1 and feeling good. And I love the fact that attacking has been, it seems to be everyone's strong suit today, Hot. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what they all decided to eat today collectively, because the games have been so upside down for me. You know, a lot of these maps, you're usually seeing the defense just slam it down, and today it's attacker central, and 8sins doing such a good job in this round, but unfortunately, they're going possibly into the waiting arms of Furlex. I love that variable zoom, by the way, folks. That hasn't always been in Arena. Fairly new to Tarkov itself, but man, to see it in Arena, that is so badass.
Speaking of badasses, Sicario, 8sins. A couple of juggernauts of teams as we hear shots being exchanged in both directions.
Wow.
Furlex at the shot on a dime here. I mean, a pixel is all they need, a split second, and he's going to make you pay. It's Nemenos the first to go down.
And it's so punishing. I mean, I think what makes Furlex one of the scary TRG players, as soon as he sees you, you're dead. There's no jiggling for the most part. Like, he's missed a few incredibly difficult shots, but like the fact that he challenged Nemo, oh man, Zaki and Lukey said, shut up, Blue, we're putting in work. 2 members drop. Pablo,
Oof.
I don't know if he knows he's on the bomb. He doesn't.
Oh, that's tough. On
Such
that
a
initial
sneaky
peek there.
defuse.
Yeah, he saw that other member who he did rip some shots at, but I think just because of that distraction and that immediate chaos when you peek around the corner and there's a bunch of people staring down at you like a firing squad, just didn't realize that Sicario was already working that ninja defuse in there. So a close round that goes in the favor of Sicario here. They got a little bit of a 2-point cushion to work with, but they're still 2 away from getting to match point.
Yeah, it's kind of scary how quickly rounds could just be taken, and Sicario stole that round, but such a smart play. I believe it was Kiyashima who defused, and he knew under the guise of the gunfire that you couldn't hear the defuse start, and you could see Pablo had absolutely no idea. Lukey getting a little active, peeking out from Rat, peeking towards past Sandwich, towards that hole in the wall. Furlex, an absolute monster, and Foxy caught with his pants down mid-jump by Lukey. Are you feeling Lukey, punk? Nemo sends Zaki to the grave, but right now, 8sins down a man and not in a great position. Bomb down in Furlex, just slowly jiggle peeking with the 1 tap of doom.
I know, man. Furlex on this marksman class is scarier than a gas station bathroom. I do not want to go up against him as Lukey finds Nemenos. The shot rings out. Doesn't find the mark on the second one here, though. Keeping an eye toward that VIP for the teammate Lukey here, but they've got that player advantage to work with once more. It's going to be all up to Walker and Blitzer Girl, who's spotted on the jump across.
Man, it's so scary that he just takes space and doesn't really care. 1 member remains. Blitzer gets taken out. Walker gets taken out. And Furlex just putting so much darn pressure. And even though he doesn't get the kill, I mean, between Lukey just going ballistic that round and Furlex's shots, you see how Walker manages to avoid Furlex and not die to him. But the amount of movement and prowess and game sense Walker needs just to survive that and understand where Furlex might be. I mean, they're playing a horror game right now. This is scary stuff. Sicario really dialing it up, and that's the 7th round, 1 round from match point and hot. I don't know how 8sins turns it around when it seems like Sicario are just playing slow and steady and just winning their gunfights. I mean, it's nothing crazy. Just they're fragging out.
Absolutely fragging out. And Walker here from a distance. Blitzer Girl now looking to pressure up just a bit here. We can see goes just on the other side, forced away by the teammate. Blitzer Girl able to find that pick. As Furlex back on the snipe yet again, and it's just been a menace that's been hard to deal with. Almost the arch nemesis here for 8sins, as they have taken a lot of space toward this B site, though.
And Foxy dead again mid-jump. Blitzer doing a great job of taking out Kiyashima. Man, this AK-12 Blitzer's putting in work with the AK-12. That 7 and 40, reducing the recoil and just making the gun so gosh darn consistent is so nice. And it's really awesome to see 7 and 40 again, taking out Lukey. Man, oh man, 50% extra accuracy and -10 recoil on that round, by the way. So it's just such a deadly weapon. And 8sins closing this one up, picking up the 5th round. Only 2 rounds between, and Blitzer leading the charge for her team yet again. The 3rd VIP for her too. 15 kills already in this game.
He's one of the best for a reason. Getting to showcase some of those skills and talents here in the ACS number 3, day 3, in fact. But I heard you mention Tarkov. They're kind of playing a horror game out here. For me, I feel like Tarkov's always a horror game. I might jump scare just a little bit too easy, but man, does it always get me.
Yeah, but dude, you can't be that scared, huh? You're rats on top. You're the one usually scaring people. Lots of members rotating up this lane 3, one on lane 2. Foxy gonna really need to dial it in with this Enforcer kit. Not dying while jumping, but just dies to Goes in the gunfight. Furlex, the absolute menace, tries to peek. Pablo says enough with the disrespect. And those are 2 big kills. I mean, Goes going down. Oh, Goes actually isn't down. Goes took out Foxy. My mistake. 4-4 right now. Goes feeling pretty beat up. Bomb should be going down, and Goes looks like he's trying to pre-fire. Aware that someone's probably on ramp. Pablo loves his position in B3, just chilling in the train. Nemo holding this back of ramp, and I don't know if Pablo caught that player in heaven.
Yeah. Pablo, unfortunately, has been struggling a little bit, but in these last 2 or 3 rounds, Pablo has really stepped it up. We see Walker with a quick pick there. Lukey spotted on the left side. Blitzer Girl didn't spot him at first, but is able to correct, and will find a beautiful shot there. They find that pick. It was someone from Sikoria to get a trade, but Zaki goes down. Ghost finds Pablo, and Blitzer Girl is absolutely on fire. 18-7 at the moment.
4th MVP. I mean, Blitzer Girl, she's just rolling people. Slam. Zaki tries getting Cutie Pie. The hit fire, no laser slam. Oh, you want to defuse a slam? Like the back-to-back, man. Chad, if you're newer to Arena, AK-12, definitely one of those weapons, not as popular as it used to be, but with that 7N40 round, again, an extra 50% accuracy on the round and minus 10 recoil. I mean, just ridiculous to be inherent in the bullet itself, which is already so powerful. Coming in with 55 flesh and 42 pen. I mean, just a monstrous round, and we see how gosh darn good Blitz is making it look.
Making it look easier than it actually is, I can assure you. Zaki and the crew on the other side, they're waiting patiently toward that A site. Walker, Fox begin to methodically press forward. They feel like some of that momentum's begun to shift in their favor, but immediately Zaki finding this pick onto Pablo. Furlex with a snipe, and all of a sudden things begin to turn on a dime.
Man, the nade going towards bench. Furlex 3 inches away and survives a butt made of steel. 3 members alive, and Foxy. Wow, Foxy, that was massive. How did he survive that hot? And then he just dies while running. But Blitzer trades him out. Furlex getting Cutie Pie. Walker really, really hurt coming up from the prone, and Furlex is not playing around, and Furlex with the fancy footwork just completely runs around. I think he's going to do it. I think Walker's going to peek out, and Furlex is just going to send him to Valhalla. Oh, man. No caster curse here, folks. Just, I felt it. You know, I felt the focus coming out of Furlex. He wanted to push his team, matching 4 MVPs for himself, leading his team, pushing them to match point, and Foxy somehow turned that around, dies while running. Blitzer trades him out, and then it all hell breaks loose. But Furlex, just that iron curtain for this Sicario team. I mean, I would not want to fight that TRG. It's so oppressive in his hands.
Yeah, Furlex is just a menace out there with that. I mean, 15-9, but you take a look at the other side. Blitzer Girl almost going to be that first one into that 20-digit kill mark here. So early pressure from Furlex. He's about to step into a firing squad on the jump, though. He got a quick peek and knew he was in trouble. Pablo able to collect. Nemenos will find Goes, and that'll open things up a bit for 8sins.
2 members down. Keo also getting dropped. Lukey in a good position right now, playing that ramp position. Still has a nice power position, but not going to be able to stop the plant. Just off to the left by it. Barely missing the planter, but smoke's pluming all over. Time is ticking, and the defenders are really not in a good position to retake. 8sins should be able to close this one out and push us again to 1 round before OT.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an over OT. We've had a lot of great close games, and Blitzer Girl is going to open up with a nice one. Zaki, though, does a good job of eliminating that response relatively quickly, but the numbers are in favor of 8sins. They'll find another kill, and with that, just one away from tying it up and sending us off into overtime.
And her 5th MVP, Hart, with 21 kills. Blitzer,
Nuts.
just stop it. You're going to hurt them. No, I mean, she's just playing so damn well. I mean, gosh. Blitzer leading the charge for this team and keep them in the battle, trading well, playing well. I mean, that cheeky peek she did, peeking through U-turn, predicting the player pushing up, catching him totally off guard, and just winning her gunfights consistently time and time and time again. Now the B push, it might be Furlex on B, though. Lukey taking out Walker's a massive damper in the plan. Fox looking at his teammates like, oh, shoot, what happened to Walker? Goes.
Well, Nemenos is certainly taking a lot of space here. Blitzer Girl, though, the juggernaut for 8sins has been taken down. As Fox does find a pick on to Goes to bring it back with the number advantage here, favoring Sicario. And it's only getting better from the snipe from Furlex. Nemenos will find one. Zaki quick to get the trade, though, and it's all down to our boy Pablo here, who's unfortunately in a tough position, but still able to find that pick onto Furlex. And now things become a bit more feasible.
Yeah, and he's got a minute left, has time to heal up, put himself together. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do surgery on that left arm. Going to have to sustain that wound and make it through, but has the bomb and plenty of time. I mean, if he can push up, get some space, maybe some kind of noise. He thinks he's getting pincered from behind, but unfortunately time is ticking and there's about to be a double peek. Zaki and Lukey peeking the same angle from 2 different vantage points. Oh. And Lukey shuts the doors on that one, and the Headhunters once again, Hot Sauce, have 8sins number, this time just barely, but Sicario picking up the first game in the series on their map pick, just barely pushing 8sins down, and just like that, Sicario pick up another dub in this tournament.
16 kills with 3 headshots there for Furlex as they take number 1. But Blitzer Girl honestly was putting on an absolute clinic over there on the other side of things. I felt like 8sins was doing a really good job, but it took him a little bit while to get going there. Those first few rounds was a little bit of a struggle there. So a little bit of a big of a deficit to overcome. They fought back nicely, but they're still going to get another opportunity to see if they can topple this Sicario squad, and it will be on 8sins map pick as well as we get ready to head toward Fort.
Woof. 21 kills. Blitzer Girl just so damn good on the day, but Furlex and Lukey and Go Zaki, you know, Kiyoshima, I just noticed that. I didn't even really look at the scores too much. 16, 14, 13, 12, and Kiyo way down with 3 kills, but obviously not making that much of a difference considering they squeak out the dub. Blitzer doing her damnedest. Foxy as well, popping off. And we saw Foxy die to so many unfortunate situations, you know, mid-jump after mid-jump after mid-jump. And whew, what a great game and a great effort by 8sins, but Sicario just better on the day here, Hot.
Yeah, it just took 8sins a little bit too long to get going. We really saw Pablo begin to step it up in the second half as well, but I think it was just one of those things where maybe a little bit too much damage had been done. But honestly, they're playing very well. We can see some of that confidence spill over into this next matchup as well, and 8sins very well could take Fort away from Sicario, but you know, you touch base on Kiyoshima. Normally we see him popping off. Only held the 3 kills in that one, but that's the nice thing about having a solid roster is if you are having a little bit of a bad day, you've got 4 additional great players to help pick you up.
Yeah, and you know, on the day, sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. But just like you said, the team putting in the work and, you know, Keo still being the IGL and leading the team with those comms, I'm sure contributing massively in the background. And he's been popping off lately. I mean, it's a game where It just hats off to 8sins for how well they were taking the engagements and ultimately shutting down Keo, because Keo is really one of those players. We saw him on that first day, actually on Skybridge, where he was just flicking around and slamming people left, right, and center with that spear. I believe he's using the Voodoo or the Spectre. I can't remember. But using that scoped spear combo. And, man, just putting in the absolute work. But speaking of putting in work, the first shot of the game kind of set the tone for the rest of it from Verlex.
Yeah, I mean, Furlex was tearing up. We get to see Foxy on this Flechetti here tearing up as well. We saw some crazy jump shots from Foxy. Walker finding that pick, goes saying, surprise, he's laying down on the corner there as well. But really just a ton of great highlights from this series.
Man. Blitzer. This was such a close round, too. Blitzer put in so much work, kills him, takes that fight, and then drops down and dies to Zaki. They ultimately lost that round, and so unfortunate. Furlex picking up a spear and killing 2 people with it. Zaki stopping the post plant, and so many close rounds. I mean, look at how many rounds we've seen already where there's only a few people remaining. Foxy with them nice kills. Furlex said, nope, play games in my VIP lounge, and this is where the TRG is really terrifying for me. I mean, Furlex didn't hit some of the craziest shots on planet Earth, but the reasonable ones, Hot, were just like his bread and butter, just so consistently slamming everybody with that TRG. Foxy dying during the jump. Foxy dying during the jump.
Yeah, you know, I felt like Furlex was at one point trying to get a kill with every single weapon that was out on the battlefield there. But this was that crazy 3K from Blitzer Girl. It's slam after slam after slam. A great play. Furlex jumping into that firing squad there, and a nice pick as they end up getting goes here as well. And that brought it back to that 8-7, but at the end of the day, not able to close it out. Sicario will take map number 1 as we get ready and set to go and head down to Fort.
Ooh, and this is going to be Fort. Now, if I look over my notes, we're going to be having 8sins picking this map, and funny enough, going to be 8sins attacking, which pretty interesting stuff that Sicario. Actually, no, that makes sense. 8sins map. Okay, we see the traditional attack coming out, but 8sins on Fort. I think with how they're playing, they have a good chance of taking this one, huh? Unfortunately, I think the ship has sailed for the way the group standings are right now. They really needed to slam Sicario into the dirt to even have a chance in both games, and it was just a tough ask. I mean, they barely lose this game, so they really did perform well, but going into Fort, Hot, you'd think 8sins is going to be able to take one off of Sicario, or the Headhunters going to keep collecting skulls and, making head trophies, so to speak.
No, I certainly believe that 8sins is capable of taking a game away from it. It just felt like it took 8sins a little bit too long to get going in that last matchup. There in that last half, they really seem to be firing on all cylinders as well. So it seems like they got those first game jitters, or whatever you want to call it, out of the way. I mean, Blitzer Girl, one of the best in the biz, being able to put up a score line like that against Sicario has to be, reassuring as well. So I think it's going to be another very close one, but I do look forward to see if 8sins can take this one away here from Sicario.
Yeah, I mean, and there's definitely the possibility. Fort is, again, we've seen how scrappy, but there's so many different play styles evolving on Fort, and I think that's really becoming my favorite map too, because I have seen so many different ways of playing it out. We see the traditional hold the site. We see sometimes give up cannon and play on site on that B site. And then if you flip it on the other side, the attackers, they could go fast, they can go slow, they can smoke, they can just go for the gunfights. They can take B from mid, go around cannons, go up ramp. I mean, there's so many different ways to take over all these different sites, and it's really a fun map to watch. And I think 8sins might actually thrive in that kind of chaos, but gonna need definitely to have a lot of crafty work in their hands and a lot of crafty strategies. But Blitzer, man, if she can put up a performance like that and the rest of the team kicks in a little bit more gas money, we'll probably make the trip all the way, and at least 8sins can take one home for themselves and feel good as we close out the first week of ACS 3.
Yeah, a little consolation prize on the way out the door. But honestly, you talk about some of these new strategies that have been evolving here in Fort. And I got to say, I think one of my favorites so far was what we saw from Pandaric Apex a bit earlier, where we saw him kind of pushing forward through cannon and getting up into the spawn of that defense and working from that backside. They were able to really kind of pick apart the defense when they were on that attacking side. So as Ford has been around for a little bit longer now, we're starting to see some change ups in some of these strategies and really mix with what's going on there. So I love the fact that we're seeing it's always kind of continuously evolving.
Yeah, and we've seen just in this tournament alone, Hawk, we've seen the slow, we've seen the fast. It was Pandaric Apex on the first day. I mean, they were on B site in like 15 seconds into the round, just throwing smokes, planting the bomb in like 20, 25 seconds. And then you saw VP just slowly dismantle every aspect of the other team. And, when they were going A, they would slowly play for picks, take over kitchen, and then kind of pause, clear more space, try to play for more picks. And I think that's what's so interesting about the map. I think Bowl, we saw a mix up today of sometimes they go B, sometimes they go A, but pretty consistent overall with like the slow A methodical play. Four's the big wild card for me. I mean, we've seen so many different strategies and just in this tournament alone. So I really am curious to see what 8sins think their advantage on this map is. They're looking at the 3 remaining maps, and I wonder what the strategy going into this is, Haw, to kind of take apart the Headhunters, because Fertlex is going to be waiting with that sniper, and it's not going to be a good time on Ford.
Yeah, it's not. You're going to really have to utilize that utility to an absolute T there as well. But I think we used to see a lot more pressure toward the A site. Now that as more teams have gotten more comfortable with Fort, like earlier today with Pandaric Apex, we saw them really mixing up those strategies, working that B site a little bit more than normal. And honestly, I mean, we had a close first game from them, but on Fort, Pandaric Apex absolutely went off, and it was a lot of those strategies that we really haven't seen on screen much. So I think it's good to always be evolving, always mixing up those strategies, working that ebb and flow of Tarkov Arena that we often talk about. So 2 phenomenal teams, as you mentioned, first and second place in the previous HPL, getting to go head to head. That first one was very, very close, and I imagine the second one here on Fort will be as well.
Yeah, and I think that's the advantage that, yes, Sicario did win the game, but I think that's the one quote-unquote advantage I can glean for 8sins is Sicario were pushed to their absolute limit, and there were a few rounds that could have gone 8sins win, and they could have taken the game. So I think 8sins got to be feeling pretty good after that one. The virtual locker room shouldn't be that beat up and down morale. I mean, I think they have a lot to show still, a lot more talent, and each time we see them playing better and better. And they've been in a brutal group. I mean, 8sins only losing to Sicario in the last HPL, and then having 2 other monstrous teams within their group. They had Tarkov help and Ancient Fighters, and it's just been a really, really tough road for them. So, unfortunately, again, the group stage ship may have sailed, but I think they could pull this one out. And I think one of the keys, too, is the craftiness in their strategies, where if they play kind of like the VP style hot sauce, I think they'd find a lot of success of get the pick, take some space, and then just keep moving up slowly, keep taking ground, and just use your wits, I think that's where they need to win, because in the raw gunfights right now, Luki and Ferlex are so gosh darn disgusting right now. And if Kiyoshima turns up for this next game, it's going to be a big, big problem for 8sins.
Yeah, I mean, we felt like Blitzer Girl, Fox, even Walker at times were doing a good job at nullifying some of that from Furlex. But again, just so scary on that TRG, has been a menace out here. And so, yeah, it comes down to hitting those initial shots on that peak and at a bare minimum, finding those trades when you don't get that first pick. So we'll see what team's able to execute just a little bit better here on Ford as we get ready for that one. But again, we've seen Sicario perform exceptionally well in these bigger settings, but it just goes to show you again how much talent is littered across the ACS here between all of these teams. So I certainly really don't envy any of the teams from any of these groups here, because not a single matchup is an easy one.
No, and that's what's crazy is, when you're talking about 8 of the best teams on the planet at this game, it's never going to be an easy matchup. Like you said, I mean, we saw VP just before 2-0 until today, run into XBA, and XBA steal the glory from them, take first place in Group B after VP were not even remotely contested in some of the other games. So you never know how things are going to play out. And got a little guy barking by me, don't mind me, but it's 8sins. I think their fate is really in their hands. You know, as much as I want to say Sicario could outrun and gun them right now, I think if they can get a little bit of Furlex with some utility and get an opening pick or two, which they were. I mean, Blitzer was getting kill after kill after kill after kill. If they can combine that with Foxy, you know, playing those CQP angles and that Enforcer kit and really shutting down maybe A or taking a lot of space on mid, it could really work out for 8sins overall. That being said, though, we are getting into the game right now, folks. Going to be the last game of the day, and Walker on that 45 AP once again.
To find out exactly who makes it into that playoff action for next weekend after today here, but 8sins looking to see if they can come away with a dub. I mean, that last game was only separated by 2 rounds as Blitzer Girl finds an opening nade pick onto Furlex, and I mean, they were 1 round away from sending it into overtime. Fox Nemenos, though, up into good positioning here as Nemenos does find Lukey. We talked about this is a similar strategy that we saw Pandaric Apex use a bit earlier, so heading in toward a flawless round here for 8sins as they've got everybody still standing. It's all down to Zaki on this one.
Yeah, very similar to how we saw the first round of Skybridge went out. You know, 8sins came out swinging, but Sicario very, very quickly answered. So not going to get too ahead of ourselves, but we do have a flawless victory coming out for the first round. So as you said, is mirroring the play style we saw earlier where you take control of that cannon, you play for picks, and you just collapse and slam down B. I really, really, really like the strat.
Good strats, good plays to open things up here for 8sins. It was a very early opening nade from Blitzer Girl that actually dropped Furlex. So took him out of the round early, didn't allow him to utilize that snipe. We see Pablo rocking the snipe this time, though.
Shots ringing out back and forth. Yeah, Furlex with another weapon here. Another gun hot.
He says, I can do it with everything, baby. Goes. Pepper in shots for that smoke. A little bit of calm action here as Goes will break out the cheese and look to heal back up. They've got that player advantage to work with here on the side of Sicario, but you know, just kind of slowing things down a little bit. We've seen some very explosive rounds, but again, we talked about mixing up those strategies, and that's a little bit of what we're seeing here.
A little bit of a mix-up, and just like that, Sicario answering Lukey, taking out the third member of 8sins, 2 remaining, 1 remaining. Are you feeling Lukey, punk? He is. Foxy feeling a little bit luckier, though. Takes him out finally, but damage has been done. Bombed down in a horrible, horrible position. Fox doing a great job to recover, though. Looking so good on this Enforcer kit. And, you know, with how fast Fox has been playing, I think this MCX makes a lot of sense. However, look at this play from Sicario. If he's playing and marked, okay, the player's going to be sitting around at Mark, going to be hearing him rotating in, and probably going to be a pixel coming out from Zaki. I'm not sure. Maybe, yeah, Zaki, and catches him mid-jump, and Fox cursed. I think we need to remove Fox's jump button because every time this poor dude jumps, someone pops him. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you know, maybe he's got to change his name to Kangaroo, and that could just be all the difference he needs. But unfortunately, has been caught off guard here just a bit. But Sicario making sure things don't get out of hand here from 8sins. Able to tie it up once more, 1-1. Fox already has 4 on the board, though. So already some big opening rounds for them. The rest of the crew for Sicario fairly even in kills, but 1 or 2 across the board. See Furlex, that opening pick here on the Nemenos as wow, as Pablo gets into position with that snipe. You can see through the wall there, Lukey just laying down in that prone position. Can be tough to deal with. We're going to see how they exactly navigate that, but slow and methodical has been the pressure. It's Zaki on the snipe this time who finds Walker.
2 opening kills again for Sicario, and man, they came out swinging the first round. Like you said, Furlex got naded in that first round, and now all members still alive for Sicario. Shots ringing out back and forth, but Furlex just, again, using that PAB 9 to punish his enemies, and 4 members strong on this A side. Fox, wow. What a crazy angle from Keo. Lukey slams Blitzer, and again, 1v5 situation, and so quickly, Hot Sauce. We went from 8sins in a dominant first round, blast Furlex with his own weapon. Oof. That's got to feel good for Pablo, but 3 people left to blast through, 4 people left to blast through, and time is ticking.
He grabbed that TRG, said anything you can do, I can do better. He's going to find the second one, but there's where that TRG has a little trouble. When there's multiple members to deal with, you get caught on the reload animation. There's nowhere to run and hide. And with that, Sicario will be able to find him here. So Sicario will take the lead for the first time here on Fort. We'll see if they're able to extend that or if it will be 8sins who's able to reel it back and tie it up once more.
Sicario got to be feeling good here, Hot. They pumped the brakes so fast both games, and 8sins, man, they want to make it work, but Keo and the boys are just playing so clean. I do love this aggression of the triple peek onto mid. Pablo getting that opening pick on the Furlex with the sniper. Shots ringing out back and forth. Zaki, funny enough, Zaki with that sniper, and yeah, it's so interesting to me how they switch this up, Hot, where Zaki rocks the sniper on this map along with Furlex sometimes, and other times Furlex, I believe, is just on that scout class. I think he's on the scout class right now. Zaki secures one, but Walker jumps by and makes it difficult enough to secure. Blitzer, big kill. Bomb, not in the best position right now, but could get planted. Blitzer actually going to be able to take some space now. Bomb getting planted, and now all of a sudden, Ghost rotated off the site, Hall, and I'm not sure if that's going to work out in their favor. I know he was taking some backward spacing because they were in mid, but now Walker and Blitzer in a great position to win this round, and we see how far the other defender is from the site still. About 15 seconds away.
Yeah, you see him on that mini-map trying to come in with a flank there. Walker's going to catch him on the jump by, though, and it's an awkward position for them as they go down the steps. They'll hear that audio cue. Blitzer Girl tucked in toward Donut here as well, as that help is coming in from the lane side here and pressuring slowly forward. Blitzer Girl just on the other side of the peaks. A decent one. The spray doesn't quite connect, though. We're still locked into a 2v2.
Shots ringing out back and forth. Time is gone. I mean, this round's over. Blitzer, another kill. Walker and Blitzer, the last 2 remaining, get vengeance on good old Goes, and just like that, we have an even score line again. We've gotten so many good matchups today, Hot. I mean, we're kind of spoiled.
Day. Yeah, I love it. I mean, we've been blessed with overtimes, tied games, nonstop, left and right. And so, again, it just kind of reiterates the fact that there's a ton of talent locked in across all of these teams here for ACS number 3. And certainly couldn't have asked for a better Sunday fun day here as we get that action continuing here just through the first 4 rounds. We're not even to the halfway point yet. We're going to see who gets to go up and take that lead here next.
Man, Furlex, great opening kill. And it's so interesting to me how they just switch it up, and I would love to crack inside the minds of these players and figure out what exactly is the trigger for that map-to-map decision. I mean, Furlex is such a freaking monster with it. I don't ever want to see him put it down. Cracked. Oh, I've been on this bench too long, Hot. What'd you say to me? You little snicker blur?
I had to touch my head and make sure my hair was still there real quick. I got scared for a second, but Cracked is going to be slaying it with me, I think, almost every day next weekend for those finals as well. Absolutely love Cracked and love seeing shots like that. Speaking of Cracked, that shot was cracked from Zaki.
Man, Zaki feeling really good. And Zaki is probably the most flex player in terms of kits. We see this lad use MP7, Ash 12, now using the sniper. I mean, this dude is really, really proficient. And folks, if you're not too familiar with how Tarkov works, these weapons can have a fundamental difference in how they flow. Sicario closing that one pretty easy, and to be able to master all these different calibers, Hot, it's really such a great thing to see from Zaki, that this is his 3rd weapon that he uses consistently and performs well with over and over and over. And it really is difficult in Tarkov to bounce from weapon to weapon because they just, everything about them changes from the parallax to the sway to, how they center, the way the bullets fly, the time to travel, the APM, the shots per minute. It goes on and on and on in Tarkov. And really, Zaki just doing fantastic. Keo.
Nice shot from Keo. I'm kind of surprised we don't see Zaki on the Ash 12. He loves the Ash 12 on Fort, but Furlex finding a nice pick here on the Blitzer. He says, I do more than snipe here as well. Does spot the enemy above, and we'll dip back down to a safer position. Maybe looking to rotate through Kitchen toward that A site here. And so we do see a bit of a shift on the mini-map, but immediately as that pressure continues, they slow things down again.
Oh, and they played patient. That was really good from 8sins to not give that up. I mean, Furlex made contact with them, rotated out, got himself healthy, but the fact that they still held it down and it worked hard is actually kind of awesome. I mean, hats off for holding it down, but they're still down a player. Blitzer and Nemo both taking a dirt nap right now. Foxy, check your corners. Foxy, check your corners. Foxy, check. And Keo kills Fox and then immediately kills Walker, probably not too far behind the pacing. And you always got to check your corners hot, especially when you're rotating. You know the enemy team could have taken space. You got to clear your angles. I mean, and I think it comes down to playing a little bit too loose and fast. We've seen Foxy time and time and time today where he's just moving so quick, which is good to see at times, but against players like Sicario, you gotta expect the unexpected, and I feel like that's what the Headhunters love to do. They love to catch you lacking.
I mean, with the talent across the league here, you really can't afford to make any minor mistake as these teams will chomp at the bit to capitalize. It's Walker, though. Open up with a nice nade on the Kiyashima to give him that early pick. Pablo and the crew looking to get into an advantageous position here as Walker finds goes. And again, we talked about how common that A site used to be. Nemenos finding Furlex, but we do see teams really working toward that B site a lot more now.
Time is ticking. Luke's in the 1v4 and Blitzer, doing so much work for her team.
Oof.
Fox, with the friendly fire, what did your teammates do to you? Then Elsom penned it up aggression, and again, such a close game, 4-3. Last round of the half here, Hot, and if 8sins can pick this up 4-4 going in, they're going to feel real good on defense.
Yeah, I mean, that 2-point cushion was the largest lead we've seen of Fort here from Sicario, but quickly gobbled up by 8sins, and as you mentioned, an opportunity to tie it up heading into halftime. So it'll be a couple rounds in a row for 8sins, and maybe some momentum or confidence they can work to build off of as we see Zaki and crew pressuring up rather quickly, looking to get these nades down, but Zaki maybe considering a fast rotation, but gonna second guess it here for the time being.
Furlex getting active, taking a lot of space, but Pablo holding a deadly angle. Furlex kind of taking a read that his position's been given up. I like the fact that he went back to B main. Shots ring out at him, getting some information for his teammates. Keo and him having a nice cross. Goes with the first kill of the round, taking out Nemo. Both teams kind of holding the same lines. No one really crossing that proverbial line in the sandbox. Pablo slowly trying to make his way up. Looks like they're actually going to be calling for the rotation into A. Oh, man, and Zaki pushing forward, trying to take out... Does take out Walker. I paused and glad I did because Zaki makes a snacky out of Walker, and that lapel puts Walker in the dirt. Only 2 members remain here, Hot. I don't know how 8sins close this one out effectively.
Honestly, I love this compact scope here as well.
The Monstrum? You're a Monstrum guy?
I do. I like just a little extra zoom. I'm old, right? I'm getting old. I'm not trying to hide it. My eyes, they're going away. My eyesight's leaving me. So a little bit of extra zoom as I put my nose to the screen, give it a little kiss so I can kiss the enemies goodnight when I'm popping heads.
I mean, I can't disagree there. I do like me a good scope, but the Monstrum is... it's such a specific FOV, and I feel like with Tarkov players, you're either a Monstrum enjoyer or a Monstrum hater. There's no in between.
That's fair. Furlex putting some hate on the Blitzer girl as Goes will find Pablo as well. They were able to get that device down, but it's another flawless round here for Sicario. So not only do they answer back, but they do it in dominating fashion.
I wonder what Furlex is doing with that weapon. Picked up the weapon. I might maybe inspect it and like, hey, I like this AK-12 build. I'm going to take this home with me. Thanks, Blitz. And switching now, 5-3, Sicario on that attacking side. Pretty good defense. Can 8sins match the pacing? I think with everything we've seen today, 8sins has been so close so many rounds, but Sicario just slowly edged them out. And sometimes, you know, I think 8sins have gotten caught with their pants down sometimes in the sense of not respecting the fact that Sicario's taken so much space. Walker right there knew that Zaki was there, didn't go through kitchen, tried to take the fight. Zaki one-taps him. A few rounds ago, we saw Foxy not checking his corners. Sicario again pushing up on A, taking space. So luckily they don't have to worry about that now, but it's just something to consider moving forward. You know, Sicario is very cheeky. You got to be aware of the unpredictable.
How to try to predict the unpredictable. It's no easy task. It's no easy ask. But 8sins, Fox, shots ring out, able to find the first one. Zaki gets one with an aid, but Fox, the two-piece on the Kiyoshima as well. Has an idea there's one above. Help coming into play here as well. But Lukey finding that pick onto Fox, I think got a little scared from the teammates' audio cue there as Goes finds Blitzer Girl, and there's all kinds of kills popping up in the kill feed.
Oof. Yeah, shots ringing out back and forth, but unfortunately, once again, 8sins down the member, bomb planted, and look at this post plan. I mean, they're in no position to contest, and unfortunately, Walker versus Zaki with the peculiar weapon. Zaki takes him out with the MP7, but Nemo coming in super hot. Lukey trying not to make any noise inside of this position, but he's sitting on the edge outside towards canyons, and his teammates all the way up top, and it's pretty much impossible to figure out. And Lukey with the cheeky peeky. Great post-plant defense, and man, Zaki does a great job of getting the opening pick, does get traded, but that's all you need, baby. They got the opening picks, they got the bomb down, and then the post-plant is just easy, light work for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is now starting to become the biggest lead we've seen of the day now that we've swapped sides. So Sicario has been able to double that lead. It's going to be up to 8sins to begin to reel it back just a little bit here. And unfortunately, Blitzer Girl, we saw that standout game at 21 kills or something like that. Still stuck at 4 at the moment. So we'll see if they can slowly begin to change the things around here.
Yeah, and that's an excellent point. I mean, with how much pressure she's putting to not have that powerhouse, and you know, it's Sicario. Some games are going to pop off, some games are going to not. Nemo gets one, but immediately traded out by Goes. 2 players down on 8sins. Bob's going to be going down. Smoke is pluming towards headshot. Furlex creeping on up. Pablo, 5 kills right now with this sniper, and oh my goodness, Piranha Furlex coming through, chewing up, spitting him out. Fox manages to take out Keo, but so much pressure still, and unfortunately, Furlex seeing through that edge of the smoke. Lukey taking out the other one, and just like that, 5-3 to 7-3, and Sicario running away with this game right now.
Yeah, slowly starting to run away with it. I mean, now just 1 away from match point here as well, and so 8sins maybe starting to feel a little bit of that pressure here. Gonna be all up to them. Honestly, I'd like to see him get a couple more rounds before allowing Sicario to get to that match point, but Sicario's looking mighty hungry for this dub.
Yeah, and they're playing like they deserve to win. Right now, it's... Ooh, Furlex gets shut down with the Piranha. Foxy takes out Furlex. Keo gonna be taking out another member, a.k.a. Walker, for the 8sins team. Evens up the scoreline, but still lots of time on the board for them to make a play. They now know where Nemo is. I believe they're going to try and nade him. Yep. Goes going for the nade kill. Oh, it might have been a flash, actually. I lied. Now smoking out the site. Nemo actually managed to rotate off of that D1, D2 position to the back of site. And then Look at Nemo just taking so much space, getting away with murder, but kind of at a cheeky angle and goes just out angle him slowly but surely, winning that fight. Blitzer in a good position. Might catch goes. Nope. Still a minute left here, Hot, and lots of space to be taken.
And they are both just putting down that hailstorm of bullets that we like to talk about, but I thought it was Blitzer Girl about to get the pre-fire through the wall. It was Pablo with the snipe combined with Fox's shot here. So from a 4v3 to a 3v2, the quick flick of the wrist, it's going to be Zaki to find that one back on this MP7 and off the sniper here on the scout classes. Zaki has brought it back into a manageable thing. Kiyoshima finds Pablo, and all of a sudden it turns back in the favor of Sicario.
Wow. Looking so good, but Zaki with that MP7, it's such a laser beam from downtown. I believe, what, 950 RPM on the MP7, if I'm not mistaken. Just an absolute shred of a bullet. Super accurate. Not commonly used, but man, when you're really good with that weapon, it's just a headshot printer, Hot Sauce, and it's so hard to avoid. And now, 8sins on their map. 8-3 down, match point, and gonna need to really pull something out of the magical hat to close this one out, at least getting us to overtime. But gonna need 5 rounds, Hot Sauce, and with how clean and clinical Sicario have been, Furlex takes out Walker, Keo takes out Fox. The doctors are going through the surgery procedure, and one by one limb they are removing from 8sins, and only 3 limbs remain. I don't know how that makes sense, but work with me here, folks, and it's going to take a miracle for Sicario to not win this round.
8sins look at the channel of their 3-headed snake, the Hydra. Can they find it? Nemenos gets one. Lukey, though, quick to trade back as they find Blitzer Girl on the other side of things. And now Nemenos will be picked off by Zaki. A little sad I didn't get to see Zaki on the Ash 12 today, but certainly putting in the work with the MP7. It's all down to Pablo, who finds a nice snipe on the Zaki. Able to back off, rotate around here. Now on a 3v1, only 40 seconds to work with. The pre-fire doesn't connect as well, and he continues to look to work around.
And Sicario closing out this game swiftly, 9-3, very convincing lead, and 8sins. Unfortunately, history repeating itself, and Sicario edging them out once again. Man, ACS 3 has not been the nicest to 8sins, but on the flip side, Sicario is going to be feeling really, really good after that one.
Yeah, I mean, they get to stay at the top of Group Stage A, I think followed up by Tarkov Help. Unfortunately, 8sins, not the outcome that they were hoping for, but honestly, a team full of juggernauts. They need to hold their heads high. They can always continuously put on a great show. So we certainly appreciate everybody over at 8sins. But congratulations to Sicario on a job well done here. Lukey again with 4 MVPs off of a 9-5, 5 assists as well.
Yeah, and if he's winning all those MVPs, he's either getting them impact frags or bombs going off or defusing, and just super consistent across the board. Keo finding his footing much more in this game. You know, we saw, I believe it was 12, 11, 8, 8, 7 frags across the board, and just so tight of a lineup between all these players.
Yeah, again, this entire arena series here, the entire ACS number 3 has been just absolutely littered with talent. And, you know, it's only the first weekend. It's been an insane 3-day period of a lot of exciting action with a lot of wonderful people and other casters on screen. But we'll have those results here for you in just a few moments. We get to see exactly who gets to make it off into those playoff stages coming up next weekend as well. And unfortunately, who will be going home. So, you know, a little fun to be having, a little sadness as well, as a couple teams will be making their exit.
Yeah, really sad to see. I mean, gosh, you look at these 8 teams, and they're all so damn good, Hot Sauce. I mean, look, chat, you heard Hot Sauce admit if he gets a kill or 2 on some of these players in a game, he's taking that, he's clipping it, he's shipping it, he's featuring that clip on his Twitch, Twitter, it's going in his bio, you name
everywhere.
It, but everywhere. Rats on top, baby. But all jokes aside, man, it's like you're fighting 8 monstrous teams, and you know, you see the leaps between some of these teams that have been around since Arena's inception, and there's competitive teams like Ancestral, one of our teams in this league, super competitive, but just to find the overall win against some of these teams is so brutally difficult here, Hot. I mean, talented players against extremely talented players against the best players in the game. I mean, you keep changing the verbiage and the players keep getting better, but there's no way around the tale that someone's got to win and someone's got to lose, baby. And here we're going to have 3 winners from each group and 1 unfortunate person going on a permanent vacation from ACS3.
Well, maybe at least still going to enjoy some snacks next weekend and watch the action play out. Obviously, it's probably a little more fun to be in it, but nonetheless, we certainly appreciate all of their time and the talent that we got to help showcase here throughout this wonderful first weekend of the Arena Cup Series number 3. And honestly, I feel like we might have been a little bit spoiled as far as casters go because we had one hell of a lineup as far as matches go today.
I mean, so many close games from the first one of the day where Tarkov helped and the Ancient Fighters were just battling and bashing and plowing through one another. And then we saw Panderic versus Ancestral. Then we had VP versus XPA where, VP so dominant in their group. And then XPA had enough takes 2-0 on the day. And in the second match, VP came out swinging, up 4 rounds and dang, just unable to close it out. But as we move into the highlights from this match, friends, we're going to be seeing kills from both sides, but the entire team of Sicario Hot Sauce just popping off in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some really good early pressure from 8sins. They were able to start out on that right foot. They battled back nicely through those first couple of rounds as we see Lukey's 2-piece there and Zaki picking up that final one with that getter. But we really had an array of action, quite a few different weapons being displayed, and some of these teammates sharing the snipers. We saw Pablo took over that role here on Fort. Zaki got a little taste of that snipe action themselves, but honestly, just a phenomenal day all the way around.
Zaki was putting in some serious work, and Furlax using different weapons. I mean, how many weapons did Furlax kill people with that? I don't know if he got a nade kill, because if he got a nade kill, I think it would be 4 or 5, maybe 6 today. Just so crazy. And that's the level of talent we're dealing with here, Hot, where these players, again, Zaki, another one where they use 5, 6, 7